Chapter 10 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. They passed the whaleboat on the way in. The Crocker and Jarvis crew were taking it easy now, and they made no attempt to race with their successful rivals. The dangerous rips were navigated safely, and the landing in the cove made without trouble. The lifeboat was beached, and the schooner's men helped ashore. Homer, busy with the rest, had paid no heed to Bartlett. When he did turn to the latter to ask for further orders, he found him gone. "He's up to the station long ago," volunteered Seleucus. "Started just as soon as we made the beach. Didn't get hurt out yonder, did he? He looked pretty sick to me." Calvin superintended the transfer of the practically helpless sailors from the shore to the station. Then he hurried back to attend to the housing of the boat. The whaleboat had arrived by this time, and its recent occupants were exchanging repartee with the lifesavers. "Little mite late on getting started, want you, Josh?" queried Crocker with a grin. "What was the matter? Somebody's feet chilly or something like that?" Finney's retort was prompt, even if the reference to the late start was ignored. "You ought to learn how to row, Alvin," he declared. "We walked up on you as if you was resting. Kind of tired, it looked like to me. You're a healthy lot of salvagers, you are. You remind me of Hard Luck, our dog up to the station. You'd think he was going to eat a cat alive, judging by the way he starts after it. But when the cat turns round, he slacks up and changes his mind. You fellows started fine, but when the pinch come, you changed your mind." "Ho, ho, ho!" Philander Jarvis put in a word. "Well, we started anyhow," he observed. "We didn't sit around the stove waiting for somebody else to show us the way." "They was warming those cold feet of theirs," explained Crocker. "That's why they stuck so close to the stove. The cold foot lifesavers. Ha ha!" "Calculate Bartlett's warming his feet now," added one of the longshoremen. "I don't see him around here anywheres." Sam Burse smiled serenely. "Looked to me as if you saw him out there," he drawled. "You got out of his way about as spry as any crowd ever I saw. You're lovely bluffers. You talk, but you don't prove much." Jarvis was on his way to the shanty, but he paused to shout a final word. "We don't have to prove nothing," he taunted. "You fellers will have to do the proving. Wait till they hear this yarn up to the village. They'll be talk enough then." Homer's first question, when the lifeboat was back in the boatroom and the shipwrecked men warmed, fed, and stretched on the cots in the spare room, was concerning the whereabouts of his superior. Hezekiah Rogers, who, as cook, had remained ashore while his comrades went off to the schooner, answered the question. "He's in the room yonder," said Hez. "Come straight in the minute you fellers landed and marched by me without saying a word. I asked him if he didn't want a cup of coffee, but he never peeped. He was talking to himself, seemed to, and if you could judge by his face, he didn't like to hear what he said. Is he sick, Cal? They tell me he was a regular bucko mate on the way off to the shoal. Swore a blue streak. Godfrey's," with a chuckle. "I didn't think he knew how. Must be more of a man than we give him credit for." Calvin knocked at the door of the keeper's room. There was no answer to his first knock, nor the one which followed. He bent to the crack of the door and listened. He heard the steady murmur of a voice within. Bartlett obviously was alone. Therefore, just as obviously, he must still be talking to himself. Calvin opened the door, looked, and then, entering, closed the door carefully behind him. The skipper was lying halfway across the bed, his legs trailing upon the floor, his head upon his arms. His sou'wester lay at his feet, and the water which had run from his dripping oilskins and rubber boots was in puddles about him. He was groaning and muttering. "Oh, Lord, forgive me," Homer heard him say. "Forgive a poor, weak sinner. Send down your forgiveness upon him. Be merciful, Lord, and—" Calvin called his name. "Captain Bartlett," he cried sharply. "Captain Bartlett." Bartlett ceased to groan and mutter. Slowly he raised his head, turned, and looked. He stammered. Did somebody— Who is it? What do you want?" "It's me, Homer. What's the matter? Are you sick?" The keeper blinked at him for a moment. Then he raised himself to his knees. "What are you doing in here?" he asked. Why, I came to see what ailed you. I knocked and you didn't answer. So I thought you were sick or hurt or something. I heard you groan." Bartlett stood erect. He swayed a little and caught the bed's head to steady himself. He faltered. "I guess maybe I don't feel very good. I don't know what. Was I groaning, you say?" "I thought you were." He said nothing concerning what he had heard after he entered. "Maybe I was. Maybe so. I don't know. My head feels kind of funny. Did any of the rest of them out there hear me?" "No, I shouldn't if I hadn't listened to make sure you were in here." That's good. They wouldn't understand." "Well," after an interval, "do you want me? Is everything attended to?" "Yes." "Those men off that schooner, are they—" "They're up aloft and all right. The boat is taken care of. I've seen to everything." That's good. I'm much obliged to you." "Yes, I am." "Don't you think you had better take off your wet clothes and turn in for a rest, and let me get you some coffee? You look pretty well played out." The skipper's figure stiffened. He shook his head. "When I get ready to turn in, I'll do it," he said gruffly. "I don't need any orders from you or anybody else. Who's been talking about my being sick? Who has? I suppose they think I ain't capable of handling this job. That's it, eh?" Calvin ignored the rasping irritation in the tone. The man was swaying on his feet even as he spoke. "They know better than to think that, Captain," he protested with a smile. "They saw how you handled the job we just finished." To his surprise, the effect of this speech was one of alarm rather than reassurance. The keeper looked bewildered and frightened. He drew a hand across his forehead. "Did I do it all right?" he asked anxiously. Do they think I handled it all right?" "Why, of course they do. You know you did." Bartlett drew a long breath. That's good, he sighed. "Tell me, was I kind of rough?" "Rough?" "Yes. I used to be a pretty hard ticket in the old days. Used to act rough and talk rough. Even now, when I get excited, I'm liable to lose my temper and do things and say things that... Well, never mind. It's a hard fight for a man like me to keep his commandments. Yes, 'tis. We're all poor weak sinners, and I'm as weak as the rest. Maybe he'll make allowances for me. Don't you calculate he will?" Calvin shook his head. There, Captain Bartlett," he said. "Don't worry. Nobody could have done better than you did. You're tired and you need rest, that's all. Turn in for a while." Bartlett sat down upon the bed. "Maybe I will," he said feebly. "Maybe I will. I do feel sort of beat out. I don't know what's the matter with me these days. I ain't the man I used to be, seems so. That Crooked Hill business took it out of me more'n I thought, I guess. Do you know, boy," he added, looking up with a pathetic appeal in his eyes, "it's a funny thing to say, but I can't hardly seem to remember much about going off to that schooner. I remember starting, but after that it's all sort of mixed up. Don't you tell nobody I said that, will you?" "Of course not." "No, and I'll be all right soon as I rest a spell. You attend to things, will you? Not making out the reports," sharply. "I'll take care of them. I guess that's all. I'll be all right. I am all right. Tell the men so." Homer did tell the men so. He told them that the skipper was tired after his strenuous exertions and was resting. They accepted the explanation. As a matter of fact, Bartlett had raised himself in their estimation. They were jubilant at having beaten the whaleboat's crew in the race to the wreck, and, so far as their skipper's roughness was concerned, it had a tendency to make him more popular. "He's a regular feller after all, I shouldn't wonder," commented Badger. "Talked to us like a Dutch uncle, didn't he? Captain Ozzy couldn't have given it to us any hotter than old Baloney did there for a spell, and when he started blasting Al Crocker's soul, I felt like hollering for 3 cheers. The old man may be a little mite late getting on the job, but when he does get on it, he's there. He may turn out better'n we thought, eh, Cal?" Most of the comment was as favorable, but there were a few reservations. Seleucus Gammon crowed over his brother-in-law and exalted Bartlett's behavior as loudly as the rest, except in Jemima's presence. But with Homer he was more pessimistic. "That's all right, Cal," he observed. "The old man's helped himself with the boys just now. They're so tickled at cheating the Crocker gang out of that salvage that they ain't had time to think things over. But you and I know that whole business was queer. Baloney acted like a man off the sand hill and on the way out, but 'twas like a crazy man, not a sensible one. He's sane enough now, all except his prayer-meeting foolishness, but if he wasn't loony, then I never saw anybody that was. And more than that, here's another thing maybe you ain't thought of. We saved that schooner's crew by the skin of our teeth, but if we'd started 3/4 of an hour sooner, we might have saved the schooner. The boys have forgot that, but Crocker and Philander and their bunch haven't forgot it. Wait till they go up to Orem. They'll do some talking and start other folks talking too. There'll be questions asked, you see. Crime moosty. Cal, there's trouble coming from this yet. You mark my words." Homer said he guessed not, but his confidence was but pretense. Seleucus's forebodings were but faint echoes of his own. He, too, believed there would be talk in Orem when the news reached there. Not only would Crocker and his men spread abroad their version of the Setuckit crew's delay in starting for the wreck, but the lifesavers at the Orem station would comment also. They had been watching and wondering. The telephone message proved that. The tale would spread and grow. It would reach Kellogg's ears. It was bound to reach them sooner or later. Myra Fuller would hear it, and when she did, what would she say? What would she expect him to say and do? The answer to these last questions he might have learned if he had been privileged to drop in at the Fuller home on the Neck Road late in the evening of the following day. He might have learned other things, too. He might have found interest in a conversation between Mrs. Fuller and her daughter, which took place at the supper table before the news from Setuckit came. Sarepta was scolding because Myra had insisted upon changing her gown before coming to the table. The young lady was now arrayed in her best and was quite indifferent to her mother's ill humor. "Oh, be still, Mother," she said. "You're mad because I'm going out and you're not. I should think you would be glad to have me enjoy myself once in a while. You can't expect me to stick around that everlasting school all day and sit around this poky old house every night. What harm is there in my going to a dance with Ezra Blodgett, I'd like to know? He's an old fool, of course, but he's got lots of money, and he isn't afraid to spend it. You used to tell me to get all I could out of him. You know you did." Mrs. Fuller sniffed. "I'd tell you so now," she declared, "if you wasn't engaged to somebody else. Ezra Blodgett is rich, and you could have had him as well as not if you hadn't gone silly over that Calvin Homer. 'Twould have been a good job, too. Then you wouldn't have to teach school, and I wouldn't have to stay in this house and make a slave of myself. I'd like to know what your poor dead father would say if he could know that I had to wash the very dishes you eat off of while you go traipsing to Oddfellows dances over at Harness. I guess he'd be some surprised at the way his child treated me." Myra tossed her head. "I never noticed you were so anxious to find out what he said when he was alive," she observed. "You generally did about what you wanted to." "Is that so? Well, I guess you never saw me going off with one man when I was engaged to marry another. I guess you never saw me do that." "Probably not. I wasn't here. Besides, I'm not doing anything out of the way. Calvin would want me to have a good time. He may be having one himself. How do I know what he's doing there at Setuckit? I don't think he's going to many dancing times out on the beach. And besides, you know well enough I don't care what you do, except for what folks will say. Everybody knows you're keeping company with Calvin, and they'll talk. See if they don't. He'll hear it pretty soon, and then 'twill be just as it's been with every other fellow you've had. Oh, no, it won't. I can manage Calvin. He likes me pretty well. Yes, and I like him too. He's a nice boy. Nice boy? He's nice looking. That's why you were so crazy over him. But all he is just a common, everyday lifesaver. I wouldn't care so much for that, though, if you would only marry him and settle down. How in the world he is ever going to support us, I can't see. But he'd be somebody. He isn't going to be a lifesaver all his life. He is smart, and he'll get ahead. I'll make him. Yes, so I've heard you say, but you haven't made much of him yet. I haven't had the chance. It's coming, though. That Bartlett won't last long, and when he goes, Calvin will have his place. Captain Kellogg told me as much as that. Or, if he didn't tell me, he told somebody else who did tell me. I know. Yes, you always know. I suppose you know that daughter of Bartlett's has been visiting down at the station? Of course I know it, sharply. What of it? Oh, nothing. And you know that your nice Calvin boy took her down in his boat the very night after he left here? Yes, I know that too. But how did you know? Oh, I heard. I don't miss everything that goes on, even if my own daughter don't tell me. They say the Bartlett girl is awful pretty, too. Miss Fuller's expressive eyes were becoming very expressive. Look here, Mother, she snapped. Are you trying to make me jealous? Because if you are, you're wasting your time. If I can't take care of myself so far as a namby-pamby kid like that Norma Bartlett is concerned, then I'll jump overboard. She couldn't have Calvin Homer even if she wanted him. I've got him, and I'm going to keep him. All right, then I wouldn't take too many chances, that's all. I see you've got his ring on. Going to let Mr. Blodgett see that? Why not? He doesn't know it's an engagement ring, does he? I don't know why he should. I wouldn't guess a thing like that was anybody's engagement ring. Didn't cost over $35 if it did that. And if your father had bought my engagement ring at Simmons's right here in Orem, I'd have had something to say about it. He got his ring at Jordan Marsh's in Boston, and it cost most $100 too. How do you know? He told you so, I suppose? You shouldn't believe all you hear, Mother. Sarepta bounced to her feet. I don't believe everything I hear from you, she announced bitterly, and I'll tell you something else, she added. Your father, and I should think you'd be ashamed to talk about him as you do. Myra's provoking drawl interrupted. Oh, but think, she said sweetly, how I used to hear you talk to him, Mother dear. Her mother winced at the shot, but she fired a volley in return. I'll tell you something, young woman, she repeated. When your father bought my engagement ring, he gave it to me myself. He didn't send it round in the grocery cart like a quart of onions. If he had, I'd have thrown it at him. This time she had scored. Miss Fuller's sweetly sarcastic smile disappeared. Her lips closed tightly. I'll never forgive him for that, she said between her teeth, and I'll make him pay for it, too. See if I don't. Sarepta nodded in triumph. Better make sure you get him first, she advised, and if I wanted him, I wouldn't set folks talking too much about you and Ezra Blodgett. Myra also rose. You mind your own business, Mother, she commanded. Oh, I'm minding it. If I was minding yours, or if you had let me mind it, I should have told you to grab Ezra long ago. He is old, and he's kind of soft-headed, but he's got lots of money. You could wind him around your finger, and that isn't a bad kind of husband to have. Your lifesaver is handsome enough, and he's good enough, but he hasn't got a cent, and never will have. Her daughter regarded her steadily. "You think so, do you?" she said. "Well, I know a man when I see one, and I'm smart enough to make him amount to something in the world. I mean to marry Calvin Homer. I like him better than anyone I ever saw in my life. As for his getting on, well, wait and see. I'm attending to that part of it." "Huh, maybe you are, but unless you want to spend your honeymoon in a fish shanty down in Setuckit, I should attend to it pretty soon." "There, see what you've done? Cups cost money. You haven't married your rich lifesaver yet, so you can't afford to break dishes in your tantrums. Shh, here's Ezra now. Take him into the sitting room. I'll clean up the mess you made, as usual." When Myra returned home at 1 o'clock the next morning from the Odd Fellows' grand ball in the Harness Town Hall, she went straight to her mother's room. Sarepta was sleeping soundly and was not too good-natured at being wakened, but her irritation vanished as she heard the news her daughter had to tell. "My sakes alive!" she exclaimed. "Do you suppose it is true?" Myra nodded. "Of course it is true," she declared. "They were talking about it the whole evening. They say the schooner could have been saved just as well as not, but Bartlett wouldn't let the crew go off to her. Alvin Crocker told Henry Mullet, and Henry told Ezra, and Ezra told me that Bartlett ordered the Setuckit crew to stay ashore and rest. Just think of it, rest!" "But he did order 'em to go finally?" "Yes, he did, but not until Crocker and Philander Jarvis and their crowd had started first. And old Blodgett said that Henry and Alvin said, my soul and body, do stop saying said and tell me what they said. It must be pretty close to morning, and I want to get a little sleep before I have to get up and get your breakfast. What was it they said?" "Alvin said he didn't believe Bartlett would have started at all if they hadn't shamed him into doing it. Everybody says there will be an investigation. If Superintendent Kellogg hears of it—" "Well, do you think he will hear of it?" Miss Fuller laughed triumphantly. "You just bet he will," she declared. "I'll see that he does. Oh, yes, he'll hear of it all right." "Huh! You act pretty sure, seems to me. Who's going to tell him, I want to know? You won't see him, it isn't likely." "I shan't need to. Ezra Blodgett is going to Provincetown tomorrow or next day, and he'll see him. He promised me he would." Sarepta raised her head from the pillow. "What?" she exclaimed. "You don't mean to tell me that you've got Ezra Blodgett working to make Calvin Homer keeper at Setuckit? He isn't quite such a numbskull as to help you marry another man, is he?" Her daughter laughed again. "He doesn't know that he is helping," she announced. "I told him I thought it was his duty as a good citizen to give Captain Kellogg a tip as to how things were going down there, that's all." "I want to know. Well, I never heard anybody brag about Ezra Blodgett's being such a good citizen as all that comes to. He isn't liable to put himself out for anybody but himself. I wouldn't put much trust in that notion if I were you." Myra laughed again. "You told me this very evening," she said, "that I could wind him around my finger. He winds beautifully, and he likes it, mother dear. Oh, yes, he likes it." "Well, all I can say is he must be an old fool." "He is," sweetly, "but I'm not, and I am going to make Calvin Homer keeper of Setuckit Station. Good night, Mother." Mrs. Fuller gave it up in disgust. "You're bound to marry that lifesaver, aren't you?" she sneered. The sneer was wasted. Myra's certainty of coming triumph was too complete. "Yes, I am," she said. "Come, Mother, what is the matter with you? You were as sweet as syrup when Calvin and I got engaged." "Maybe I was. I thought 'twas high time you married somebody." "He's somebody, isn't he?" "Huh, I'm not so sure. It looks to me as if he was pretty close to being a nobody." Myra turned quickly. "The man who marries me won't be a nobody long," she declared sharply. "You may as well understand that now. And as for him—" "Well, what about him?" The young woman's eyes flashed. "I'll make him understand it, too," she said. "But I'll marry him first." End of Chapter 10. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 11 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. When Peleg Myrick came down to Setuckit 2 days after the storm, he brought the station mail. In it was a letter addressed to Calvin. He recognized the writing on the envelope and waited until he was alone before opening it. The note was short. For a letter from an engaged young woman to her fiancé, it was astonishingly so, but it was urgent. Practically every other word was underscored. "Dearest," wrote Myra, "I must see you very soon. I have some important things to say to you. Just as soon as you possibly can, I want you to take a day off and come up here. I know you wonder why you have not heard from me before. No doubt you are beginning to think I've forgotten my precious boy altogether. That is not true, you may be sure. Far, far from it. I have been planning and planning for us both every minute since you left me, and that seems ages and ages ago, doesn't it? If I had not had your dear letters to comfort me, I don't know what I should have done. Of course, I understand how hard it is for you to get away, with the responsibility of the station entirely on your shoulders, but now you must come. I have heard what has been going on down there. Everyone is talking about it, and I am as excited as can be. Now is our time. You understand what I mean, Calvin dear, don't you? And we must make the most of it. Come to me at once. I must see you. Write or get word to me somehow when you are coming, but make it very soon. In a very little while, if things go as they should, and as we must make things, we can announce our engagement. Then I shall be the happiest girl in the world, and you will be happy too, won't you, dear?" The remainder of the letter would not be particularly interesting to the world in general, nor, to tell the exact truth, was it as interesting to Calvin as such assurances are assumed to be to the person most concerned. If Miss Fuller was on the verge of becoming the happiest girl in the world, he was by no means the happiest man. The underscored sentences in the letter troubled him, not so much by what they expressed as by what he feared they might imply. Well, she was right in one thing. They were in complete agreement there. He must go to Orham and see her immediately. He could write, of course, and make his position perfectly clear, but writing seemed cowardly. No, he must see her. But when he thought of putting this determination into action, difficulties began presenting themselves. Benoni Bartlett was not well, plainly not at all well. His exertions and the mental strain of 2 wrecks in one day had had an effect which, to Homer at least, was obvious. The keeper was up and about and attending to his duties, but he seemed depressed and more nervous and careworn than ever. He was silent, even morose, during the days, and at night the men on duty were likely to meet him wandering about the station at any hour. He talked to himself more than ever, and Calvin noticed that the little Bible which his daughter had given him was always open upon the table in his room. He developed a habit of asking peculiar questions upon points of religious belief, and at the most unexpected times. The occasion when Homer first mentioned the Liberty Day which he desired was one of these times. Calvin, knowing that the skipper was alone in his room, visited that room and stated his case. He explained that he had not taken a day off for a long while, that he had some business in Orham which needed attention, and suggested that he be allowed to go up to the village the next day. Bartlett, seated in the chair by the window and gazing out, did not turn his head. He heard, or appeared to hear, his subordinate through to the end, but when he did speak, his answer was not an answer at all. It contained no reference to the matter of the requested liberty. He pulled slowly at his beard and asked, "Boy, do you read the Word regular?" Calvin did not catch his meaning. "Word," he repeated. "What word?" Bartlett turned then. He was frowning, and his eyes had that strange glint upon which Seleucus had commented when he first saw it. "There ain't but one word, is there?" he demanded gruffly. "There's only one that's worth reading, and if you read it oftener, you'd be a better man. I read it night and day I do, and it's balm in Gilead to my soul. But there's some hard parts in it, parts that's kind of discouraging to a sinner like me. Boy," with an eagerness that was pathetic, "do you calculate he'll be too hard on a feller that slips up once in a while? Don't you calculate he'll make some allowances and not bear down on him too hard? Huh? Don't you?" Homer, not catching his meaning and completely taken by surprise, was not ready with a reply. Bartlett did not wait for one. "It says right here," he went on, tapping the open pages of the Bible with his forefinger, "that except ye keep his commandments, you'll go to hell. That's what it says. Boy," in an agitated whisper, "I broke one of his commandments the other day. Yes, I did. I don't know much about what I done that afternoon, but I know I did that. I took his name in vain. Do you calculate he'll stick to what he says? Eh? Why don't you say something? You don't think I'll be lost just for that one slip, do you? You don't think he'll be as hard on a poor feller as all that?" Calvin, stifling his impatience, soothed him as best he could, fortifying his consolation with such scriptural quotations concerning forgiveness as he could remember. After a time, when his assurances seemed to be producing an effect, he ventured once more to speak concerning the day in Orem. Benoni heard and understood, but he shook his head. "I'd rather you didn't go just now, if you wouldn't mind," he said, and added, apologetically, "It don't seem hardly as if I could spare you. I'm kind of tired and sort of wore out these days, seems so, and you're about the only one down here I know I can depend on. Hadn't you just as soon put off going for a little spell? Hadn't you, Calvin?" There was but one reply to make, and Homer made it. "If you feel that way, Captain," he said, "of course I'll wait." Yes, eagerly. "You wait. I'm feeling better every day, and you won't have to wait long. Say," with sudden sharpness, "them men out there, the crew I mean, they don't find much fault with me nowadays, do they? They're satisfied with the way I got 'em off to that schooner and beat out that other gang? They think I did pretty well then, don't they?" "Yes, indeed, Captain Bartlett." That's good. Wally Oakes, he says the same. He says they like that first rate. I used to be a pretty able man in times like that. There wasn't much that scared me in the old days. Well," firmly, "it doesn't scare me now either. I'm just as good as ever I was, and nobody hadn't better forget it. Nobody. You tell 'em I said so. Do you hear? Why, there, Mr. Homer, I guess that's all you wanted of me, wasn't it? We'll see about your liberty before long. There'll be drill this afternoon, of course. See that all hands are ready on time." So Calvin was forced to write Myra a note explaining that he could not leave the station immediately, but would come to her at the first possible moment. Events which followed compelled still further postponement. Crocker and Jarvis and their men were working at the nets in the weir shanty up the beach, and had had no opportunity to visit the village and tell their story there. But they had had visitors, members of the Orem life-saving crew, and an occasional fisherman, and had told it to them. The news spread, and, as Myra Fuller told her mother, practically everyone in Orem and the neighboring towns was talking about it, magnifying rumors, and prophesying trouble and probable investigation by the district superintendent. Peleg Myrick brought the news of these rumors and prophecies to Setuckit and told the men there. Seleucus Gammon, too, heard the story from his brother-in-law. He and Homer talked it over. I don't calculate much will come of it this time, Cal, confided Seleucus. If we hadn't beat out Philander and Alvin and their gang and got the men off that vessel, that would have been the old Harry to pay. But we did, you see. Old Baloney was a kind of late starter, but when he got a-going, he sartin did make things hum. Crime musty, how he did lay into Alvin. It done me good to hear him cuss. Proved he was human, you understand. It helped him with the boys more than anything else could. They've been talking about it, of course, and we've all made up our minds, if Kellogg should breeze down here asking questions, to stand by the old man. Give him another chance, anyhow. Huh, you've changed your mind about the skipper since the last time we talked, Seleucus. Then, if I remember, you figured that he was crazy. I think he is yet. Crazy as a bug on a hot plate when it comes to prayer meeting talk and the like of that. And I own up he acted crazy off to that wreck. But that was sensible crazy. That's the kind of craziness that counts for something. The crazier he gets that way, the better skipper of Setuckit Life-Saving Station he'll be. That's the way the boys feel. They want to give him another chance and see how loony he'll be next time. They want to hear him swear some more. Crimus, I wouldn't have missed that for 2 months' pay. But remember, you said it yourself, Seleucus. We might have got that schooner afloat if we had started in time. Gammon stopped laughing and nodded gravely. You and me know that, Cal, he admitted, but the boys don't. Or, if it did come across their minds, they forgot it, and they won't let Captain Kellogg know they ever thought of such a thing. No, we're all a-going to stand by Baloney unless you want the keeper's job yourself, Cal. If you do, then we'll talk different. I don't. Not that way. You and all hands are not to mention my name. You understand that? Sartin sure. We know how you feel, Cal. We don't blame you for feeling that way. That Norma Bartlett is a mighty fine girl. Calvin swung about to glare at him. What on earth has she got to do with it? He demanded hotly. Why, nothing. Who said she had? I was just saying what a nice girl she was, that's all. No need for you to get red-faced and foam up over that, as I know of. But the boys like her first rate, and they're more for Baloney right now than they've been afore since he was wished on to us. If you doubt it, you notice how Wally Oakes is playing puppy dog to him again these days. Wally's a pretty fair piece of drift to show which way the tide's setting. Homer was still unreasonably ruffled, and he could not resist giving his comrade's serene self-satisfaction a shake. How is your wife these days? He inquired. Does she like the Bartlett girl as well as you do? The self-satisfaction vanished like a puff of pipe smoke in a gale. Don't you let on to anybody that I ever said I liked Norma, ordered Seleucus hastily. Don't you do it. Say, Cal, he added hurriedly, ain't there some way you can fix it so's I'll have to stay here at the station all the time for a spell? Between Philander ragging me about our being scared to go to that wreck, and Jemima sailing into me because I don't talk back to him like a man, Home Sweet Home is pretty tolerable sour these days. Crime musty. Well, why don't you talk back to him? 'Cause when I do, she jibes over and takes his side, and I have to talk back to the pair of them. That's like whistling for a breeze and starting up a hurricane. Cal, if you ever do get married, don't marry a woman with relations, and don't marry one that's jealous. Don't marry a woman anyhow. That's my advice, and I don't charge nothing for giving it. And look here, don't you never tell I said that, neither. Kellogg drove down to Setuckit before the week ended. Homer had been expecting him, so he was not surprised. He was astonished, however, when the buggy stopped at the station door to see Norma Bartlett on the seat beside the superintendent. It was a snowy day, but cold and windy, and the long drive had reddened her cheeks and blown her hair about. She leaped lightly to the ground and shook hands with a group of surfmen by the door. Their tanned faces were a grin as they bashfully returned her greetings. "Isn't this a surprise party?" she exclaimed. "Of course you didn't expect to see me so soon, but you know what they say about the bad penny. How have you all been since I went away? You have been busy, I know. I read about you in the Boston paper. Why do all the exciting things happen when I am not here?" Seleucus, who had just emerged from the mess room and to whom this last question was addressed, shuffled his feet and coughed. "Well," he said, "I don't know as I know exactly. Maybe it's because the Almighty figures we couldn't stand too many kinds of excitement down here to Setuckit all to once. Ain't used to 'em, you see. Have to take the bitter separate from the sweet, I calculate." She laughed delightedly. "Why, that is a very pretty speech, Mr. Gammon," she declared. "You must have been practicing since I left. Thank you very much." She and he were shaking hands as she said it. The other surfmen were smiling, and their smiles broadened as, from the Jarvis shanty, came a shrill hail. "Seleucus!" screamed Mrs. Gammon. "Seleucus! Is that you? Come over here right away. I want you." Seleucus dropped the young lady's hand as if it had bitten him and hastened to obey. A roar of laughter followed his exit. "See him run, fellers," cackled Finney. "He knows there's more of the sweet over home there waiting for him." Norma entered the mess room. There she and Calvin met. There was no sensible reason why he should have felt the least embarrassed at the meeting, yet he did, and when they shook hands, he found it difficult to speak. The embarrassment may have been contagious, for she, too, hesitated momentarily. But she recovered at once, and her greeting was cheery and quite matter-of-fact. "Why, how do you do, Mr. Homer?" she said. "I've surprised you, just as I have all the others, and Father will be the most surprised of all. Where is he?" "He's in his room, Miss Bartlett. He'll be awfully glad to see you. Go right in." She moved toward the door of the keeper's room, but paused and turned back. "Tell me," she whispered cautiously, "how is he? Is he well? He's not sick or anything like that?" "Sick? No, indeed. He's all right. What made you think he was sick?" "Oh, I don't know. Something in his last letter, something he said, or the way he said it, worried me a little. Has there been trouble here? Any unusual trouble, I mean?" "No." He tried to say it promptly and in a way to carry conviction, but it was evident that the attempt was not a complete success. She was looking at him, looking him through and through with those clear eyes of hers. "Are you sure?" she demanded. "Why, yes, of course. But how does it happen you come back so soon? Your father didn't expect you for another 3 weeks at least." "I know, but something happened there at Fairborough which made it possible for me to come now, and Father's letter troubled me, and I'll tell you all about it by and by. I must see him before I say another word to anybody." "Of course, and I'll keep Captain Kellogg busy for a while. Tell the skipper he needn't hurry." "Thank you." Again she paused and looked at him. "The superintendent brought me down here," she said. "I met him up in the village. He knew me, of course. We saw a good deal of each other there at Crooked Hill while Father was so ill, and he said he was coming here and offered to take me with him. Why is he coming here at this time, Mr. Homer?" Calvin was expecting this question, or one like it, and this time he was ready. "Oh, he comes every so often," he said carelessly. "It is part of his job. He has to inspect all the stations." "Yes, I know, but... Oh, here he is. I'll see you all by and by." She knocked softly at the keeper's door and entered, closing it behind her. Homer turned to greet the superintendent. He had dreaded the meeting, but Kellogg's manner was so good-natured and casual that, after the first few minutes, he began to believe his dread unwarranted. The superintendent inquired concerning Bartlett, learned that the latter was with his daughter, and nodded comprehendingly. "We won't disturb him," he said. "I shall be here the better part of the day, and I'll have time enough to see him later on. Well, Calvin, how are you? How are things going nowadays? All taut and shipshape, are they?" Calvin answered in the affirmative. He expected a sharp cross-examination, but the few questions Kellogg asked were quite general in scope. How is the captain getting along with the crew, he wanted to know. Do they like him better than they did at first? "Yes, I think they do." How do you like him? Why, all right. He is queer in some ways, but he is on the job. Handles things pretty well, take him by and large, does he? Yes. You haven't any fault to find, then? No. I see. Well, I'm going to hang around here for 3 or 4 hours. Don't pay any attention to me. I'll see you again before I go. That was all, and Homer was greatly relieved. He was busy with various duties, and he saw the superintendent only at dinner and at brief and casual intervals during the day. The dinner was a jolly meal, for Norma and Kellogg were at the table, and there was much joking and storytelling. Bartlett was in better spirits than he had been since the day of the wreck, and there were no symptoms of queerness in his manner or conversation. His melancholy had vanished, and he told a story or two himself. Evidently, his daughter's arrival was the tonic he needed. Beach drill was carried through with a snap and finish, which brought a word of commendation from the official visitor. Homer's apprehensions concerning trouble were pretty thoroughly dispelled by this time. Apparently, the visit was but a matter of routine after all. Peleg Merrick's disturbing yarns of investigations and all the rest were but exaggerations of village gossip, nothing more. Peleg was always a sensation monger, and the hints in Myra's letter and Seleucus's forebodings, based upon his spiteful brother-in-law's confidences, were parts of the same magnifying of unfounded rumor. People were bound to talk anyhow, and in winter there was so little to talk about. Captain Kellogg was not the man to heed gossip. He probably had paid no attention to it whatever. But Calvin's ease of mind lasted only until 4 o'clock that afternoon. Then, as he sat reading in the mess room, Kellogg came out of the keeper's room, where he had been closeted with Benoni for half an hour or more, and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Cal," he said in a low tone, "come out to the barn with me. I want to talk with you. Better put on your sweater and cap. It's liable to be chilly out there." Calvin obeyed orders so far as the sweater and cap were concerned, and followed his superior out to the chill, shut-up stable. The superintendent carefully closed the door behind them and seated himself on the grain box. "Sit down here alongside, Cal," he ordered. "Sorry I have to lock you and me up in this God-forsaken hole, but it seems to be the only place where we won't be disturbed. I don't want the men to see us talking together, and I don't want that daughter of Bartlett's to catch on either. She's as smart as a red pepper plaster, that girl, and somehow or other she's tumbled to the fact that there's something going on. She asked me as much as 50 questions on the way down, and it took all my diplomatics to make her believe I was coming here today just because it was my regular time for coming. Even when I got through perjuring myself, I doubt if she really believed it. Cal, if I was a young man instead of a 59-year-old ruin, and 35 years married at that, I'd get a line over the side for that girl. She's good to look at. No need to tell you young fellows that. And she's got something in her head besides dough. Yes, sirree, with a wife like her to cruise along with him, the right kind of man might travel far." He paused, chuckled, and went on. "That ain't what I told you out here to talk about," he said, "but I just heave it in with the rest of the cargo. Now then, I want some straight-from-the-shoulder stuff out of you. No guesses and shouldn't wonders. Nothing but aye, yes, or no. What about this Rosie Cahoon wreck? How about the yarn Alvin Crocker and his gang are telling? I want the whole truth from you, son. That's part of what I came here to get. Overboard with it." Homer hesitated. The barn was cold and dark and gloomy. The wind wailed and rattled the windows. The horses stamped and stirred in their stalls. "Come on," urged Kellogg. "Spin your yarn. Give me the whole of it, and don't leave out anything. Begin at the beginning. How long did you fellows wait before you started to that schooner?" Calvin told the story. He told it as truthfully and as comprehensively as he could. How Bartlett himself had first sighted the stranded schooner, of his delay in ordering out the boat, of his expressed reasons for the delay, of the departure of the whaleboat, and then of the mad race to the wreck and the rescue of the crew. The superintendent heard him to the end without comment. Then he nodded. He grunted. That's just about as I got it from the other men. I don't suppose you noticed it. I didn't mean you should, but I've been at the pumps pretty steady ever since I landed here, and I've got the yarn from every one of them. They all bear you out, Cal. Now then, what is your idea of it all? Do you think the keeper stayed on shore because he was scared himself, or because he really thought it was too much risk to take out a tired crew twice in a few hours, unless it was absolutely necessary? I want it straight. What do you think? Homer waited a moment before replying. He would have given much to evade the obligation of replying at all. Well, sir, he said, after the moment of consideration, to be honest, I don't know. At first, I couldn't understand. When he hung back and wouldn't give the order, I was as mad as the rest. Then, well, yes, I did think he was scared. But after he did start, he soon took that idea out of my head. He wasn't scared then, you can take my word for that. I never saw a man think less about his own skin than he did. When we got that boat off, he was up to his neck in the surf and didn't seem to know it. He drove us off to that shoal as if he was a steam engine. Honestly, I believe he would have jammed our bow straight through that whaleboat if they hadn't got her out of the way. If I had had any breath left, I'd have given 3 cheers for him then. Kellogg chuckled once more. I'd like to have seen that, he vowed. I understand he told Crocker where to get off and named the port. Every one of the boys took pains to tell me that part. I wish I had been there. Well, that's all of that. Answer me this. Do you figure that, provided he had started sooner, you might have floated the schooner? Calvin had been expecting that question and dreading it. He hesitated again before answering. There was a face before his mind's eye, not the face of Benoni Bartlett, but another. Why, I don't know, Captain Kellogg, he said again. At first, it rather seemed to me that we might, but thinking it over since, I'm not sure about it. It was blowing a gale, and the seas were running high. They were breaking clean over her when we got there. We might have got her off, and then again, we mightn't. It was a toss-up, I guess. But if it had been up to you, you would have started and had a try, wouldn't you? Yes, I suppose I should. I know plaguey well you would. Now, one more thing. Do you think Bartlett is right? Right in his head, I mean? I think he may be a little off on religious matters. He is... Oh, never mind that, impatiently. The smartest sea captain I ever sailed with used to read the second mate and me a chapter out of the Bible every night before he turned in, and we had prayers along with the saleratus biscuits for breakfast. But I've seen that same captain take the ship through an Indian Ocean typhoon and stay on deck for 30 hours running and grin and whistle a hymn tune when it looked as if every sea was going to drive all hands to the bottom. I don't care how crazy Benoni is that way. What I'm asking you is whether you think he's too crazy to be keeper at Setuckit. No, I don't think he is. And you don't think he's yellow? How could I think so after seeing him head for that whaleboat? That's dodging the question a little mite, isn't it? Well, never mind. You don't dodge it any more than the rest of the boys. If you were me, then, you'd let him stay on here, give him another chance? Yes, I would. You say that prompt enough. Sure it is Bartlett and not his good-looking daughter you are giving the chance to? Well, you needn't bite me. Maybe I feel like giving her the chance myself. She believes in her cranky dad, I'll say that for her, and the men are for him now. I own up, that surprises me. Yes, it does. Homer ventured to ask a question of his own. What does Captain Bartlett say about not starting sooner for the wreck? He asked. Of course, it isn't my business, sir. Not a mite, but I'd just as soon tell you. He talks rational enough about it. Says he thinks maybe he should have started, but he was so worn out and tired himself that he felt as if he hadn't the right to order another pull like that for the men unless he had to. Says he realizes that he isn't quite up to the mark yet after that Crooked Hill strain, but he's getting better all the time, and that the Lord is helping him every day to get better yet. I don't know about that last part. I haven't heard from the other end of the line. Afraid I ain't in as close touch as he thinks he is, but I do feel inclined to make some allowances for his nerves. That Crooked Hill smash was plain hell for any man, cracked or whole. There's no doubt about that. Homer made no comment. They sat in silence for some time. Then Kellogg slid off the grain bin and stood erect. "Cal," he said, "when I came down here after the yarns they're spilling up in Orem, I had about decided to give Bartlett his walking ticket. I won't have a yellow skipper or a yellow surfman in a station under me. But since I've talked with all hands down here, I've changed my mind. I'm going to let him stick on a spell and see what happens. You're all for him, I can see that, and you're all good picked men. Except Oakes, maybe, and I don't think he'll be in the service long. If I had appointed Bartlett on my own hook, I doubt if I should be so favorable toward giving him another chance. But I didn't appoint him, you see, and if I fire him without absolute sure cause, those blasted Washington politicians will be in my wool. Yes, and there's another reason. Al Crocker and Philander Jarvis are sore as a couple of stubbed toes because you fellows licked 'em off yonder. They want to take out their spite on Benoni or anybody else at Setuckit. Well, I'll see 'em in a whole lot hotter place than this barn is just now before I help 'em pull the nuts out of the stove. When I discharge a lifesaver, it's because I see fit, not because somebody else does." At the stable door, he spoke again. "Don't talk about any of this, Calvin," he said. "You won't, I know. Bartlett will be keeper here for a while yet. But, yes, I'll say it right out loud here to you. I'm still a long way from being sure that he ain't yellow underneath. I don't care if he is just crazy, so long as he is brave and up to his job. But if he is a coward, if he turns out to be, if there is any more hanging back or waiting to rest, out he goes, and all the politicians from the Boston State House to Jericho won't stop his going either." End of Chapter 11. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 12 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Norma was planning to remain at Setuckit for a week, so she explained at supper that evening. The happening which had afforded her the unexpected opportunity to visit her father was a fire which had partially destroyed the reading room of the Fairborough Library and necessitated the closing of the building to the public for a time. An overheated furnace was presumed to be the cause, and although the blaze had been discovered before great damage was done, there were repairs to be made, and it was thought best to give the carpenters and painters free scope for their work. "So I saw my chance," she said, "and came. I have until next Monday afternoon, and I mean to make the most of it. You can't get rid of me until my time is up, you see, so you might just as well pretend you like to have a girl around here, interfering with your cooking and getting in the way." There was a chorus of protests. Ed Bloomer voiced the opinion of the majority. "Don't fret about the cooking," he said. "It's Ellis's turn again this week, and what his kind of cooking needs is to be interfered with. The more interference gets into that coffee of his, the better it tastes." "I hope this weather holds for you, Miss Norma," observed Finney. "It's fine enough just now, and there don't seem to be any symptoms of it changing." The visitor announced that she did not want fair weather all the time. "I want to see a real storm," she said. "There wasn't the slightest hint of a storm while I was here before. Everything was as peaceful and serene as midsummer. I might as well have been in Fairborough as far as excitement was concerned. But the very day I left, the gales began. Now, I don't think that is at all polite. I must see Mr. Merrick and try to coax him into arranging a tornado for my benefit." As Rogers laughed. "Well," he said, "the last time Peleg was down here, he was prophesying clear and calm for a month. That ought to encourage you a little, mite, for Peleg's prophecies generally work stern foremost." Captain Bartlett spoke from his place at the head of the table. "Don't joke about serious things, Norma," he commanded sternly. "If the Lord is good to those that go down to the sea in ships and gives them fair winds and smooth seas, it's our place to be thankful to him. Don't let me hear anybody around here wishing for storms." The subject was changed promptly, but the weather did not change. Mr. Merrick was proven a true prophet so far as that week was concerned. Day after day was cold but clear, and the procession of sailing craft and steamers, of tugs and tows, moved by Setuckit unhindered by gales or even fogs. Norma spent a large portion of her days out of doors. Muffled and wrapped against the cold, she tramped the beaches, exploring the dunes, or visiting the lighthouse, where the lightkeeper and his assistant endured lonely vigil, and were in consequence glad to see visitors, particularly attractive young persons of the other sex. A few of these excursions she made alone, but, for the most part, one or more of the surfmen accompanied her. They pointed out spots where famous wrecks had taken place in the past, showed her fragments of these wrecks protruding like skeletons from the sand, told her yarn after yarn of rescues and risks of which only the barest outlines had been printed in the papers. And, without realizing it, they gave her details of the life at her father's station and intimate glimpses of their feeling toward the new keeper, glimpses which were reassuring and tended to dispel her doubts concerning their loyalty to the latter. As a matter of fact, the loyalty really existed now. Bartlett had, as the crew felt, showed himself a man. By threatening to sink the whaleboat, he had won their support, even a measure of respect for the time. The feeling was not deep-seated as yet. It might easily be dispelled, but it was there at present, and their liking for Norma strengthened it. They did like her, and she liked them, and in consequence they grew more confidential and spoke of matters personal, of their homes and families. She learned how hard it was for the Finneys to get along on the meager wage of a surfman, how Elsie May, the oldest girl, was calculating to help out by washing dishes at the Ocean House during the coming summer, and how Joshua, next younger, had earned over $11 that fall trapping muskrats and selling their skins. She heard more gossip concerning the troubled marital relations of the Gammons, and agreed that what Jemima needed was to be strenuously put in her place, wherever that place might be. And also she heard from man after man what a fine young fellow Calvin Homer was, how all hands liked him, swore by him, and would follow him anywhere. "Your pa can count himself mighty lucky to have a number one man like Cal to back him up," declared Rogers, who chanced to be escort that morning. "Some fellers would have been so sore at being passed over for keeper and having a man from outside run in right over their heads that they'd have laid down on the job and left the new feller to get along best he could. I don't know but I would myself. Fact is, we was pretty sore, all hands of us, on Cal's account, but he wouldn't listen when we told him so. Said the superintendent knew what he was doing, and what was best for the service, and 'twas our job to shut up growling and work hard for Captain Bartlett. That's what he said, and it's what he's done ever since the first go-off. I don't know's the skipper hardly realizes what he owes Cal Homer for smoothing things out here at Setuckit and making 'em slide along right." Hezekiah was walking a few steps in advance of his companion at the moment, and so he did not notice her manifest surprise, nor the look she gave him when he first mentioned the passing over of Homer as keeper and her father's appointment in his stead. When he did turn back, she had stopped and was gazing at the surf as it reared and broke along the beach. "What is it?" he asked. "See something adrift there, do you?" She shook her head. "No," she said. "I was looking at the breakers, that is all. Let's go on a little farther. I'm not a bit tired. Tell me some more about yourself and the other men, Mr. Rogers. Naturally, you were all disappointed at Mr. Homer's losing the appointment. I understand that. But you and he knew, of course, why it was given to Father. You don't blame Father for taking the place." No. Can't blame any man for taking a good job when it comes his way." "Of course not, and Mr. Homer himself was very nice about it. I agree with you there. I suppose he had counted on promotion, being Captain Merrick's #1 man?" "Sure, we all thought 'twas as good as settled, Captain Oz and all. Kellogg did too, I guess likely, from some things he said. But you never can tell about jobs like that. Same way with getting made postmaster or port collector. Just as all hands are settled down to a Democrat, there comes an election, and first thing you know, they stick in a Republican. Politics is politics. They're regular veins for switching round." Yes, of course. Oh, there is something in the surf there ahead. What is it, Mr. Rogers?" It was nothing but an empty box thrown over from a passing vessel, but it served to distract attention and to change the subject. Rogers talked a good deal during the remainder of the walk, but Norma said little. She encouraged him to chat by asking an occasional question, but for the most part she was silent. Calvin Homer's name was not mentioned again that morning. It was, however, mentioned by other surfmen during other strolls along the shore. Norma saw to that. Little by little, she learned practically the whole story of the dashing of Calvin's hopes. Each man, if accused, would have vowed that he had told her nothing she did not know before, but from each she gained the fragment which, when added to the others, helped toward the entirety. Calvin, at the beginning of her visit, had sometimes accompanied her on her walks, and then he ceased to do so, seemed to purposely avoid her. When, after breakfast, she announced her intention of going out for what she called her constitutional, he was always busy at some task or other. She must have noticed that these compelling duties were trivial, that they might just as easily have been done at another time, but if she did notice it, she never commented on the fact. But more than once he caught her regarding him with an odd expression. It was an expression by no means disagreeable, quite the contrary, but it merely strengthened his own resolution to avoid her society. The young man was more than ever realizing that the sooner the 1st of March was proclaimed by the calendar, the better for him. Setuckit Station had suddenly become a dangerous locality. He had dreaded the day when he must decide whether to remain in the service or leave it forever. Now fate had made the decision for him. He must go. Loyalty to Kellogg had kept him there. Loyalty to Myra Fuller was driving him away. Loyalty. He was beginning to hate the word. The week drew to its end. The society of his daughter had had a wonderful effect upon Benoni Bartlett. His lassitude and sudden moody fits had disappeared. He had ceased to ask Homer questions concerning the possibility of eternal damnation as the punishment for profanity. He spent less time in his room reading the Bible. His morose nocturnal wanderings about the station ceased. He was, for him, in remarkable good spirits. He was tolerant of the jokes and horseplay at mealtimes. Occasionally he went so far as to offer a joke himself. They were feeble antiquities, those jokes, but, coming from him, as rarities, they were enthusiastically received. Calvin was glad to remark the change in his superior, but it puzzled him. Perhaps the mental relief following Kellogg's examination was responsible. Possibly Norma's companionship was the cause of her father's good humor. No doubt it was the combination of both, added to the recovery of his strength and the rest afforded by the stretch of good weather. Whatever the reason, the change was welcome, and it lifted the skipper still higher in the present favorable opinion of the men. Only Seleucus, the always contrary-minded, expressed pessimism. Grumbled Gammon. I know, but it won't last. Mark my words, Cal, 'twon't last. Wait till Norma's gone, and then see if he don't slump back to worse'n he ever was. He ain't right up aloft, Poloni ain't. His main topmast is sprung, and if the next gale of wind don't carry it away, there'll come one that will. He's cracked, I tell you, and I've cruised along with cracked folks afore. They're always either way down below zero or clean up to 110 in the shade. He's up now, but it won't last. He'll be down again, and someday, Cal Homer, his whole upper rig is going by the board. You hear me? Sunday, Norma's last day at Setuckit on this visit, offered the nearest approach to bad weather she had seen. The morning sky was thickly overcast, and the government's warnings of, for southern New England, cloudy, followed by snow or rain, seemed likely to be fulfilled, with snow as the stronger probability. There was a high course of tides just then, and, backed by 3 days of fresh onshore winds, the sea was running over the beach in places, causing lengthy and provoking detours for the men on patrol at night. The days had been so clear that no patrols were necessary from sunrise to sunset. But this Sunday morning was different. There was a heavy murk overhanging the horizon, and, as the forenoon advanced, it crept in closer and closer until satisfactory watch from the tower became impossible. Bartlett ordered the patrolman out. It happened to be Calvin's turn, and he donned his heavy rig and prepared to start. As he emerged from the station door, he was surprised to find Miss Bartlett, also wrapped and booted against the cold and wet, apparently waiting for him. He had supposed she was with her father in the latter's room. "Do you mind company, Mr. Homer?" she asked. "I hope you don't, because this is the last beach tramp I shall have for ever so long, and Father says it is almost sure to snow, and he doesn't like to have me go out alone. He was planning to go with me himself, but he is busy with his reports and papers, and I don't want to disturb him. So I'm going with you, unless you tell me I shan't." He could scarcely tell her that, yet he hesitated. He had welcomed the opportunity afforded by patrol duty because it would take him away from the station. To watch her as she moved about, chatting, laughing, and brightening the bare, homely mess room like the sunshine of a May morning was pleasant, but it was a pleasure in which he knew he must not indulge. Yet he watched her in spite of his resolution, just as a confirmed drunkard trying to reform might be fascinated by a bottle of liquor kept continually displayed on a shelf before his eyes. The safest procedure for the drunkard would be to run away from the room where the bottle was kept. He had tried to run away, was trying that very morning. She noticed his hesitation and drew her own conclusions. "Oh, it is all right," she said quickly. "I suppose it is against the regulations. I can go alone perfectly well." Here was his opportunity, and he should have grasped it, knew perfectly well that he should. But instead, as the drunkard might have done when the temptation became acute, he yielded to it. "Oh, no, no," he protested. "I should be glad of your company, Miss Bartlett. Yes, indeed. You can come with me as well as not." "Truly? Thanks ever so much. Walking alone is stupid on such a gloomy day as this. And besides, I feel like talking, don't you?" If he did, he repressed his feelings. He said scarcely a dozen words for the first mile of their tramp. She talked much, however, principally about what a happy visit she had had, how she hated to leave, as she must that very afternoon, about her delight in finding her father so well, and what dear good fellows the members of the Setuckit crew were. "I like them all," she declared, "every one, and I feel as if I knew them now. I have had chances to be with them this time and learn to know them. They've told me all about themselves and their families, and much more about other people. Yes, I've learned a great many things this week, Mr. Homer, things which I am very glad to know and understand." They had reached the edge of a wet, dully shining stretch of sand, which, frescoed with little rippling trickles of clear water, marked a spot where the sea, at high tide, had run over the beach between the grass-topped dunes. The blanket of cold, raw fog had swept in by this time, and was all about them, surrounding them as that other fog had enclosed the Jarvis catboat on the afternoon when he and she first met. Homer paused for a moment, and she asked him why. "Because I don't know whether we shouldn't turn inland here," he replied, "and go around the end of this stretch. The tide is coming in, and when it is full and runs as high as it does this week, there will be some mighty cold water off there. That flat will be covered in another hour." "What, that? Why, it is almost as dry as where we are standing this minute. I am sure we can get over without the least trouble. I have my heavy boots and rubbers on. Let's try to cross. I know you would if I weren't here. Now, wouldn't you?" "Yes, I should, but I know just where to go, and I am rigged for it." "So am I. Come along, then." They crossed the 50-yard stretch without much difficulty. The sand here and there was soft, and in one place Homer was obliged to lift her over the deepest and wettest spot. She seemed to enjoy what she called the adventure of it, and, as for him, he had quite forgotten his good resolutions and the imminent danger of her close presence, and enjoyed it, too. When they reached the dunes at the other side, she laughed gaily. "That was fun," she declared. "Oh, how I hate to leave all this, the out-of-doors and the sea and all the rest, and go back to that stuffy old library. I like my work, too, when I am there, but I like yours and Father's better." He shook his head. "My work doesn't amount to much," he said. "I like it, too, of course. I can't help it. But I can't stay at it much longer. I must look for something that will pay me better and offer a chance of getting on. I don't want to settle down to being a Seleucus gamin. Not that Seleucus isn't a fine chap, you understand. He is." "I know. I think I understand just what you mean. What have you planned to do?" "Oh, I haven't any real plans yet. I may try to go to sea, mate of a steamer perhaps, or to get in with some shipbroking house in Boston. It will have to be something to do with salt water," he added with a laugh. "I shouldn't be happy, I guess, unless it was." She turned to look at him. "Then you have given up all idea of being keeper of a life-saving station?" she asked. "You did want to be one, didn't you?" The tone of the question was so casual that he did not realize what might be behind it. "Yes," he answered, "I did want to be captain of a station before I quit the service, but I don't care to go to Crooked Hill or anywhere but your own station, Setuckit," she put in quickly. "Were you very disappointed when Father was given the place, Mr. Homer?" It was his turn to stop and look. She met his gaze frankly, and in her eyes were pity, comprehension, tenderness, something which caused him to catch his breath and look away again. Why," he stammered, "how did you know? Who told you?" She did not wait for him to finish. "I know," she said, with a nod and a smile. "I know all about it. It is one of the things I have learned since I came here a week ago. I know that you expected the appointment, that Captain Merrick and the superintendent wanted you to have it, and that the men all wanted you too. And then Father was made keeper, and everyone at Setuckit was bitter about it. I know all that." He did not answer. Someone, probably several someones, had been telling tales, telling them to her, the very person who should not have heard them. "It is true, isn't it?" she asked. "You were disappointed and bitter?" He frowned. There was no use in lying. One couldn't lie to this girl. Those eyes of hers would see through any lie. "That is all over and done with. Let's talk about something else," he suggested, rather stiffly. "No, it is what I came with you to talk about. I came for just that. Do you suppose if I hadn't had a particular purpose, I should have forced my company on you as I did? I was waiting for you there at the door. You couldn't get rid of me, even though you did try very hard, Mr. Homer." Here was another revelation of her capacity to see through pretense. It staggered him. She had seen that he was trying to get away from her. She had noticed his hesitancy when she offered to accompany him. What else had she seen or guessed? She answered that question herself. "You have avoided me very carefully for some time," she went on. "Oh, yes, you have. It was plain enough. I noticed it almost the very first day I came. Or, if not the very first, then the second, surely. I couldn't understand until I found out how you felt about the appointment. Then I understood, of course." So she did not understand at all. That was a mercy, but being misunderstood was not wholly agreeable. "Now, Miss Bartlett," he began. Again she interrupted. "Oh, don't pretend," she protested hastily. "We haven't time. I must leave you and go back to Father very soon. I ought to go now, but I was determined to talk with you before I left, and this was my only chance. I don't blame you for feeling bitter and hard about Father's being made keeper when you had so counted upon it, and I think it is very splendid of you to be as loyal to him as you have been. I can't thank you enough for that, and he appreciates it too, even though he doesn't know what I know now." He broke in sharply. "Don't you tell him," he ordered. "Of course I shan't. I promise you that. You promised me to help him with his work, and you have done it. I keep my promises too. He doesn't know, and he shan't know so far as I am concerned. But I've been thinking this matter over. I haven't really thought of anything else since I learned about it, and I'm afraid I am not going to be satisfied with the promise you have already given. I want another from you. I want you to be more than just loyal to my father. I want you and him to be friends." "Why, we are friends. I don't hold any grudge against your father, if that is what you mean. I certainly don't blame him for taking the place when it came his way." "Don't you? Are you sure? I'm afraid you do. It is natural you should." "I don't. I did want the appointment. I may as well be honest about that. I wanted it, yes, and I expected it, but I didn't get it, that's all." "And you realize, don't you, that Father deserved it?" "I suppose he did." "I wish you wouldn't say suppose. If he hadn't deserved it, if he hadn't earned it by his years and years in the service, risking his life over and over again, yes, and almost losing it there at the last, if he hadn't deserved it and won it fairly, why was it given to him?" He did not answer. It was on the tip of his tongue to retort that the politicians gave it to him, that they had responded, as was their habit, to newspaper sensation, and had not troubled to look into the rights and wrongs of the matter at all. He thought this, but he did not say it. He said nothing. "You are still bitter, aren't you?" she observed regretfully. "I'm awfully sorry." "I'm not bitter against your father. I wish you would believe that." "I should like to believe it. Will you prove it by being his friend?" He turned toward her. "Miss Bartlett," he said, "I don't get exactly what you mean. When you went away, when you were leaving after Christmas, you told me you were glad that the skipper had one loyal friend here. You meant me, of course. I promised to do all I could to help him. I have. Now you seem to think I haven't been as friendly as I ought to have been. Why?" "I don't think any such thing. You have been perfectly splendid." "Then what is it you are asking me to do? What more do you want?" "I want you to stay on here at the station for a while longer than you think of doing. You are planning to leave the 1st of March, aren't you?" "Who told you I was? I haven't said so to a soul." "You just said it to me, or what amounts to the same thing. Captain Kellogg gave me the first hint while we were driving down together. He said he didn't know whether you would be here much longer than March. He said you promised him you would stay until then. And now you yourself tell me you were going to look for another place outside of the service. It didn't need an especially brilliant mind to put the two together." He was annoyed at Kellogg. The latter should not have mentioned the argument between them. "Well, I was going to leave," he admitted. "I did tell you I had concluded I ought to do it before long. I didn't say anything about the 1st of March, and Captain Kellogg shouldn't have said it either. That was supposed to be our own affair entirely." Then you are going then? Yes, but you said you understand my reasons. I thought you agreed with them. I do, in a way, so far as staying in the service always is concerned, but I know perfectly well that if you, instead of my father, had been made the Setuckit keeper, you would have stayed for some time longer, and I don't want you to leave for such a reason as that. It troubles me very much. It shouldn't. It isn't his fault or yours. I feel as if it was. You would have stayed, wouldn't you, if it hadn't been for us? If I had been made keeper, I should have stayed for a while, I suppose. Not always. Won't you stay now and wait and see what happens? I can't. Besides, what is likely to happen? Oh, I don't know. Father, sometimes I think he isn't well enough to keep on here. He says he is, but I can see. If I had my way, I think I should ask him to give it up, the worry and care and all, and come to Fairborough and live there with me. I don't earn a great deal, of course, but I have a little money in the bank, and we could get along if we were careful. I have even hinted at it since I have been here this time, but he won't listen. It makes him angry and stubborn. He says he is going to stay in the life-saving work until he dies. He can't bear contradiction, and is furious if I suggest that he isn't as strong as he used to be. Perhaps he is. Perhaps it is all my imagination. But there may come a time, and sooner than he expects, when he will be willing to give up and retire. Then you would have his place, and I shouldn't feel as wicked and guilty as I do now. Her voice broke in the last sentence. He looked at her in surprise. Guilty, he repeated. You don't feel guilty on my account, do you, Norma? Miss Bartlett, I mean. She smiled faintly. Oh, call me Norma, she said. You're the only one down here who doesn't. Yes, I do feel guilty. I urged Father to accept the appointment. He wouldn't have done it if I hadn't, but I didn't realize I was helping him to take it from someone else, and the very one who has been the kindest, most considerate. No, I just can't bear to have you go away feeling resentful towards Father and me. But I don't. I've told you so half a dozen times. As for having any feeling against you, that is ridiculous. No, it isn't. Don't you suppose I can see? At first I didn't notice, or if I did, I paid no attention. But now, when I see how you avoid me and understand the reason, I blame myself. I'm so grateful to you for helping us as you have, 1,000 times more grateful since I have learned of your disappointment and how hard it must be for you to be so nice, or even nice at all. But I can't bear to have you give up your hopes and ambitions and feel that, even in the least, it is my fault, and that you feel that it is. But I don't. It is nobody's fault. Nobody's here, at any rate. My quitting the service hasn't anything to do with Captain Bartlett or you. Oh, yes, it has. If it hadn't, you would stay. Won't you stay for a while longer and wait and see what may happen? I wish you would. It would make me feel very much better. Please say that you will. It was the thing he could not say, for reasons quite different from those she imagined. Remaining at Setuckit Station had become for him impossible. He shook his head. I'm afraid I can't, he said. I must leave on March 1st. Why should you hurry? A few months more can't make much difference. No, I must go then. Father needs you so much. Oh, he'll be all right. She was silent, and, although he did not dare look at her, he knew she was looking at him. Then she sighed. I see, she said. You are as stubborn as Father. I wonder if all men are like that. I'm sorry. Yes, and hurt a little, although perhaps I shouldn't be. To ask you to forget and forgive under the circumstances is more than I should expect, I suppose. Well, you have been a good friend, outwardly at least, and I shall always think of you as a friend. And until you do go, you will keep on being Father's friend so far as standing by him is concerned? You will promise that once more, won't you? Yes, but I don't want you to... You mustn't. You don't understand. Yes, I do. I understand everything. Well, I don't suppose I shall see you again, Mr. Homer. I hope you will be successful and find just the sort of business opening you are looking for. Goodbye." She put out her hand. He gazed at it and at her. "You are not going to walk any further with me?" he stammered. "No, I'm going back to the station to pack my bag and to be with Father for the little time I have left. I shall leave early this afternoon. The man from Orham is coming for me with his horse and buggy. I suppose he is on his way down now. It will be a wet, disagreeable ride. Goodbye. You will shake hands with me, won't you?" He took her hand. Even then he could not realize that this was their final parting, that she was really going away, out of his life, out of his future, that although they might meet again, it would be under quite different circumstances, that the intimacy, the confidences between them were over forever. No, he did not realize this. He realized only that something was wrong, completely, absolutely wrong, and that it must not be. Why, you mustn't," he stammered. She withdrew her hand. "Oh, yes, I must," she said, "and I must hurry, too. Thank you again for all you have done. Goodbye." She turned and walked away. He took a step toward her. "Norma," he cried. She waved her hand. Then the heavy, cold fog came between them. His last glimpse of her was but of a slender shape, a shadow which disappeared into the grayness. For some minutes he stood there. Then he moved slowly on down the beach in the opposite direction. He was supposed to be on patrol. He should be keenly alert to any unusual sound from the sea. Sight was impossible. The fog was so thick as to hide everything further than 50 feet from the shore, but he should be trying to look and listening always. Incidentally, he was late. His time for arriving at the halfway shanty had already passed. He ought to have hurried, but he did not. He tramped on slowly, very slowly, and his thoughts were as far removed from duty and wide-awake vigilance as they could possibly be. Behind him, the great foghorn at the lighthouse blared its mighty tremulo. From distant Orham and from the invisible ship channel, other horns howled or screamed or tooted. He did not hear nor heed them. Realization was his at last. It was forcing itself upon him. He and she had said goodbye, not only for the present, but for always. He could not have it so. The thought made him desperate and savagely rebellious. He forgot that he ought to be thankful she had gone, forgot entirely that he had been doing his best to get away from the fascination of her presence, forgot the obvious fact that for a man in his position, a man betrothed to another woman, and therefore bound by all that was honorable and decent, her departure was the very best thing that could happen. He forgot all this and was fiercely angry at the fate which separated them. It was not until he had tramped another half-mile and was almost at the halfway shanty that reason began to return and resentment to disappear. He opened the door of the little building and entered. His first move was to telephone the station and report that he had sighted nor heard nothing during his walk down. Finney answered the phone and would have asked questions, but Homer did not wait to hear them. He hung up the receiver and sat down by the stove to think for a few moments before starting on his return trip. There was a dash of common sense in his thinking now. Yes, perhaps it was better that she had gone. Of course it was. Better for him, certainly, and possibly better for her. The latter possibility was remote, because, after all, he could never have counted in the life of a girl like that, except as what she had asked him to be, a friend. He was a common longshoreman, nothing more, and because she had chosen to trust him as a confidant, it did not mean that she could ever consider him an equal. And as for her thinking of him in a closer, dearer way, why, it was ridiculous. He laughed aloud at the insane idea, but it was not a cheerful laugh. And, except when she had said goodbye and since, he himself had never really thought of such a thing. He had tried to avoid her company because he knew that Myra would not have liked him to walk and talk with another girl. Myra was waiting for him up there in Orham, waiting and working for him, and willing to wait, too. She was wonderful and true and patient, and he had not been true to her, in thought at least. He had been thinking crazy thoughts, mean ones. He leaned back in the rickety chair and squared his shoulders. Those thoughts were gone, with a girl who, although she was quite unaware of it and would have been confused had she known, was their inspiration. It was a good thing for him that she had gone. It was much better for everybody. It was all right. Thus spoke reason and common sense. But if, for an instant, he ceased to cling to these faculties, he was only too conscious that it was all wrong. The shanty door was thrown open, and George Sears, patrolman from the Orem station, came in. They exchanged greetings. Sears observed that the fog outside was thicker than potato soup. Calvin agreed that it was. Sears added another item of information. "We're going to have some tide today," he declared. "It's running across the beach down yonder at the marsh hole 2 foot deep already. I had to wade halfway up my bootlegs to get through. Have to go clear around the inside end when I go back, I calculate. Guess likely it'll be worse up your way, Cal, especially there between them 2 high sand hills. How was it when you come down?" "It was pretty wet in spots. The tide is coming in fast, I suppose?" "Running like a downhill cranberry swamp ditch when the snow melts. Godfrey's, I was thinking that it was a good thing I knew my way. A fellow that didn't in this fog, it's half snow now, might get caught out in the middle of one of them stretches and get next door to a float. Might have to swim. Don't know's he wouldn't. Hey, where you going? What's your hurry?" Homer had sprung to his feet and was pulling his cap down upon his head. There was an expression on his face which caused Sears to ask another question. "What struck you all to once?" he demanded. "You took sick?" "I'm all right," was the unsatisfying reply. "I must go, that's all. See you later, George." He hurried out of the door and started with long strides up the shore in the direction of Setuckit. The Orem man's words had caused him to forget all that he had been thinking and remember something else. Norma. She did not know the way along that beach in a fog as the surfman did. She might not realize the rush with which the tide came in at times like these. She and he had crossed the stretch between the sandhills on the way down, but even then it was difficult. And the worst of it was that after crossing the shallow channel on the one side, the side nearer the halfway shanty, there was a comparatively dry space, almost an island, in the middle. And on the other was a second channel, which, at ordinary high tide, must be waded. At this tide, such tides as were running now, it would be more than waist deep, and with a current strong enough to throw a man from his feet, to say nothing of a girl. If she attempted to cross that stretch on her way back to the station, she might be caught by the tide. She would surely be wet through in that icy water. She might, yes, there was even some danger. And he, because he had not warned her, was responsible. Under ordinary circumstances, for anyone else, he would not have been greatly alarmed. The possibility of real danger was remote. But for her, any such possibility, the remotest, was terrifying. He was by no means a nervous man, and not given to unreasonable apprehending, but now, as he strode along the shore, he was thoroughly frightened. The fog, it was now more of a sleety drizzle than a mist, was thicker than ever, and there were occasional flurries of snow. The wind whistled and wailed in from the sea, whipping the dead beach grass and cutting his face with its chilling gusts. The foghorn screeched and bellowed. He reached the edge of the low stretch at the foot of the high dune. The tide was pouring past, running in a frothing current, 2 feet deep even there. He stopped and called her name. There was no answer. The whistle of the wind, the boom of the surf, the gurgle of the rushing tide, the foghorns, and the raucous screech of an invisible gull were the only sounds. He called again, at the top of his voice, but received no answer. Then it occurred to him that she might not have attempted the crossing after all. She might have realized that the water was too deep and have turned inland to go around the end of the cut through. If she had, all was well. He stooped and searched the sand for footprints. He found some, but they were his and hers, those they had left on the way down. He walked along the edge of the channel. The sand was loose and shifting at the higher spots, and footprints there would be vague and ill-defined. It was only at the tide edge that the marks would be plain and unmistakable. It was not until he had gone perhaps 50 yards further that he found them, the marks of a feminine foot, and leading straight out across the flat. The water was but a few inches deep here, and it was plain to see why she had crossed at this point. She must have thought this the end, or nearly the end, of the tideway. But it was not. The other and deeper channel was beyond, barring her way. If she attempted to cross that... He splashed through, following the footprints. On the hard-packed wet sand at the further edge, they were clearly defined, but even now the rising tide was filling the impressions. It rippled against his rubber boots as he ran. Again he called, "Norma! Norma, where are you?" This time the answer came, faint and some distance to the left. "Here I am! Here!" she cried. The driving sleet prevented his seeing her, but he kept on shouting and listening for her replies. When at last he did sight her, she was standing in what appeared to be the middle of a shoreless sea. The current was over her shoe-tops. He came splashing to her side. Are you all right?" he gasped. She was shivering, but she managed to smile. "Of course," she said. "I am cold, that is all, and completely turned around. I hadn't the least idea which way to go. It all looks alike, doesn't it?" He did not answer. All his resolution was needed to keep from saying things which must not be said. "I was glad enough when I heard you call," she went on. "I was sure you would come pretty soon. What are you doing? You mustn't try to carry me. I am too heavy." Still he did not reply. Instead, he picked her up in his arms and waded out into the rapidly deepening current. She protested. "You can't, you mustn't," she exclaimed. "You can never do it. Gracious, how deep it is getting. Put me down, please. I can wade just as well as you can, and I can't be any wetter than I am this minute." The partial falsity of this statement was proven before the following minute ended. The tide was pouring past Calvin's knees, and with every step it deepened. He was midway of the channel and almost waist deep when a bit of wreckage, washed from its grave in the sand of the beach, was dashed against his shins with sudden violence. It caught him unawares in the middle of a stride and threw him off balance. Norma, also very much surprised, uttered a startled exclamation and struggled involuntarily in his arms. Her struggle was the final straw. He tottered, tried to keep his feet, and then went over with a tremendous splash. He had no time to think, and his hold upon his passenger loosened. When, after a choking instant beneath the icy water, his head and shoulders emerged, his arms were empty. Norma had disappeared. Her disappearance was but momentary. He saw her a few yards from him, stumbling and trying to stand, only to stumble and fall again. He wallowed after her, seized her with a grip that nothing short of dynamite could have loosened, and plowed madly on, through the deepest part, up to the shelving shore of the cut, to the dune, to the highest point of that dune. There he stopped, still holding her in his arms. Save for that first startled "Oh!" when he stumbled, she had not spoken a word, nor had she screamed once. He stood there, his arms about her. Her eyes were closed. The fear that she had been hurt crossed his mind. "Norma," he cried anxiously, "Norma!" She opened her eyes. "I am all right," she panted. "I shall be, in just a minute. My breath, I haven't any. You can put me down. I am all right." But he did not put her down. Her head was on his shoulder, and her face was close to his. A disinterested person, noticing the tableau, might have found it rather funny. Both were dripping water from every thread of their garments, from their hair, from their boots, from their fingers, and still he held her close. Fortunately, there were no disinterested persons present. She looked up at him and, perhaps seeing the look in his eyes, tried to escape. "Put me down, please," she gasped. Instead, he kissed her. kissed her again and again, murmuring all sorts of things, mad things. Myra Fuller was quite forgotten. But even if he had remembered her, he could not have prevented himself from saying those things now. For this was real, this was different, this was... He could not have told what it was, nor wished to. It was, and that was quite enough. As a matter of fact, he remembered nothing. Honor and brave resolutions had been swept completely from his thoughts, and he had fallen head over heels, helplessly, just as he had gone down when the bit of wreckage struck against his legs out there in the channel. That drifting wreckage was responsible for both upsets, but this was by far the more serious. She had reddened at his first kiss, then she had turned pale. And now, at the first opportunity, she spoke. Was it the very first? Well, perhaps not. "Calvin," she begged, "please put me down." He obeyed, but he seized her hand, and she did not take it away. He began to stammer something, an incoherent jumble of somethings. "Norma," he cried breathlessly, I don't know why I didn't mean to. Oh, yes, I did. I couldn't help it. Norma, I know I must be crazy to think you could, a girl like you, and a no-account fellow like me. It is..." She interrupted. "Don't, Calvin," she said. "But it is true. You know it is. I am no account, and you are so wonderful. But I am crazy about you. I haven't thought of anything but you forever, I guess." A remarkably short forever and a remarkably short memory, but he believed he was speaking the truth then. "I didn't mean to tell you, ever," he declared. "I said to myself I mustn't, I wouldn't. But now, just now, when I thought you might be hurt, and it was my fault, I... Again she interrupted. "Don't, Calvin," she urged. Because? Why, because you mustn't say that. It wasn't your fault. And besides, yes, I'm very glad you did say the other things. I wanted you to." He stared, incredulous. "You wanted me to?" he gasped. She smiled, a tremulous smile, but with a trace of mischief in it. "Why, yes. You see, I was afraid you weren't going to." "Norma, you don't. You can't mean you really love me. Love me." The smile was still there. "Of course," she said. "I don't know why you didn't see it. I was sure everyone else must." There followed another tableau, and in the midst of it, out of the sleet-streaked dimness, came a hail, a series of yells. "Hello! Hello! Norma! Norma! Calvin! Hello!" The tableau dissolved. Norma turned in the direction of the shouts. "Who is it?" she asked in a startled whisper. "Somebody hunting for us. Seleucus, I guess. Your father must have got worried and sent him out to look for you. And you're soaking wet, and you must be half frozen. And I have kept you here." She put out her hand. "Did you think I didn't want to be kept?" she whispered. "But I must go now. Answer him." So Calvin shouted in reply. A moment later, the bulky form of Mr. Gammon loomed up through the sleet, a sea elephant in wet and shiny oilskins. "Here you be, eh?" he grunted. "I've been bellowing my head off for you. The old man's scared to death. He thinks you've drowned or something. Crimus, you look as if you was drowned. What's the trouble? Been in swimming, have you?" Norma answered. "I tried to cross the flats here," she explained, "and got into trouble. Mr. Homer pulled me out and got in himself. That is all." "That's all, eh? Well, I'd say 'twas enough, too, in the middle of winter. Ain't you froze stiff?" This was not all exaggeration. Their wet garments were beginning to freeze. Norma shivered. "I didn't realize it," she declared, with a quick glance at her fellow adventurer, "but I do believe I am." "Yes, and you will be a whole lot more if we don't get you home in a hurry. Come on now, both of you. Move. Run if you can." They could, and they did. There was no more breath wasted in conversation during the rush to the station. End of Chapter 12. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 13 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. He did not see her again for an hour, and after that only when others were present. She had changed her wet clothes for dry ones, had packed her bag, and was ready to leave for Orem before she came out of her room. Captain Bartlett, the shadow of her departure already heavy upon him, did not leave her side, and during the 11 o'clock dinner the other men were there, and any chance of a private interview was precluded. Frank Hammond, the livery stable-keeper, arrived just before the meal and ate with them. He reported the weather mean enough, but the going not so very hard, and that the drive up along the inside, the bay side of the beach, was perfectly feasible and presented no great difficulties. He and his passenger climbed into the buggy, and the curtain and boot were tightly fastened about them. She shook hands with everyone. When it was Calvin's turn, he ventured a whisper. "You will write?" he begged. "Of course. And you will?" "Yes." "And you will be very careful of Father and yourself?" "Yes." "Don't tell him about us. It will be better for me to tell him by and by." "Of course." That was all, because Benoni, jealous of every last moment, crowded by to say a final farewell and to caution Hammond about taking no chances in his driving. Norma was to stay at the Ocean House in Orem that night and to take the 6 o'clock train for Boston the next morning. She would arrive in Fairborough the following afternoon. The sleet had turned to a light, fine snow, and, as the buggy disappeared into the dimness, Seleucus uttered a prophecy. "Settin' in for a regular stretch of it," he declared. "We ain't had much snow so fur this winter, but we generally get our allowance sooner or later." Bartlett, who had been gazing after the vehicle, turned. "You don't figure it'll snow hard enough to bother her about getting to the village all right, do you?" he asked anxiously. Gammon shook his head. No, he said. "This don't amount to nothing now. Be more flurries like this, and sleet, and the like of that, but nothing to hurt nobody, as I judge it. What I'm trying to say is that I shouldn't wonder if we had some real winter from now on." Ed Bloomer grunted. "You've been saying those very words ever since Thanksgiving," he declared. "And the more you talk, the finer the weather is. Just 'cause there's one or two snow squalls, that don't mean we're in for a blizzard. You make a noise like Peleg. The prophet habit must be catchin'." Seleucus regarded him with lofty contempt. "If some things was catchin'," he observed, "I'd never have ate them cod tongues and sounds you cooked for dinner, Ed. There's enough tongue, yes, and sound, too, around where you be already without risking taking aboard any more. But I do think we're in for foul weather now, or pretty soon, and I'll tell you why." He glanced in the direction of the skipper, who had turned to enter the station, and repeated, "I'll tell you why. It's because she's gone. Norma. Long as she stops, it's fine as summer, no wrecks, and we don't have nothing to do. But just the minute she goes, it thickens up, and a half-dozen schooners start to run ashore. You think it over and see if 'tain't so. Crime musty, I'm beginning to believe it. Getting superstitious, I be. Look at the old man's face. Did you notice it? He's been hopping round here, spruce and lively as a sand flea. Now he's all overcast, and he was talking to himself when he went in that door. He'll be holding solitaire meeting all afternoon, see if he don't. Yes, and look at the rest of us. Don't look very chipper, do we? Course, part of that's the kind of grub we have to put under our hatches when Ed's cook, but part of it's something else. Look at Josh there, a settled, married man with children enough to man a fleet of tugs. Look at Wally with a wife ashore. Look at Calvin. Cry, Miss Cal, don't cry. She may come back again. She'll come to see me. She told me she couldn't stay away from me very long." Hez Rogers picked up his ears. "Did she now?" he drawled. Well, ain't that interesting? I'll tell Jemima. She'll be proud to know how popular you are, Seleucus." Calvin was grateful to Hezekiah for his distraction of interest from himself to Mr. Gammon. He was not crying, far from it, but he was very solemn. His feelings were curiously mixed. He was happy, madly, radiantly happy. It seemed impossible that such happiness could be his, that Norma Bartlett really loved him. But she did. She did. She had said so. And there was no shadow of a doubt as to his love for her. His regard for Myra Fuller had been merely a fancy, a delusion born of passion and impulse. From that first evening when, after leaving her, he had walked to the wharf to his meeting with Benoni Bartlett, he had felt, when he permitted himself to think honestly, like a mouse in a trap. Their next interview, that in which they had come so near to a separation, had strengthened this feeling. She did not see matters as he did. She was ambitious, and to further her ambitions, she expected him to do things he could never have done. She would always have expected it. They never could have been happy together. She was a clever, handsome girl, but she was not the girl for him. He did not love her. Now, when real love had come to him, he knew that he had never loved her. He must tell her so, and at once. There was no question as to that. In fairness to her, to himself, and, above all, to Norma, he must tell her, and without delay. As a matter of fact, he had delayed too long already. For weeks he had been restless and ill at ease, and his uneasiness and dissatisfaction had reached their crisis when realization of his feeling toward Norma had been forced upon him. Not that he had meant Norma should ever know of that feeling. Bound in honor to another as he was, even though that bond had become hateful, still he would not have spoken. Now that fate, in the shape of a bit of floating wreckage in the cut-through, had overthrown not only him, but all his brave resolutions of self-renunciation and repression, the necessity for the immediate breaking of that bond was imperative. He must see Myra and ask her to release him from their engagement, and at the first possible moment. There was no faltering in his mind, but he dreaded the ordeal. And although he knew it to be the only thing to do, the only honorable thing, his unreasonable conscience troubled him. He did not love Myra. Did she love him? She had said so. There had been times when he doubted if her love was strong enough to embrace the slightest element of self-sacrifice, when he had been inclined to believe that she loved herself and her own whims and ambitions first, and everything else second. But his conscience told him that this, after all, might be only surmise. She had not yielded when he told her that he could not further those schemes of hers in the way she expected. She had merely temporized and changed the subject, and her letters seemed to prove that she had not conceded anything. But she said she loved him. He felt guilty and disloyal, almost wicked, as he thought of her, but to hesitate or equivocate would be 1,000 times more wicked. He was troubled to think that Norma did not know. He would have told her if he had had an opportunity, but she and he had not been alone together since Seleucus interrupted them there on the beach. He would tell her at once, would write her the whole story, but first he would see Myra and tell her. That Liberty Day, which Bartlett had been reluctant to grant him, must not be longer postponed. He spoke concerning it to the keeper that very afternoon. Bartlett was, as Gammon had said, very much overcast. His face was solemn, almost haggard. He listened absently to his subordinate's plea, and Calvin noticed that the little Bible was once more upon the table. He had remained in his room ever since his daughter's departure. "I can't spare you now, Homer," he said. "By and by I can arrange it, maybe, but not just now. I need you around here." "But, Captain, I really must go. I shouldn't ask if it wasn't important. It is, very." "Well, you wait a little while, a few days or so, perhaps the first of next week." "Captain Bartlett, really, I don't see how I can wait as long as that." "Can't you? Why not? What is it that's so important it can't be put off when I say I need you here?" Calvin hesitated. "Why," he said, it is a personal matter. That it ain't your turn for liberty, is it?" "No, but I can arrange that with Rogers. It is his turn this week, and I can fix it with him, I'm sure." "I'll do the fixing of those things myself. I'm head of this station, I guess, although some of you fellows seem to think I ain't." "I don't know what you mean by that." "Don't you? No, I don't know's you do, boy. I haven't got any fault to find with you. You're all right, even though you do put your trust in things of this world more than I wish you did. I used to myself afore his great light was sent to my soul. I was just reading the psalm where it tells—" Homer broke in. "Captain," he insisted, "I hate to keep saying it, but I wish you would let me have my day off. Perhaps half a day would be enough." All right, testily. "You're going to have it, ain't you? Wait till the 1st of next week, and then I'll see. Run along now. I want to read a spell longer." Calvin found it hard to restrain his anger. There was no earthly reason why he should not be spared. Bartlett spoke again. "Boy," he said with a sigh, "I don't want you to think I'm mean or anything like that. I just feel as if something was going to happen to me, and I want you to be on hand. That's how I feel." Here was a new freak or fancy. There had been enough before. Calvin did his best to seem interested, but it was hard work. "Going to happen?" he repeated wearily. "What?" "I don't know what. I just feel so, that's all. As if something was going to happen, something bad. I wonder if," relapsing into a sort of gloomy retrospection, "I've done anything the Lord don't like. Don't seem as if I had. I can't recollect anything. But why should he lay his hand as heavy on me if 'twant for some reason like that? I feel as if there was a kind of a great black cloud settling all around me. That's strange, ain't it?" "That's easy, Captain. You're lonesome, that's all. Your daughter has been here. Now she is gone, and you're lonesome." "Calculate that's it, do you? Maybe you're right. I don't know's I ought to set so much store by that girl. I don't know but it makes God kind of jealous. It says in the book that he's a jealous God. Don't you remember it does?" "I don't believe he is jealous in that way." "Think not? Seems hardly as if he would be jealous of a fellow's caring for his daughter. She's an awful nice girl, Norma is. She likes it down here, likes the crew, she does. Yes, and the critters, too. Notice how the cats and the dog cruise around in her wake when she's here? She likes you, too, Cal. Didn't she never tell you she does?" The little room was rather dark, and Calvin, at that moment, was thankful for the shadows. Why, she has said something of that kind," he admitted. Well, she does. That's one reason why I hate to have you go away just this time. 'You trust Mr. Homer, Papa,' she says. 'I've told him to look out for you, and he will.' Of course, I told her my trust was laid on somebody higher than a number one life-saving man, but all the same, I don't like you to go on leave just now. She wouldn't want you to. That's the way I feel." There was no answer to be made to this. Calvin surrendered for the time, but he determined to try again, and within a day or two. He must see Myra. Writing her would be, he felt, more than ever cowardly. He must see her before he wrote Norma to tell the latter the story of his unfortunate entanglement. Break that entanglement first, and then write the whole truth to Norma. She would understand, he dared to hope, and forgive him for being such a fool as to dream he could ever have loved anyone but her. He wrote her that very night, but in his letter he did not mention Myra's name. It was a long letter, too, a very long letter, and when it was sealed, his conscience still troubled him, and he was tempted to write another, telling the whole story and begging for understanding and pardon. Yet she might not understand. No, he must see Myra first. It was the same decision he had made before, yet he unmade and remade it again and again before morning came. And the next day he once more sought the skipper and asked the latter for a few hours of liberty. Bartlett's answer was still the same. Wait a little while. He could not be spared now. Calvin gave it up in disgust. He determined to write Myra. Writing might or might not be cowardly, but in any event it was not as meanly impossible as further postponement. So that evening after supper, when the skipper was in his room and the men off duty playing 7-Up in the mess room, he sat down at the little table in the sleeping quarters, the only place where he could be alone, and wrote the fateful letter. It was quite the hardest task of composition he had ever tackled, and he tore up and rewrote many pages. He tried to be absolutely frank, to be straightforward and honest. He explained how the sense of their unfitness for each other had grown upon him, had, in fact, been increasingly with him ever since the evening of their betrothal. She and he did not think alike. Their ideas and aspirations were quite dissimilar. It was another sort of man entirely whom she should marry, a cleverer, more ambitious man. "And, most of all, Myra," he wrote, "is the thing that is so hard to say, but must be said because it is true. I thought at the very first that I loved you the way a fellow should love the girl he means to marry. I know now that I don't, and never did love you like that. I ought to, of course. I realize that you are 100 times more clever than I am, and that everybody would think, and probably be right in thinking, I was not half good enough for you. I shouldn't wonder if you really felt that way yourself, even though you haven't said so. If we were married, I should be disappointing you all the time, and you would be disgusted with me. If I really cared for you the way I ought to, perhaps these other things wouldn't count, and I should marry you anyhow and take the risk. I don't. That is the truth. Not enough for that. And to be honest, I don't think you care for me in that way. I am almost sure you don't. It is better to end it now like this than to go on pretending and be sorry by and by. Of course, you will hate me when you read this letter and think I am everything that is mean and sneaking. But I hope that, some day, when you have thought it over, you will agree that we never were fitted for each other and that you are well out of it. Then maybe you will forgive me. I hope so. I meant to see you and tell you all this, but I couldn't get the leave I asked for, and so I had to write. It was the only decent thing I could do." He put the letter in the envelope, addressed and sealed it. Then, after a struggle with his conscience, he tore it open and added a postscript. "I wasn't going to tell you now," he wrote, "but I think I ought to. And you will have guessed it anyway. There is someone else. Not that she makes the least difference in my deciding that I am not the right fellow for you to marry. My mind has been made up to that for a long time, and I should have told you so when I saw you. But there is someone, that is the truth." This time the envelope remained sealed. He took it downstairs and put it in the bag with the other letters, those which were to go to Orem whenever someone from Setuckit could take them. Peleg Myrick, as it happened, was that someone. The hermit, in the Wild Duck, came to the station the next forenoon. He had just come from Orem and was going back there, and he brought a packet of letters and papers in exchange for the one he took away. Calvin was out while he was there, and did not arrive until he had departed. There were 2 letters bearing Homer's name upon the mess-room table. One was from Norma. He read that first. It was short, but very satisfactory. He read it over and over again. She loved him. It seemed impossible, but there it was, in black and white. The letter was mailed in Boston. She had written it on the train. He was to take good care of her father, and especially good care of himself. She had 2 people there at Setuckit now, so she said, to think about and dream about, and which was the more precious, she wasn't going to permit herself to consider. He must write every day and tell her everything, everything. She would write again just as soon as she reached Fairborough. The handwriting upon the other envelope was familiar, and he opened it with a twinge of conscience. The twinge disappeared as he read. It was from Myra Fuller, and the young woman was in anything but a good humor. She had wasted no space in telling him that she loved him. "If what people up here are saying is true," she wrote, "and I guess there is no doubt that it is, I am pretty well disgusted with you. I have been waiting for you to come and see me. I expected you to come. I wrote you that it was very important you should come. But you didn't. Telling me that you couldn't get away from the station is a pretty poor excuse. Other men get away on leave, and if you wanted to very much, I imagine you could. But never mind that now. It is too late anyway, and I am beginning not to care a great deal whether you ever come or not. If you don't care to see me, there are others who do, and who would come often enough if I would let them. You may as well understand that. But what makes me perfectly furious are the stories I hear about the things that have happened there at Setuckit. Kellogg came down there to find out about old Bartlett's cowardice when that schooner came ashore and Alvin Crocker's crowd went off to her in their boat. According to the stories, he questioned everybody, including you, and at the end of it all was that Bartlett is still keeper there. Now why? That is what I want to know from you. You knew perfectly well that he was on the very edge of being discharged, that he ought to be, the cowardly old thing, and that you, by just saying a word, just the bare truth, could have had him put out of the service. Why didn't you say it? You knew there was your chance, our chance, and that I would count on your taking it. And you didn't take it. I hear, and it came straight from old Kellogg, that you were in favor of giving Bartlett another chance, just as the rest of the idiots there were. Oh, I am so mad I can hardly write, and I shan't write any more. It is up to you now. I have been working and planning and contriving for us, and all for your sake, of course, and when our chance comes, you do the very thing you know I wouldn't want you to do. If you have any excuse, any reasonable one, I am willing to hear it. But I am not the kind of girl, I'll have you know, who has to coax and beg a fellow to do what she wants him to do. I am distinctly not that kind, and I should advise you to see me very soon, very soon. It is high time we had a plain talk and a complete understanding. Phew! This was a different kind of Myra altogether, and a different kind of letter from the sweetly affectionate epistles she had written before. Calvin was surprised when he read it, but if Myra had seen him when the reading was ended, she might have been even more so. He smiled, drew a long breath, a breath of relief, tore the letter into fragments, and put them in the stove. His conscience was sufficiently salved now. He need not have worried concerning Myra's grief when she received his statement of feeling toward her. Apparently he had sent it just in time. Well, he was glad he had sent it before her letter came. She would, at least, know that her fiery ultimatum had not influenced him in writing as he did. It was all over. It was settled. He was out of the trap, and best of all, the escape would be equally satisfactory to both parties. He began another letter to Norma that very evening, but he did not finish it. He was in the midst of his confession, writing her the whole foolish story of Myra Fuller and his own insane and very brief delirium of fancied regard for that young person, when he was interrupted. He put the unfinished letter in the drawer of his chest, and there it stayed. Many things were to happen before he saw it again. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, the afternoon of the third day following Norma's departure, it had begun to blow. By 9 that evening, a gale had developed which, for velocity and general wickedness, had been, so far that winter, rivaled only by the November nor'easter, during which Calvin, because of Captain Merrick's leaving, was in temporary command at Setuckit. It was Bartlett who interrupted Homer at his letter-writing. The skipper was extremely nervous, just as Seleucus had prophesied. The reaction on his spirits since his daughter's departure had been marked. During her stay at the station, he had been an active, almost normal and cheerful man. The morning of the day of her departure, he began to fidget and grow melancholy, and since then he had slumped back into his former moody, silent habit. As Finney said, the only man he talked to was himself. With the coming of the great storm, and as it hourly increased, his eccentricities increased with it. He prowled about the station, and, finding Calvin in the sleeping quarters, led him away to inspect the boat and gear, a perfectly unnecessary procedure. The wind continued to blow, and with it came thick snow. It stopped snowing at daybreak, but cold succeeded, a cold which forced the mercury down to the 0 mark, with the gale as strong as ever. The Weather Bureau's warnings, sent out the day before, had cleared the ship channel of the majority of vessels. Their skippers had decided to remain in port or had anchored their craft in sheltered and safe localities. As always, however, there were a few reckless adventurers who scorned such warnings. Their vessels were out there in the thick of it, fighting the wind and tide, trying to claw away from the dangerous coast. And it was for these that the Setuckit keeper was ordered by telephone from the Orem station, the message relayed from Superintendent Kellogg at Provincetown, to keep a sharp lookout. Bartlett was up and about all night. His nerves were more jumpy than Calvin had known them to be, which was saying much. He paced the floor of the mess room, went to his room again and again, only to emerge a few minutes later and climb the stairs to the tower, read the barometer, peer from the windows into the snow-streaked blackness, and come down to question the men when they came in from patrol. Homer urged him to turn in and sleep, but the suggestion was gruffly, almost savagely dismissed. By morning, he was in a wretched condition, a condition which all hands noticed and commented upon. Calvin was thoroughly alarmed. He, too, had been awake practically all night, for he was far too apprehensive concerning his superior to sleep. Remembering the so recent happening when the skipper refused to heed the call of the Rose Cahoon until forced into action by the whaleboat crew, he dreaded what might take place should another call come. As he lay there on his cot, he was forced to admit that he could remember no instance where Bartlett had been eager to order out the boat, or even prompt to do so. Never had he shown that keen energy, amounting almost to grim joy, with which Oswald Merrick had been wont to leap down the stairs from the tower, ordering his men into action. Benoni had shown something like it when driving the boat in pursuit of Crocker's volunteers, but that was sheer desperation. He was obliged to be desperate then, or be dismissed for cowardice. And his muttered confession, made afterwards to Calvin, that he remembered very little of what he had done, was not a comforting reassurance for the future. There were times that night when Calvin was far from certain that he had done right in expressing so confidently to the superintendent his belief that Bartlett should be given another chance. It might have been better had the skipper been diplomatically forced into resigning on the score of ill health. For, when that other chance came, who knew how he might meet it? Something infinitely worse might happen. Yes, even for Norma's sake, a resignation then might have been better. He dreaded the developments the day might bring. At 11 o'clock, while the men were at dinner, the telephone bell rang. Orem Station reported a schooner. At that period, 7/8 of the craft, passing Broad Rip, were schooners, in sight off the sand hill and plainly making a hard fight of it. Calvin answered the call and listened to the words of the Orem keeper. "She's pretty well out," the latter said, "and she may make it all right, but I thought I'd tell you to keep an eye on her. Guess likely this is the last chance we'll have to talk, because the telephone between here and town is out of kilter. Poles down somewheres, I presume likely, and it's only by luck some of them between us and you ain't carried away. They're liable to be any minute in this gale. Is it cold down to Setuckit? 'Tain't summer round here, I'm telling everybody. This is the worst we've had yet this winter. There the conversation broke off, and no amount of ringing awoke a response. In all probability, the prophecy concerning the carrying away of the poles had been fulfilled. The skipper was in his room at the moment, and to him Calvin bore the message concerning the schooner. Bartlett, pale and red-eyed after his night's vigil, went immediately to the tower. Calvin accompanied him. Burse, the lookout, reported having already sighted the schooner, but a snow flurry over that part of the sea had intervened, and she was now invisible. "Pretty well out she was," said Burse, "and heading sou'west by south. She's a two-master and heavy-loaded by the look of her. She didn't seem to be in any trouble. Long as she can keep that course, she's all right. Don't you think so, Captain?" Bartlett did not reply. He swept the sea with the glass, and Calvin, when he had finished, followed suit. But it was still snowing off there in mid-channel, and the schooner could not be seen. The skipper turned to the stairs. Homer lingered to caution Burse. Watch her all the time, Sam, he ordered, and report if there are any signs of her being in trouble. Sam nodded. Aye, aye, he answered, and added in a whisper, Say, Cal, what ails the old man? Did you notice how wild he looks? Ain't getting another streak of the restin' disease, is he? He'd have some excuse for it this time. This would sartin be one lovely day for a picnic cruise to the Sand Hill. Calvin caught up with the skipper at the foot of the stairs. I think she's all right, Captain, he said, don't you? Bartlett did not seem to hear. On the threshold of his room, he turned. Let me alone. Don't bother me, boy, he said solemnly. I'm going in here to have a talk, and I mustn't be disturbed. Calvin was bewildered. The little room, he could see it through the open door, was quite empty. To talk, he repeated. To talk with one of the men, you mean? No. Why should I talk with the men? They don't know anything. Then who? Benoni smiled, a queerly condescending smile. He laid a hand on his companion's sleeve. He spoke as one might to an inquisitive child. Don't say nothin' to the rest of 'em, boy, he whispered. They might want to peek in or listen or something, and he wouldn't like it. It's just between him and me, you understand. Him? Who? God, he's in there now, waiting for me. He's going to tell me what to do. Don't say anything. With another smile and a reassuring wink, he closed the door behind him. For an instant, Calvin remained where he was. Then he turned away. This was sheer insanity. This was worse than anything his misgivings of the night before had conceived. He walked through the mess room, where the men were back at their everlasting game of 7-Up, to the kitchen. Wally Oakes was there, and Wally evidently had something to say. Shh, Cal, he whispered, beckoning from the further corner. Come here a minute. I want to ask you something. Calvin, his thoughts busy only with the skipper and partial realization of what the latter's condition might mean, walked absently across the room. Well, what is it? He asked, rather impatiently. Oakes peered cautiously over his shoulder. Cal, he whispered, his voice trembling, the old man ain't going to take us out today, is he? He wouldn't try it, you don't think, do you? Calvin looked at him. Here, he snapped. What the devil is the matter with you, Wally? What are you talking about? The man's fingers were twisting and untwisting. I'm talking about the old man, Bartlett, he declared. That schooner off yonder, the one they phoned from Orme about. You don't think the skipper will try to go to her? He doesn't have to go yet. She's all right so far. When she isn't, and if she needs us, we'll go, I suppose. By Godfrey's, I won't go. Homer frowned. He seized Oakes by the shoulder. Are you drunk? He demanded. You talk like a fool. Oh, I see, contemptuously. You're scared again. It don't make no difference whether I'm scared or not. If Bartlett orders us out a day like this, he's crazy, that's all. Lots of folks think he is crazy, and that would prove it. Why, it's 5 below zero, Cal, and blowing worse than I ever saw it blow. We'd freeze to death if we wasn't drowned first. We couldn't get off there anyhow. I ain't going to be killed to please a crazy man. Not for no 65 a month, I ain't. The boys won't neither, if you say not to, Cal. If he orders us out, let's say we won't go. If you say it, the fellows will stand behind you, and let go of me. What are you doing? Homer was shaking him savagely. Shut up, you fool, he whispered. Pull yourself together. Do you want the rest to hear you? I don't care if they do hear me. I tell you, I won't go out in that boat today. I'm going to quit this damn job anyhow, and I'd just as soon quit it now. Aw, Cal, have some sense. Stop that, will you? Calvin had shaken him again. This new complication, following Bartlett's weird behavior, had put his nerves on edge. Shut up, I tell you, he growled, and listen to what I say. You're going to quit the job, all right. You bet you are. I'll see to that. But you won't quit it now. If you say another word about backing out or lying down, I'll knock your head through that wall. I will. Now, you behave yourself. He threw the fellow away from him and walked back to the mess room. As he entered it, Sam Burse came hurrying down the stairs. "Where's the skipper?" he demanded. "That schooner's given up trying, I guess. She hoisted distress signals. She's singing out for us. Oh, my, what a sweet job it's going to be. Where's Captain Bartlett?" Calvin caught him as he was about to open the door of the keeper's room. "Wait a minute, Sam," he said. "Let me have a look at her first. Don't call the captain until I come down." He ran up the stairs and bent to the telescope. The snow squall had passed, and the schooner was in plain sight. Still very far out, at least 8 or 9 miles from the station, she was wallowing along under a fragment of sail, and the signal for help was flying at her masthead. Calvin watched her for a moment. She seemed to be still under control, but if not, and she drifted before the gale, she might pass clear of the sandhill, but unless aid came very shortly, she would strike upon the southern edge of the Hogsback, or, missing that, pile up on the even more dangerous tarpaulin. There was a possible chance of reaching her in time if they started at once. The slightest delay would eliminate that chance. He ran down again. The men, with the exception of Oakes, who, white-faced and rigid, was standing in the doorway leading to the kitchen, were already pulling on their layers of sweaters and oilskins. Homer, not stopping to knock or hail, threw open the door of the keeper's room. "Captain," he called, "Captain Bartlett." Benoni was sitting by the table. He turned and rose slowly to his feet. "Captain," announced Calvin, "that schooner is signaling for us. We'll have to start right off. I'll attend to everything while you're getting ready." He was hurrying out when the skipper called his name. Bartlett had taken a step in his direction and was standing there, his hand raised. "What is it?" asked Calvin. The keeper was smiling, that same odd, reassuring smile which Homer had noticed at their parting of a few minutes before. His heart sank as he saw it. Bartlett nodded. "It's all right, boy," he said calmly. "It's all right. We ain't going to that schooner." Calvin's ears noted behind him the sudden cessation of movement as the men paused in their hurried dressing. He stared at his superior. "You're not going?" he repeated. "But we must go. If we don't start now, we shall be too late." Bartlett nodded again. It's all right, he said once more. "We ain't going to start. I've had my orders, and we stay here. That schooner's being looked after. We don't need to worry." "Being looked after? Why—" "Shh! Don't worry, I tell you. God Almighty is looking after her. She's in His hands. He's told me so right here in this room. He and I had a talk about it, and I—" Calvin waited to hear no more. He swung about and faced the amazed crew. "Get out the boat," he ordered. "Lively." For an instant there was silence. The men looked at each other and at him. Then Seleucus spoke. "Aye, aye, Cal," he said. "Out she comes. Come on, fellows. Sam, you and me'll attend to the horses. Come on." He led the way to the outer door. Burr started to follow him, but paused. The others did not move. They were watching Bartlett. The skipper had stepped forward, his hand upraised. The smile had left his face. He was scowling now, and his deep-set eyes were glittering. "Stay where you are," he growled. "Don't you move, not a man of you. Take off those oilskins and go and sit down. I'm captain here. Sit down." The authority in his voice and manner had an effect. Absolute obedience was a long-established habit in this veteran crew. It was one thing to talk of mutiny. To mutiny, in fact, was quite another. The men hesitated, and as they did so, Wally Oakes sprang to the front. "That's the talk, Captain," he shouted. "That's the talk. You're boss. All of you. Here, you, Josh. You stop and think what you're doing. Didn't you hear Captain Bartlett say to stay ashore? He's skipper, ain't he? 'Tain't our business to—" Calvin interrupted. He came running back, pushing his comrades aside. His right fist was clenched, and he raised it. "Shut up, you," he commanded fiercely. "Boys, Josh, Hez, all of you, this fellow is scared. That's what ails him. He was out there in the kitchen just now, almost crying and coaxing like a kid to make me promise we wouldn't go to that schooner if the skipper ordered us, because it wasn't safe and was too cold. Too cold! Think of that!" Oakes snarled a protest. "It ain't so," he cried. "It's a lie. I just said—" Calvin's fist caught him on the cheek, and he went backwards over a chair to the floor. The blow and the crash accompanying Wally's upset seemed to have a curious effect upon the skipper. His face, which had been crimson with rage, went white. He wrung his hands. Don't, he pleaded. You don't understand, none of you. The Lord told me not to send a boat to that schooner. He was in that room there, talking to me same as I'm talking to you, talking right to me. He says, you and your crew stay ashore. Those are my orders, he says. I heard him say it. Homer broke in. What are you waiting for, boys? He shouted. Do you want another mess like the Rosy Cahoon? You'll have a worse one if we don't start now. I'll take the responsibility for going. Don't pay attention to him. Can't you see he's crazy? Crazy as a June bug, bellowed Seleucus from the kitchen doorway. Cal knows what he's doing. Come on, you darn fools, come on. They came then, and wasted not another moment. Bartlett tried to stop them, but they pushed him out of the way. Oakes remained where he was, prostrate in the corner, his hand to his cheek. Burse paused to say a word as he passed on the way to the stable. Ain't coming, are you, Wally? He inquired. All right, stay where you are and think about your wife to home. You'll be with her pretty soon, and to stay there, I calculate. End of Chapter 13. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 14 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The crew of the Setuckit station had been through many trying experiences during their terms as surfmen, but if you ask one of them, even now, which of all these experiences was the worst, he will unhesitatingly specify the trip begun that February afternoon under Calvin Homer's leadership to the two-masted schooner Flyaway of Portland, bound west with a load of building sand. When the lifeboat left Setuckit, she was short-handed. Ed Bloomer, as cook, should have remained behind. He was entitled to do so, but he went with the rest. Oakes was not in his place, nor was Bartlett. The whole affair was irregular, so one more breach of regulations made little difference. The schooner was still miles out when they left the beach, but she was drifting in a diagonal direction toward Tarpaulin Shoal. She was moving rather slowly, so Homer judged an attempt had been made to anchor and that the anchor or anchors were dragging. He ordered the lifeboat sail set, three-reefed, and attempted to reach to windward of the vessel. After a half-hour of weary battling with the screaming gale, they dropped the sail and took up the oars. The exercise was welcome, for the cold was piercing beyond belief. The flying spray froze almost as soon as it stuck. The boat, inside and out, was soon coated with ice. The men's shoulders, their sou'westers, their eyebrows and eyelashes and mustaches were hung with icicles. Their mittens were armored gauntlets hooked about the oar handles. Calvin, swinging at the steering oar in the stern, was a glistening statue. The seas were so high that, in the hollows between them, the force of the wind noticeably abated, and it was not until they climbed to the next crest that it struck them with the whole of its cruel force. They made their objective at last, and drew alongside the practically helpless schooner. Her load of sand brought her low in the water, and the seas were breaking across her amidships at intervals. She was a mass of ice from stem to stern. Sails, ropes, windlass, and gear, everything was encased in it, buried under the weight of shining white. She looked like a floating berg rather than a vessel. One anchor chain was dragging over the stern, and that, above water, was white also. But two figures were on her deck. One was bent over the wheel. The other, when Seleucus threw a rope aboard, crawled from somewhere forward of the mainmast and seized it. This man, so they learned when they scrambled over the rail, was the skipper. They left the lifeboat to tow astern and set to work. There were 6 men in the schooner's personnel. The 2 on deck, the skipper and the hand at the wheel, were the only ones able to be about. The rest were below, frostbitten, helpless, and half-conscious. The skipper and his companion were for abandoning ship at once and being taken immediately ashore. They had had enough. They were through. Save all hands and let the flyaway fly to destruction. That was their advice, given wholeheartedly. But Calvin and his men had no such idea. The flyaway could be saved, and they were there to save her. She was a dingy, forlorn old craft, and when the Setuckit men had made a hasty examination of her and her outfit, they were pretty thoroughly disgusted. Homer ordered the pumps tested and found she was leaking but a very little, so that was a ray of comfort. But it was the only one. The next move was to warm his own men and the schooner's frozen crew, to build a roaring fire in the galley and make boiling coffee, and a great deal of it. But when this procedure was attempted, the disheartening discoveries came one after the other. Both anchors had been put over, but one, chain and all, was gone. The other was dragging, and they had let it drag for the time, hoping that it might eventually catch and hold. Calvin ordered the majority of his men to chop the ice from the ropes and windlass, to keep the schooner on a safe course down the channel if possible, and to report if that possibility became alarmingly endangered. Then he and Gammon went to the galley to make the fires and boil the coffee. Here they found a wretched state of affairs. The galley was a dirty, roach-infested hole. The back of the rusty cook stove was broken and was held in place by a brace of plank. A thorough search disclosed no food except 4 potatoes. There was no fuel and but a gill of water. The only kerosene was that in the binnacle light. The captain of this floating ruin explained afterwards that he had intended to run into the vineyard and refit, and, having a good wind, this was no exaggeration, had kept on with the idea of making that port the previous night. Then the storm got him, and he tried to put to sea. What had happened after that was obvious. Finney came down with the word that the anchor had caught and seemed likely to hold, for a time at least. He added that the gale seemed to be lessening, but that it was colder than ever. "Not that that makes much difference," he announced. "When you're froze stiff, you don't care how much stiffer you get. For thunder's sakes, where's that coffee, Cal? We'll all die if we don't get it. Them poor fellers in the forecastle are pretty nigh dead already." Calvin curtly explained that coffee was out of the question. There was water, however, in the lifeboat, and he ordered Finney to get it immediately. "Send one of the men, Bloomer, I guess, down here," he added. When Bloomer came, he ordered him and Seleucus to chop wood for fires. "Cut up some of the cabin berth boards," he said. "Fires we've got to have, or die." He left them in the cabin, tearing the mate's berth to pieces, and went on deck. The sun was setting, its redness glimmering through the low-lying clouds, and it would be dark before long. The anchor was still holding, and the sails, what was left of them, were down on deck. The worst of the danger, as far as the vessel was concerned, seemed to be over. Unless another storm developed, they could save the schooner, provided she did not start to leak in earnest. The hold was filled with loose sand, and in that sea there was some danger of its shifting, but he could not stop to worry about that. What did worry him were the lives of the men aboard. They would freeze to death unless warmth was provided, and at once. As for taking them ashore in the lifeboat, that was out of the question now. They would, some of them, surely die before that long trip could be made. Seleucus came up with an armful of wood. In a few minutes he reported a fire in the galley and water on to boil. "If that darn stove don't cave in," he observed, "we'll have something hot to load up our boilers with. Mine's full of ice just now. I can hear the chunks clinking against each other. Cry musti!" Homer ordered fires built in the cabin and in the forecastle. He set Rogers and Badger at work, rubbing the limbs of the half-frozen sailors. Then came a yell from the cabin. Josh Finney came tumbling up. "Ed's hurt himself, Cal," he panted. "Broke his arm or neck or something. He's suffering dreadful." What had happened was this. Bloomer had been chopping the bottom boards of a berth and had rested the end of one upon the second step of the cabin stairs. The axe, like everything else aboard the Flyaway, was practically good for nothing, and having hacked the board partially through, he had tried stamping upon it to break it off. An unusually heavy sea had thrown him off his balance, and he was pitched headlong, striking upon and dislocating his shoulder. He was lying where he had fallen, his face white, and groaning between his set teeth. The pain was agonizing. Calvin made a hasty examination. Then he spoke to Finney. "His shoulder is out," he exclaimed. "We've got to get it back somehow. Hold his other arm. Now, Ed, this is going to hurt, but it won't take long, I hope." His hope was more genuine than his confidence. The injured man was laid flat on his back upon the floor, and Homer, grasping the helpless arm by the wrist, jammed his rubber-booted foot close up under the armpit. Then he pulled with all his might. It was a savage sort of surgery. The vessel was reeling and rocking in the seas. The loose boards and the chopped fragments of others were sliding and tumbling back and forth. The perspiration poured down Bloomer's face. He was brave enough, but he could not keep back an occasional groan, and Finney groaned in sympathy. Homer, though equally sympathetic, was too busy to groan. He pulled with all his strength. "Don't hold your breath, Ed," he panted, "and don't twist. Slack up. Give a little." You're staving in my ribs," gasped the patient. "You're killing me." And then the shoulder snapped back into place. Bloomer's yell was a combination of agony and exultation. "It's in! It's in!" he screamed. Then he fainted. There was one berth still untouched, and into it, beneath the musty blankets, Bloomer was lifted. He was whole once more, but very weak. "It's a plaguey shame, Cal," he murmured feebly, "when you need me so. I was a fool to be so careless." "Never mind that, Ed. You'll be all right pretty soon. Stay where you are till I tell you to turn out." All that night the Flyaway rolled and wallowed. Not a man of the Setuckit crew slept for a moment. The fires in the stoves were kept going, although Seleucus vowed he calculated that, if he kept on, he'd have a hole chopped clean through the old hooker's broadside. The schooner's own men were all in bed now, for the captain and his only able helper had collapsed when the pressing danger was over. The lifesavers took turns as watch on deck, coming down at intervals to toast their chilled bodies by the stoves and to drink scalding water by way of internal refreshment. The morning broke as cold as ever, but clear. It was still blowing hard. Badger came down to the cabin, to which Calvin had descended a few minutes before to look after his injured man. Bloomer declared that he was as fit as a fiddle now and insisted upon getting up to do his share of work. Homer was urging him to take it easy for a little while longer when Badger appeared. "Light in the darkness, sailor," he quoted gleefully. "There's a revenue cutter in sight. She sees us, and she's headed this way. Looks like the Amgansett. If it is, old Ben Higgins is in command, and he'll know how to handle things. Brace up, Ed. We'll be bound back for home and hot grub before long. This bunch of trouble is pretty nigh over." But it was not entirely over. Calvin went on deck at once, saw the cutter steaming rapidly in their direction, and recognized, with a huge sense of relief, the well-known lines of the Amgansett. Higgins, her commander, was a former towboat captain and a man of rugged common sense and long experience in just such jobs as the one before him. Homer, remembering Oswald Merrick's tales of encounters with some cutter captains, pompous young men with exalted ideas of rank and dignity, was glad to know that Ben Higgins was here instead of one of these. And then, just as the Amgansett passed slowly by, awaiting her opportunity to cast a line, the Flyaway's anchor chain parted with a bang like a cannon shot. It had held bravely all night, but to expect anything pertaining to that ancient craft to hold longer was too much. It broke, and the schooner drove off before the gale, leaving the slowly steaming cutter far astern. Homer ordered all hands on deck and bade them haul the lifeboat alongside. The boat had been riding at the end of its tow line and was now leaping and veering along behind the drifting schooner. They dragged it up to the rail, and Calvin sprang into it. "Crimus, Cal," roared Seleucus. "Come back here. 'Tain't safe. What are you doing?" Homer did not answer. He took up the steering oar and pushed the boat free. That lifeboat was the property of Setuckit Station, and he did not intend to have it smashed if he could help it. He set the oar in its chock over the stern and held the boat straight. The cutter had turned and was racing in pursuit. It caught up with the flyaway and slackened speed. "Stand by for a line," roared Higgins through his speaking trumpet. He was at the after rail, his cap pulled down on one side of his gray head, chewing the stump of a cigar, imperturbable as ever. "Look out, you in that lifeboat," he bellowed. The seas were more huge than ever. The time-worn description in the sea stories of billows mountains high would not have been as much of an exaggeration as usual if applied to the waves that morning. Calvin, in the boat, one moment looked down at the Amgansett deck, and the next up at her stern with its threshing propeller. "Look out! Stand by!" shouted Higgins. A mighty sea threw the flyaway high in the air. It broke as it passed her, and, frothing and surging, poured down and over the lifeboat. Homer had pulled in his oar and, crouching, clung to the after thwart. The water went over his head. He was buried in it. It seemed to him that he was never coming up. If the boat had not been a new one of the recently adopted self-bailing variety, she never would have risen again. But up she came at last, and with her occupant still there in the stern. Gammon and the rest, watching fearfully from the flyaway's rail, set up an exultant yell. A few minutes later, the cutter got a line to the schooner. One hawser and then another was hauled aboard and made fast. The lifeboat, with its drenched and rapidly freezing man, was brought alongside. They were in tow and safe. The long, wicked job was done. Now they could go home. Calvin thawed out a bit at the cabin stove and then gave orders to start. They left the schooner's men in the bunks. They would be all right. The flyaway was in charge of Captain Ben Higgins from then on. He would tow her to Vineyard Haven. The responsibility, so far as the Setuckit Life Crew was concerned, was over. But not the hardship. They had a 12-mile journey yet to make before they could reach dry clothes and heat and food. The three-reefed sail was set, and they headed for the station. It was long after noon before they beached the boat in the cove. Calvin had been too busy since he left the station to think of anything except the work in hand. Even on the way in, his steering and the burden of responsibility had kept his mind occupied. But now, as, worn out and chilled to the bone, he staggered stiffly through the sand to the door, he began to think and to realize. His first move after entering was to go straight to the skipper's room. Bartlett was there, and Oakes was with him. "Captain," began Calvin, but Bartlett interrupted. "Don't talk to me," he ordered sternly, "and don't call me captain. I ain't your captain any more. You don't belong to this station. You're a mutineer, and you're discharged. Now you get out." Oakes, his cheeks swollen, scowled vindictively. "Captain Bartlett and me have made out our reports," he announced. "Your goose is cooked, Cal Homer. Here, don't you touch me again." Calvin had no idea of touching him. His attention was centered upon Benoni. He had expected to find the man a stark lunatic. He had certainly been something akin to that when he last saw him. Now, however, he appeared sane enough. He was pale, and his eyes still showed a trace of their peculiar glitter, but he spoke quietly. Homer was hesitating, wondering whether to say more, when Josh, Finney, and Rogers appeared in the doorway. "Where's that Wally?" demanded Josh. "Oh, there you are. We've been looking for you. You're going to get busy. Did you know it? We want coffee and grub and plenty of both, and you're going to get 'em for us. Come on, you loafer, come on." Oakes sprang to his feet. "You let me alone," he whined. That was all he was permitted to say. Finney and Rogers were upon him and dragged him, profane and protesting, through the mess room to the kitchen. The sound of a brace of hearty kicks punctuated the scuffle. Calvin did not interfere, nor did he attempt further speech with the skipper. He turned and climbed painfully to the sleeping quarters. Chips of ice fell from his oilskins as he moved. Later, after he had changed and drunk cup after cup of coffee, he tried again, but Bartlett would not talk. He gruffly ordered him from the room, and as Calvin reluctantly obeyed, he saw the keeper turn to his Bible reading. He would not talk to any of the men, Oakes excepted, nor did he issue a command or give the least attention to the routine of the station. Upon Homer, therefore, fell the responsibility which must be assumed by someone. He was utterly worn out. Fatigue, care, and the loss of food and sleep were bringing their reaction, and his aching muscles and tired brain refused to function clearly. Yet he knew that the other men were in the same condition, and that the station work must go on. Oakes, under compulsion, was preparing supper. Assistants along that line arrived when Jemima Gammon and her brother came over from the Jarvis shanty and offered their services. Jemima, after expressing a candid opinion concerning her husband's lack of common sense in staying on a job that didn't pay anything anyhow and was just an excuse for keeping him away from home 2/3 of the time, and half dead the remainder, shooed all hands, Oakes included, out of the kitchen, and took charge of the culinary operations. Jarvis also volunteered to help in any way he could. His resentment at losing the race to the rosy Cahoon seemed to have vanished, for the time at least, and his offer was wholehearted. Calvin accepted it. "We'll have to send out patrol tonight, I suppose," he said, "but there isn't a man fit to go except Wally, and I wouldn't trust him. You used to be in the service, Philander. If you'll go out first, I'll follow you. When I get back, I'll send someone else. Seleucus, I guess. He's pretty tough, and a few hours' sleep will fix him up. Here's hoping we don't get another call. I don't see how we could handle it if we did. It is clear enough now, and the glass keeps rising. I guess we'll have a stretch of fair weather. It is due us, I should say." Immediately after supper, a meal in which an unbelievable quantity of food was consumed, and during which Mrs. Gammon alternately urged them to eat more and made pointed remarks concerning pigs, Calvin ordered the men to their bunks. He turned in himself and slept like a dead man until Philander, at midnight, shook him into something approaching wakefulness. Then he rose, donned his clothes, and staggered out for his patrol. That tramp was a nightmare, almost literally so, for he found himself falling asleep whenever he paused for breath. Fortunately, the wind had gone down, and the sky was clear and starlit. No vessels were visible upon the sea. The great gale had cleared the channel of craft, both steam and sail. He returned at 4, dragged Seleucus from his cot, and sent him forth. Oakes he sent to the tower, with orders to keep his eyes open unless he preferred to have them forcibly closed. Wally at first refused to go, but thought better of it, and went, sullen and ugly. Homer was going to pay for this, the man muttered. He'd find out before it was over and done with. If there was any law anywhere, he, Oakes, would have damages for being struck in the face when he wasn't looking. Calvin tartly suggested that the damage would be immediate and a great deal worse if he said any more at that moment. Having disposed of that point, he went again to the sleeping quarters and tumbled into bed. When he awoke, it was 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The crew met his angry protests with broad grins. He needed the sleep, they declared, and they had calculated he should have it. Peleg Merrick's boat was in the cove, and Peleg himself was below in the mess room. His nose for news had scented sensation, and he had sailed down in the hope of finding it. Also, he was stoutly protesting that he had known the storm was coming and had been saying so for a week. "Oh, go on, Peleg, go on," cackled Rogers derisively. "Last time I saw you was singing out nothing but fair weather. Said it was liable to be so calm you didn't know but what 'twould be good business to swap the sail of that catboat of yours for an extra pair of oars." "I never neither," vowed Myrick in high indignation. "I said 'twas calm then, and 'twas too, but about last Saturday, seems to me 'twas Saturday, might have been Sunday morning, I got a twitch in my port leg down in the latitudes of my ankle that fetched me right out of bed. 'Twas a reg'lar pain, 'twas, sharp as if somebody'd raked me with an oyster knife." Sir Lucas offered a suggestion. "Probably 'twas that cat of yours raked you," he observed. "Probably the critter wanted to sharpen his claws and mistook your old tanned-up legs for the bedposts. They're about the color of black walnut." Calvin came in just here and interrupted to ask if Peleg was going to Orham, and, if so, if he would take a message to the telegraph office. Peleg said that he would, provided the message was ready in 5 minutes. "I don't know whether there's any telegrams getting through yet," he added, "but I can leave it to be sent soon's there is. Hurry up, that's all. I ain't got time to waste with a gang like this." Homer wrote the message hurriedly. It was addressed to Captain Kellogg at Provincetown, and urged the latter to visit Setuckit without delay. He gave no reasons for his request. The superintendent, he thought, should learn the situation from him rather than from exaggerated gossip, which might leak from the telegraph office. He cautioned Myrick to be silent. "Don't you do any talking, Peleg," he said. "If you do, I shall hear of it, and you may get into trouble." The skipper of the Wild Duck promised volubly, but Calvin put little faith in his protests. Peleg was wont to be long on promise, but, under stress of temptation to act as a special news extra, inclined to be short of fulfillment. Bartlett was still in his room, so the men said. He had come out for breakfast, but had eaten little and addressed no word to any one of them. He looked pretty well shook up, as Badger described it, and his hand trembled so that he could scarcely hold his coffee cup. Oakes, but no one seemed to know exactly where Wally was. He was keeping out of the way, they opined. Perhaps he was writing to his wife ashore. But he appeared, a few minutes later, dressed in shore-going togs and with a battered suitcase in his hand. He hastened through the group in the mess room and followed Mr. Myrick to the beach. The crowd, therefore, promptly followed him. Calvin went with him. "Here, Wally, where are you going?" he asked. Oakes answered without stopping or turning. "None of your business," he snarled. "Oh, yes, it is my business. Hold on there." Wally threw the suitcase into the Myrick dory before he spoke. He picked up an oar and shoved the dory into deep water. "No, it ain't your business neither, Cal Homer," he declared. "It's nobody's business but Captain Bartlett's, and I've told him. You may think you're skipper here, but you ain't. Not yet. There's a whole lot of things to be said afore you are, too. Go on, Peleg, what are you waiting for?" Myrick, seated at the oars, was hesitating. "Cal," he cried, "Wally asked me to take him up to Orham along with me. It's all right for me to take him, ain't it?" Calvin thought for an instant. Then he nodded. "Yes, take him," he replied. "He's no use here." And yet, as he thought more of the matter, he almost wished that he had detained Oakes, even by force, if necessary. The man, of course, was doing what he declared he meant to do, quitting the station and the life-saving service. That was all right. He was certain to be discharged anyway. But with him had gone all hope of keeping the story of the mutiny at Setuckit from the eager ears of Orham. Oakes would tell, and what he would tell was likely to be a version not in the least creditable to him, Calvin Homer, or within a mile of the real truth. Kellogg, after all, would hear the Oakes version first. Well, it could not be helped now. It was one more straw added to the weight of trouble to come. For the realization of how much trouble there was sure to be was, now that he was thoroughly awake and himself once more, being driven into his mind. Bartlett had been insane when he refused to go to the flyaway and babbled of his orders from the Almighty. There was no doubt whatever on that point. But his was a peculiar kind of insanity which developed acutely under anxiety and fear, but subsided when the crisis was over. Now the average person seeing and speaking with him might consider him rational and sensible enough, and his behavior since the crew's return was, Calvin was obliged to confess it, such as any man in similar circumstances might adopt. His authority had been defied and assumed by another. Therefore he had since refused to reassume that authority, but was waiting to tell his story to the district superintendent, which was, to all intents and purposes, precisely what Homer himself would have done if placed in a similar position. Calvin had hoped to see Kellogg before anyone else saw him, tell him the plain truth, and await the consequences, whatever they might be. He had done right. There was nothing else to be done. He and the men from Setuckit Station had saved the flyaway and the lives of those aboard her. If it had to be done over again, he should act in exactly the same way. The men would substantiate his story. He was not in the least fearful of the outcome. Kellogg was a man, not an office martinet, and he would understand and approve. In the very unlikely event of his refusing to excuse the extreme breach of discipline, Calvin did not greatly care. His conscience was clear. But the thought of a distorted story, a story backed by hate and revenge, being spread from one end of the Cape to the other, was not agreeable. It would make matters harder for Kellogg. It would have to be referred to Washington. It might even get into the papers. Norma might read it there. Thoughts of her had been with him since he rose from his bed. She had left her father in his care. She had trusted him. He must get word to her, must tell his story to her before she heard the other. So, while the wild duck sailed toward Orem, he sat down at the table beside his cot to write to her. He wished now, how he wished, that he had sent a letter or even a telegram to her by Peleg, as he had sent the message to Kellogg. But he could have told so little in a telegram, and, at all events, it was too late for that now. He would write and try to get his letter up to the post office that very night, somehow. There was the unfinished letter in his chest, the one in which he had begun his confession concerning Myra. He thought of it, but this new complication seemed so much more important, for the time at least, that he left the former letter where it was and began another. This was brief, but he made it as straightforward and honest as he could. He asked her to try and understand, begged her forgiveness, and again promised to be as fair to Benoni Bartlett as if the latter were his own father. And he asked her to write at once, or, better, telegraph, saying that she did understand, in order that he might know he was forgiven. The letter he entrusted to Hez Rogers, who was to hand it to the patrolman from the Orem station when they met at the halfway shanty, and the Orem man was to get it over to the post office by the next morning if he could. After Hez had gone, he thought of many more things he might have said, or said better, but it was too late. For better or worse, the thing was done, and all he could do was to wait and hope. The telephone lines were repaired the next day, and before noon of the day after that, Homer received a call from the telegraph office. A message had come for him. It was from Norma, and was brief and to the point. "Am coming the moment I can get away. Take care of father." That was all. There was no mention of understanding or forgiveness. Yet she must have received his letter, otherwise how could she have learned of the trouble at Setuckit? His reason told him that she could say little in a telegram, but, nevertheless, the brevity of the message was disturbing and a little disappointing. And before dinner was over, his thoughts were busy with other matters. Kellogg came and wasted no time in getting down to business. He greeted Calvin pleasantly but curtly and went immediately to the skipper's room, where he and Bartlett were closeted for more than an hour. When the district superintendent emerged, he took aside and questioned one member of the crew after the other. Then, at last, he sought out Homer and led the latter to their former place of conference, the barn. They sat together once more upon the grain bin. Kellogg produced cigars and offered one to his companion. The latter declined. He did not feel that he should enjoy smoking just then. The superintendent lighted and puffed for a moment in silence while Homer fidgeted and waited for him to speak. The wait seemed interminable. Would he never begin? But when he did, he came immediately to the point. "Well, Mr. Homer," he observed, "there's been some considerable of a mess down here, I should judge. What have you got to say about it?" Calvin glanced at him. The formality of the Mr. Homer was somewhat ominous. "What do you want me to say?" he asked. Well, I want you to say just as much and no more than will tell me the truth. That's what I want." "That was what I intended to tell you. I guess there will be nothing you haven't heard before from the rest of the fellows." "I've heard a lot, but never mind that. I want to hear it from you now. Is it true that Captain Bartlett ordered the crew to stay in the station and not to go off to the flyaway?" "Yes, sir." "And, in spite of those orders, you made him get out the boat, took charge yourself, and went on your own hook?" "Yes, sir." "You knew that was dead against the rules of the service?" "Yes, sir, I knew that." "But you did it just the same. And what's this about Wally Oakes? Wally says that when he tried to stand by the keeper, as was his duty to do, you struck him when he wasn't looking and knocked him down. Is that true?" "Partly. Yes, sir. He was looking, but I struck him." "I see. Well, now tell me the whole yarn about the schooner, what you did aboard her, how things have gone since you got back here, and all the rest of it." Calvin told the tale, omitting nothing, and excusing himself not in the least. Kellogg listened, smoking steadily. The interview so far was, to all intents and purposes, a repetition of the former session between these two in that barn. And now, as then, when the story ended, the superintendent waited a minute or more before offering a comment. Then he took the stump of the cigar from his lips and knocked off the ash with his finger. He grunted. "You disobeyed the keeper's orders and those of the Lord Almighty besides, eh? Seems to me that was taking considerable on your shoulders. Wasn't it?" "Yes, sir, I guess it was." Well, now that you've had time to think it over, what excuse have you got to make?" The answer was prompt and sharp. "Not any, sir. If things were as they were then, I guess I should do it again. Yes, I know I should." "And take the consequences?" "Yes." Ready to hand in your resignation, are you?" "Whenever you ask for it." To his surprise, Kellogg laughed. "You're different from Bartlett, son," he observed. "I hinted that he'd better get ready to hand in his, and he told me he'd see me damned first, or words to that effect. Of course, he didn't say damn. I'd have known better how to answer him if he had. He told me the Almighty was looking out for his interests, and that he wasn't bothering with understrappers like me. That's what he meant, anyhow. Well, if he's got the official papers to show for it, I shouldn't worry if I were he. But meanwhile, I've given him a little while longer to make out that resignation in." Calvin rose to his feet. "You've asked him to resign?" he exclaimed. "I certainly have. He's crazy, Cal, just as I knew he was. Now, don't say any more. Let me finish. I've been busy since I got your telegram. I've heard from the flyaway captain. I've heard from Higgins of the Amgansett. By the way, son, old Higgins gave it to me straight about how you handled that job. He praised you up to the main truck, and when he praises a man, that man has done something. The flyaway bunch say just as much or more. Well, I guess likely they ought to. They'd every one of 'em be dead, drowned and frozen, if it hadn't been for you. All the Setuckit men say the same. So does Jarvis. I talked with him a spell ago. The only ones who don't praise you are Bartlett and Wally Oakes. Wally got after me up in Orem before I came down here. He rolled back and forth on the grain chest. Wally didn't praise you. No, he went on, when his laugh was finished. But so far as that goes, I didn't praise Wally much. I told him that the thing I was sorriest for was that I wasn't here to see you black his eye. I meant it, too. Calvin did not speak. His emotions were in a curious jumble. I told him, continued Kellogg, that even if he had anything worth saying to say, I wouldn't listen to a man who ran away from the service the way he had. And when he went on talking, I told him to be careful or something would happen to his other eye. Don't worry about Wally Oakes. He doesn't count and never did. I intended to discharge him just as soon as I could pick up a likely man to take his place. Don't worry any more, anyhow, Calvin. You did the right thing. The thing I would have expected you to do. I'm proud of you, son, and I'll stand back of you. That's all. He, too, rose to his feet. Homer was still silent. The superintendent regarded him keenly. Well, he queried, what's the matter now? Haven't you got anything to say? Calvin drew a long breath. Why, I want to thank you, sir, of course, he stammered. I'm glad you think I did right, and all that. I'm ever so much obliged to you. But you're worried about Bartlett, eh? Is that it? Why, yes. You see, you needn't be. I've been expecting something like this to happen. The man is crazy. He is sane enough by spells. He acted sane enough when I went into his room to talk to him a little while ago. But before I left, he was raving at me like a bedlamite, quoting the Bible and telling how the Lord came to see him that day and told him this and that, and I don't know what all. It's settled. If he won't resign, then he'll have to be discharged. He isn't fit to stay here, and he shan't stay. If he does, I go. That's all about that. But Captain Kellogg, I wouldn't want you to. Never mind me. I'll get along. And just between us now, son, let me tell you that I've been getting ready for something like this for a couple of months. The department at Washington knows how matters have been going. They're prepared, and I'm willing to bet they'll stand behind me. The politicians and the newspapers have forgotten all about the Setuckit Station by this time. It's an old story with them by now. They won't interfere. And if some of them did, it wouldn't make any difference. I'll have my way now, same as I'm used to having it. Yes, sir, Benoni Bartlett goes, and you come in. You're going to be what you should have been last November, keeper here at Setuckit. Calvin spoke now, and with decision. This was what he feared. No, sir, no, he protested. I can't take the appointment. I thank you very much. I appreciate your thinking of me, but, well, I can't take it, that's all. Kellogg stared in surprise. Can't take it, he repeated irritably. Of course you'll take it. I want you to take it. I've wanted just that all along. And so have you. You told me so, didn't you? I told you last November that I wanted to be keeper here. Yes, but I've changed my mind. You see, well, I can't tell you, Captain Kellogg, but what? Are you crazy too? I hope not, but... Oh, be hanged. You'll have to take the job, to help me out if for no other reason. There, I can't spend any more time arguing. You can think it over. There'll be time enough. And there are a few days yet before the 1st of March. You can't quit before then without breaking your word to me. And until then, anyhow, you'll act as keeper. You've got to. I need you. But Captain Bartlett will be here. Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. That's up to me. I'm inclined to let him down easy, mainly on his daughter's account, so I'm going to give him a few days to resign in. Resigning doesn't mean much to outsiders. A man can resign for a whole lot of different reasons. He can be fired for only a certain kind, and they are the kind that hurt. I'm going to forward my report and recommendations to Washington. He'll have until I hear from there to resign in, and I mean to write to his daughter, explaining everything and telling her to use her influence to get him to quit and save a lot of talk that will hurt him. I think she'll understand and do it. Meanwhile, Calvin, you're keeper here. Yes, you've got to be. Afterwards, well, we'll see how you feel when the time comes. There, that's enough. Come on, I'm going home. End of Chapter 14. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 15 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Calvin's letter to Norma Bartlett had been duly delivered to the member of the Orem station crew at the halfway house. He took it back with him when he returned from patrol, but when he reached the station, the mail had already gone over to the mainland, and so he put the letter on the shelf in the mess room, where, in the ordinary course of events, it would have been taken on the following day. But, as it happened, no one went to the village that day or the next. There was nothing very unusual in this, for often several days elapsed before the station mail reached the post office. In this case, Norma's letter did not leave Orem until the afternoon of the fourth day following that of the great storm, and that same afternoon Norma left Fairborough for Boston on her way to Setuckit. She had read the accounts in the newspapers of the rescue of the flyaway. These accounts were brief, but in one of them was a hint of trouble at her father's station. It was but a hint, derived from a local correspondent's interview at Vineyard Haven with the flyaway's skipper. The latter had learned from one of the Setuckit lifesavers a little of what had happened before the lifeboat was launched, and the paper printed a distorted story made up, for the most part, of rumor and surmise. Captain Bartlett, keeper at Setuckit, had not, so it said, led his crew to the helpless schooner. Instead, a man named Homer was in command, and this same Homer was, according to the reports of the flyaway's men, and judged by the few words vouchsafed by Captain Higgins of the revenue cutter Amgansett, extremely able and very much on the job. But the question as to why he, instead of Bartlett, had led the Setuckit crew that day was still a question at the time the article was written. There were rumors of dissatisfaction, culminating in open rebellion. More particulars were to follow. This was the tale which Norma read in the Boston newspaper. It was disturbing enough and sufficiently alarming of itself. She slept but little that night and made up her mind, provided she heard nothing more next day, to telegraph to Calvin, asking for explanation and reassurance. There was not the slightest doubt in her mind of her lover's loyalty. He had promised to keep faith with her father, and he would do it, she was sure of that. What she feared was that her father's health had broken, that he was ill. If so, she must go to him. It would be difficult to leave her desk at the library, but those difficulties should not matter. She would go, even if it meant giving up her position there at Fairborough. The morning mail brought no word. The papers, when they came, contained none of the promised particulars. She had not really expected Calvin to write. If there had been or was serious trouble, he would be too busy for that. But she had hoped he might telegraph, and no telegram came. The evening mail, however, brought a letter with the Orem postmark. The writing on the envelope was unfamiliar. It was neither her father's nor Calvin Homer's. An awkward scrawl and her name misspelled. When she tore open the envelope, her first glance was at the signature on the final page. To her great surprise, the letter was signed, Walter B. Oakes. As she read, her surprise increased, and her alarmed forebodings changed to even more alarming certainties. Oakes, when he left the station to board Peleg Merrick's catboat, had that letter in his pocket. He posted it in Orem that very night. He had written it partly at Benoni Bartlett's dictation, but its phrasing and a large share of the accusations and implications contained in it were his own. Bartlett, at the time, was far too agitated and irrational to think or speak connectedly. He had wailed that, "She ought to know, Norma's got to know," and when Oakes volunteered to write her, the offer was eagerly accepted. The letter was written that evening when Homer and the crew were aboard the Flyaway. Wally sat at the table in the skipper's room, while Benoni paced the floor, alternately railing at his men, particularly Calvin, for their desertion and disobedience, and calling upon the Almighty for self-justification and aid. If Oakes had written what his superior ordered him to write, the letter would have carried with it, even to as fondly prejudiced a person as Norma, absolute conviction of her father's insanity. But the writer ignored all the incoherences, the quotations from scriptures and revival hymns, and wrote only what his own hatred and spite inspired. These feelings, long present but suppressed, had reached their culmination that day, and Wally, to whom the task of writing an ordinary letter was drudgery, thoroughly enjoyed himself. He overdid it a little, of course, and Norma, who had disliked and distrusted him from the first, read the spite between the lines and believed only partially. But even partial belief was dreadful. According to Oakes, there had been open mutiny at Setuckit. Her father's orders were flatly disobeyed, and, so the letter said, there had been violence and blows. Captain Bartlett, wrote Oakes, wasn't very well, and he hadn't been for 2 or 3 days, and yet Cal Homer and the rest pushed him around and would have hit him if I hadn't staved them off. Cal Homer did hit me in the face when my back was turned and knocked me down and injured me pretty bad. I shall see a doctor as soon as I can on account of it, but I don't mind that so much. I done my duty in standing by my captain, which is according to rules and regulations, and your father was right in not ordering out the boat. He was looking out for his crew, and that is what he is there for. But the real reason for the trouble is way back of all that. It is part of a plan that has been going on for a long time to get your father in bad and make Cal Homer keeper. He has been working for the place all the time and doing Captain Bartlett dirt every chance he got, and pretending to the district superintendent, and you too, I guess, likely, that he is Captain Bartlett's best friend. He isn't, and I have known it all along. He and Seleucus Gammon and Josh Finney are the head ones in the plan, but they are all in it. They will swear all sorts of lies, but don't believe them, because what I am telling you is the truth, so help me God. I have not got nothing to gain by telling you this, for I am going to quit my job here right off. I made up my mind to that a long spell ago, but you ought to know what is what, and how Cal Homer and them have worked underhand against him all the time. The letter was long and hard to read, but Norma read it all several times. At the end of the final reading, her scornful contempt for the writer was greater than ever, and her trust in Calvin still unshaken. The idea that he had offered violence to her father was ridiculous, and if he had knocked Wally Oakes down, it was because the fellow deserved it. But it was certain that something very serious had taken place, that her father needed her, and that she must go to him at once. He must be ill, otherwise he would have written the letter himself. And in spite of her trust in Calvin, she could not understand his silence. He might, at least, have telegraphed just a reassuring word. He must realize that she was bound to hear something concerning the trouble, and that she would be alarmed and worried. That very evening she wired him of her intention to come to Setuckit, and the following day she asked for leave and obtained it. When that day, too, passed, with no word from him, her anxiety began to be tinged with a shade of resentment. How could he be so neglectful of her peace of mind? She was disappointed and hurt, and as she brooded over the matter during her journey to Boston, her reflections concerning his remissness were not too charitable. How could he be so thoughtless of her? The next morning Calvin's letter reached Fairborough, but she was not there to receive it, and they held it at the library, awaiting her return. From Boston, she telegraphed Hammond, the Ornham Hotel proprietor and liveryman, asking him to arrange for a vehicle and driver to meet her on her arrival and to convey her to Setuckit. When she alighted at the railway station, she was surprised and far from overjoyed to find that the person who stepped forward to greet her was not Hammond, but a deputy, and that deputy, of all persons, Wally Oakes. Wally was polite to the verge of obsequiousness. He explained that Mr. Hammond had another driving job on this morning, and therefore could not be at the depot to meet her. "He's carting one of them New York hat-and-cap drummers around this forenoon," went on Oakes, "and, being as I happened to stop in at the stable a couple of hours ago, he asked me to take the hoss and team and come after you and fetch you to the Ocean House. He's going to drive you down to the station this afternoon, though. He's fixed that up all right for you, Norma. Frank's a dependable kind of feller. Him and me are chums, as you might say." The young lady's reply was limited to a very brief acknowledgment of the information. Her hitherto favorable opinion of Mr. Hammond was not helped by the statement that he and Wally Oakes were chums, nor was she pleased to be hailed as Norma by the last-named gentleman. It was true that most of the members of her father's crew had fallen into the habit of dropping all formalities of address during her recent visit, but down there, somehow, it was different, and there was a certain sly implication of confidential intimacy in Wally's use of her Christian name on the present occasion which was irritating. It made her long to slap him. She yielded to the temptation to the extent of making her first remark a pronounced snub, but snubs meant nothing to Wally. He led her past the loungers on the station platform with an air of solicitous protection which was provoking, and handed her into the buggy with a flourish. He did not speak, nor did she, until, as they moved away from the depot, he turned the horse's head to the right instead of the left. "This isn't the way to the village, is it?" she asked quickly. Wally, beside her on the seat, turned his head and winked. "It ain't the shortest way, no," he whispered. "But I knew you'd want to talk with me a little, mite, so I thought we'd drive around by the West Main Road and come up that way. See, Norma, don't you?" She looked at him. "I don't know that I do," she answered frigidly. "What should I want to talk with you about in particular?" "Why, you got my letter, didn't you?" "Yes." Yes, I knew you must have. I mailed it right off the day after it happened, you understand." The last sentence was accompanied by another wink and a confidential lowering of the voice. She moved impatiently on the seat. "You needn't whisper," she said. "No one is likely to hear us. Not that I should mind if they did." Yes, that's so. I guess maybe you're right. Only there ain't but a mighty few that's on to the real insides of what's been going on down there to Setuckit, and so we have to be a little mite careful, that's all." "Why?" "Why? Say, did you get my letter?" "I told you I did." Well then, say," suddenly, as if the thought seemed to strike him, "you haven't got a letter from anybody else about it, have you?" She was on the point of saying that she had not, but she would not give him that satisfaction. "If I have, what of it?" she asked. Why, there might be considerable of it. If somebody wrote you a pack of lies, you might have come to believe 'em instead of the truth. That's what I mean." "Well," significantly, "you wrote me." Yes, you bet I did. I and your father wrote that letter together. He was too shook up and sick to hold a pen steady, and so I helped him out. He told me what to say, and I said it. Wait, you said he was sick, is he?" "Is he? Well, if he ain't, then he'd ought to be." "But is he?" "I don't know whether he is or not now, but he was next door to it then, and no wonder the way he'd been treated. If I hadn't been there to stand up for him, there's no telling what that Cal Homer and the gang would have done to him." "Did you stand up? I thought you wrote that you were knocked down." The sarcasm was entirely wasted. Wally's anger was boiling over at the memory of his humiliation. His tone became anything but a whisper. "Knocked down," he snarled. "I was struck in the eye when I wasn't looking. If I had been looking, there'd have been somebody else knocked down instead of me. See there," pointing to his bruised cheek. "That's what Cal Homer done to me, the sneaking scamp. He had his gang around him, or else, you see what he done, don't you?" "Yes, I see that something must have happened to you." "Well, he's going to pay for it. I'm going to see a lawyer first thing I get. He'll spend part of his keeper's wages settling damages with me. That's what he'll do." She made no answer, and turning, he became aware that she was looking at him intently. It was the first sign of interest she had shown, and he was gratified by it. "Yes, sir," he repeated. "I'm going to sue him if it takes—" "Wait. You said something about wages, keeper's wages. Mr. Homer is a number one man, not a keeper." "Huh, we ain't none of us too sure of that. The story going round is that he's keeper down at Setuckit Station right now, and that he's going to be made the regular one just as soon as they fix things up to Washington." "But my father is keeper of Setuckit Station." "Huh, he was keeper, but is he now? That's a question. And is he ever going to be again? That's another one. The story is that he ain't. It wouldn't surprise me because—" "Stop. Do you mean that my father has been discharged and that Mr. Homer has been given his place?" "Well, he couldn't get it no other way, could he? I tell you, Norma, Cal and his bunch have been working and lying and contriving for it all along. Why, I wrote you that very thing in my letter. I wrote you—" "Oh," impatiently, "I know what you wrote me. I didn't believe it, of course." Wally gasped. His involuntary jerk of the reins brought the horse to a walk. "You didn't believe it," he repeated. "No," with scornful contempt. "Of course I didn't, and I don't believe it now. Tell me, is that story of Mr. Homer's taking my father's place anything but a story? Do you know that it is true?" Well, I can't say as I know it just exactly, but it's being said. There's all sorts of yarns." She interrupted once more. "And they are yarns, of course," she declared. "You really know nothing about it." Well, I say, Norma, you don't seem to realize what's been going on down there to that station. I thought I wrote you plain enough, but it looks as if you didn't quite get a hold of it. Let me tell you, that sneaking lion Cal Homer is—" She turned on him with a swiftness that took his breath away. "Stop," she ordered. "I don't want you to say another word of that kind. I don't believe you. If you try to say any more, I shall get out and walk the rest of the way." "But say, look here, Norma." She leaned forward and pulled at the reins. The horse, he was no fiery animal, stopped. "Let me out," she said. You don't mean it, do you?" "I certainly do, unless you are willing to drive me to the hotel at once and without saying another word about my father or Mr. Homer. That is precisely what I mean." Wally glared at her. Then he hit the horse a vicious slap with the end of the reins. "Get up," he snarled, and then added viciously, "By Godfreys, I'm beginning to believe you're stuck on that Homer like a lot of other darn fool girls in this town. I swear I do." She did not deign a reply, and the remainder of the journey to the Ocean House was made quickly and in silence. Frank Hammond and Norma were acquainted. She had stayed overnight at the Ocean House after leaving Setuckit on her way back to Fairborough, and he and his wife had done their best to make her brief sojourn pleasant. They were a kindly middle-aged couple, looked up to and respected in the town, and Hammond was a member of the Board of Selectmen and a man of substance in the community. Norma liked them both. Mrs. Hammond, she learned, was in Boston on a visit. Her husband gave this information during dinner, a meal which he and Norma shared with Ezra Blodgett, a dapper and tiresome elderly person whom she had never before met and soon began to hope she might never meet again, Braddock, the local druggist, and a breezy young man named Thornton, who, it appeared, was the hat and cap drummer mentioned by Wally during the drive from the railway station. Norma had hoped to learn from the Hammonds a few reliable particulars concerning the recent happenings at Setuckit, but Blodgett and the drummer, more particularly the latter, seemed to feel it their duty to entertain her, and they took charge of the conversation. The young gentleman in the hat and cap line was so extremely attentive that he became a nuisance, and she was obliged to snub him rather pointedly in order to force some realization of this fact upon his mind. At another time, and under different circumstances, she might have been more tolerant, for Mr. Thornton undoubtedly meant to be agreeable, but Norma's charity that day was not of the kind which suffers long and is kind. She was more anxious than ever, and therefore inclined to be impatient. Wally Oakes's spiteful fabrications she did not believe, and had refused to hear. The little she had heard she meant to forget. But in spite of this determination, she was troubled. What was the real truth about it all? And why, if it was as serious as it seemed, had Calvin neither written nor telegraphed? Unless his reason were very convincing, she would find it hard to forgive that neglect. Beside Mr. Hammond, on the seat of the buggy as it rocked and shook along the deeply rutted sandy lane between the dunes, her thoughts dealt unceasingly with these questions. Even her worry concerning her father was temporarily forced into the background. She did not realize this, but it was so. The rumors in the paper, the outrageous accusations in Oakes's letter, and those he had made that morning, she could not help thinking of them. After all, she knew so little of the man she loved. What did she really know, except that she did love him and that he had said he loved her? Suppose, and then she awoke to a realization of what she was thinking and hated herself for the thought. Her idea of asking her driver for particulars concerning affairs at Setuckit was abandoned. No, she would wait until Calvin himself told her. And she was on her way to him now. He and she would be together once more. He would tell her everything, and she would know and understand and be happy. She was happy at that moment. And then Hammond, who, like her, had been silent for some minutes, spoke. He turned to look at her, and his expression was grave. "Miss Bartlett," he said, "I don't know as I ought to say it. It isn't any of my business in a way, but I've been thinking not much of anything else since I got word you was coming. I suppose likely you know what's happened down at your father's station? That's why you're here, isn't it?" She answered his look with one quite as grave. "I know something has happened there," she admitted. "I read an article in the paper, and then I got a letter." "I see. From your father, of course. Well, he told you, didn't he?" She hesitated. "The letter wasn't from father," she said after a moment. "It was from Mr. Oakes." His surprise was evident. "Oakes?" he repeated. "Wally Oakes?" "Yes." "Wally Oakes! How in the world did he come to write you?" She explained briefly. Oakes had written the letter because he was with her father that night, and the latter was too nervous and ill to do it himself. "At least that is what Mr. Oakes said in the letter," she added, "and he told me so again this morning." "Huh! I shouldn't wonder. He told you a good many things, didn't he?" "Yes, in the letter, and he would have told me many more today if I had let him. I wouldn't listen. I didn't believe him, and I said so quite plainly." Hammond sniffed. "Wally isn't sweet enough to feed to a decent pig," he observed. "How as smart a man as Kellogg ever let him get into the service, I don't know, and I'm surprised he stayed in it as long as he did. Well, he's out of it now, and the service won't keel over and quit on that account. I was sorry I had to send him to the depot to meet you this morning, but I was busy with that drummer, and my regular driver is at home sick. Wally came loafing along, looking for a job, he said, so I gave him one. I beg your pardon, I do so." She smiled. "I see," she said. "I shan't hold it against you, Mr. Hammond. I detest that Oakes man, I must admit. I think he is everything that is mean and contemptible." "I vote yes on that. Well, he told you plenty, you say?" "One of the things he told me was that you and he were great friends. Chums, he called it." Her driver shook his head. "Tut, tut, tut," he observed. "And in spite of that, you came down and had dinner along with me. Your appetite must have been stronger than your judgment, Miss Bartlett." "Oh, I didn't believe that any more than I did the other things he told me." That judgment was sound, anyhow. No, Wally's a liar. 365 days in any year but leap year, and even then his average don't suffer. Just now he's loaded to the rails with spite and meanness. Calvin Homer knocked him in a heap, so they say, and if Cal was running for office just now, he could get elected on account of it. Yes, if that was all, Calvin would be the most popular man in the township limits. The last sentence was spoken in a tone different from those preceding it. The change was slight, but she noticed it. "Do you mean that he isn't popular?" she queried. Hammond seemed to be troubled about something. As he did not reply, she repeated the question. "What do you mean, if that were all?" she asked. Oh, I don't know as I meant anything in particular. Yes, I did too, but it has nothing to do with your father, Miss Bartlett. I guess Homer is popular enough, so far as that goes. There are some people who don't like him, and lately a thing has come to my notice but that wouldn't interest you either. Anything to do with what has happened at Father's station interests me very much. It does indeed. This thing I meant hasn't anything to do with what's happened down there, not really. Of course, it might help to explain. It might. Well, it set me to thinking when I heard it. Yes, and I've been thinking about it ever since. You know when you like a person a lot and then you learn something about him that kind of shakes your faith? Why, then you get kind of mistrustful when you hear other things. You begin to think up reasons you never would have thought of thinking before. You say to yourself, if he would play a mean trick like that on one person, mightn't he be playing mean tricks right along? That's what you say. I guess likely you're wondering what I'm trying to say now, don't you? She did not answer the question. So you don't like Mr. Homer, she said slowly. I wouldn't say that. I always used to like him, same as everybody else did. He's a smart, able young fellow. Yes, there's no doubt about that. But you don't like him now? You don't trust him, you said so. I said more than I meant to, I guess. I do hate to mistrust Calvin. Maybe I haven't got any business to. Only now, when they're saying he's been made keeper there at Setuckit. What is it? She had uttered a low exclamation. When he turned toward her, he saw that she was regarding him intently. "What's the matter?" he demanded. "What?" she interrupted. Nothing, she declared. "But tell me, please, has he been made keeper?" He was surprised. "Didn't you know?" he asked. "Didn't your father write?" "Father hasn't written me at all. This morning Mr. Oak said something about Mr. Homer's being the new keeper, and Father's being, well, he said discharged, but I didn't believe him. I didn't believe anything he said. Is it true? Tell me, Mr. Hammond, please." Hammond was disturbed. "Sho," he exclaimed. "I thought, of course, you had heard from your father about it, and that was why you came." "I came because I thought Father must need me. I didn't know. But do you really know? Is it a fact? Are you certain it is true?" He hesitated and then nodded. "It hasn't been given out from headquarters," he replied. "But, well, yes, I should say that 9 chances to 1 it was true. All sorts of stories have been leaking out from Setuckit and the Orem station, and the gist of 'em seems to be that Captain Bartlett isn't captain anymore and that Homer is in command. Whether or not it's just temporary command, I can't say. Very likely 'tis, but from all I hear, if it isn't permanent now, it is going to be. I'm sorry I had to be the one to tell you this, Miss Bartlett. I thought probably you knew as much or more about it than I did, or I wouldn't have dropped a hint. I'm real sorry I did." She was trying to be calm, but it was hard work. Nevertheless, she made a brave attempt. "I am glad you told me," she said. "I'm glad I found it out before I saw Father. He must be dreadfully sick, ever so much more so than I thought. If he were not, he never would have given up his command. It meant everything to him. Now that you have told me so much, Mr. Hammond, won't you please tell me the rest, the whole story, just as it happened? Then, when I see Father, I shall be prepared. Please tell me." So, though with reluctance, he did tell her the story, as much of it as had come to Orem. He omitted the charges of cowardice on Bartlett's part, and those charges had been at least as specific as any other part of the tale, and substituted surmises, such as, I guess your father was pretty nigh sick, same as you say. But, taken as a whole, his narrative adhered closely to the facts. Norma heard him through, and, to his surprise, she seemed less troubled at the end than at the beginning. Father was ill, and I am afraid he still is, she said. That is it. Oh, I wish I had come sooner, but I am glad he had a man like Mr. Homer to take command during his sickness. I know Father was glad too. As for all those ridiculous and wicked, lies, they aren't anything else. About Mr. Homer's leading a mutiny and planning to get Father's place as keeper, I know they're not true. The conviction in her tone was absolute. He did not contradict her, neither did he make any comment. Perhaps she noticed the omission, for when, after an interval of silence, she next spoke, it was to return to the subject which had led to his telling the story. You say you don't like Mr. Homer, she repeated. I'm very sorry. I like him, and so does my father. Why don't you like him? Hammond moved uneasily. Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say I didn't like him, he said. He's able and smart, and everyone knows that. But you said you were beginning to doubt him or suspect him, which is the same thing. You said something about a mean trick he had played, which shook your faith in him. I can hardly believe that, Mr. Hammond. I think you are mistaken. He is not the kind of man to do a mean thing. I know he isn't. Well, maybe you are right. Perhaps it didn't seem so mean to him. Anyhow, it really hasn't anything to do with a fuss at Setuckit. So what's the use of our talking about it, Miss Bartlett? She was reflecting. I think you believe it may have had something to do with it, she said musingly. You spoke of its suggesting possible reasons for your changing your mind in regard to other matters. I wish you would tell me what Mr. Homer did that you consider mean. I may be able to show you that it wasn't. I can't conceive of his being mean to anyone. Perhaps it is something I know about. No, you don't. There's only a few do know about it, and I shouldn't tell you or anybody. I'm sorry I mentioned it. But you did mention it, and Mr. Homer and I are friends, close friends. Are you going to give him a chance to explain? He laughed shortly. I don't imagine he would thank me for the chance, he observed. There, Miss Bartlett, let's forget it. But she had no intention of forgetting or permitting him to do so. There was a flash in her eyes and a crispness in her voice as she asked her next question. Why do you think he would not thank you for the chance? She persisted. Well, a little impatiently, because it isn't one of those things one man would explain to another. And if what I've heard is true, explaining would be a pretty hard job. I judge he didn't bother to do much explaining to her. To her? Why, yes. Look here, Miss Bartlett, I can see you think I'm cut a little mite on the Wally Oaks pattern and run around spreading lies about people. That is what you do think, or about that, isn't it? No, of course I don't. But I do think you should not have hinted to me that Mr. Homer is capable of a mean action, and then refuse to explain why you think so. I shall tell him you said it, and then I am sure he will ask you for the explanation himself. He stared. You will tell him, he repeated. For the Lord's sakes, why should you tell him? Because I am a friend of his, and so is Father, and I try to be fair to my friends, Mr. Hammond. If anyone dropped such hints about me, I should be glad if a friend told me of them. Frank Hammond whistled between his teeth. This was an unexpected development. His hint, which was merely an echo of his thought, and dropped without premeditation, had got him into trouble. She would speak to Homer concerning it. It was plain that she meant what she said, and the insinuation that he was unfair nettled him. His tone changed. All right, he said bluntly, then I will tell you. I don't know as there is any good reason why I shouldn't. It is a sort of secret in a way, but I'm not going to let you get the idea that I tell lies about people behind their backs. I did say it seemed to me that Calvin Homer had played a mean trick. I meant it. If being engaged to marry a girl and then writing her half a dozen lines, saying he is sick of her and breaking the engagement isn't a mean trick, then I don't know what you would call it. He heard her catch her breath. Nonsense, she exclaimed indignantly. Mr. Homer engaged to be married and breaking the engagement? How ridiculous. It isn't true. Oh, yes, it is. I ain't Wally Oakes. I wouldn't say a thing like that if I didn't know it was true, and about a fellow I used to like as well as I did Cal Homer. He was engaged to marry. Well, I won't mention any names, but the girl is a relation of mine. Her mother is my first cousin by marriage. He and this girl had kept company for a good while. I knew it. So did about everybody else. Things like that are what folks, especially the women folks, talk about in a place like Orem. Only a few of us knew he was engaged to her, but he was. I saw the ring he gave her. She never showed it to me, but her mother told me about it, and I've seen it on her finger. He paused, giving his attention to the horse, which had strayed off the road. He guided the buggy back into the ruts again, and then resumed his story. Oh, yes, they were engaged all right, he began. She interrupted. When was this? She asked. When did they get engaged, you mean? Oh, a few months ago. I heard of it. Seems to me 'twas along the 1st of December. The idea, so her mother told me, was not to say anything, not to make any announcements, you understand, for a while, because Calvin didn't feel he was in any position to get married, and he was hoping to get a better job. What he planned to do, yes, and all hands thought it would happen, was to be made keeper at Setuckit. The pay isn't so much better, but a station keeper can have his wife with him. Besides, I judge, knowing Myra, that neither he nor she would have been contented even with a keeper's job long. She, this girl I'm speaking of, he was quite unconscious that he had mentioned her name, is mighty clever and ambitious. She would make her husband get on in the world. Well, then Captain Bartlett, your father, was made keeper, and that plan was knocked in the head, for a time anyhow. I don't think 'twas given up. Her mother says neither of 'em gave it up. The idea was to wait and see how Bartlett made out. If he didn't make good, why, then Cal was next in line, see? He waited for a reply, but she made none. After a moment, he continued. Well, so they were engaged, and she had the ring, and the girl and her mother thought it was all settled. Naturally, they would. I was surprised when I heard it, because, to be honest, I wouldn't have believed either of those women would have been satisfied with anything so everyday as a lifesaver. They aren't that kind. Captain Fuller, my cousin, was an easy-going, plain man enough, but his wife and daughter are different. Plain things, so I'd have said, didn't satisfy either of 'em. What say? She had murmured something. Now she spoke aloud. So her name is Myra Fuller, she said. Does she live here in Orem? He turned in amazement. How did you know her name? He demanded. Did you know about the engagement? No, she smiled wearily. No, I didn't know. You told me your name yourself just now. You didn't realize it, but you did. Oh, never mind. When was the engagement broken? Less than a fortnight ago. Not much more than a week ago, I guess. It was after you was down here the last time. Sarepta, now I've let out so much of the names, the whole of 'em don't matter, told me about it day before yesterday. According to her tell, it was pretty mean business on Calvin's part. Myra was anxious about him on account of the wrecks and all, but he hadn't written for weeks, and he had promised to take a Liberty Day and come to see her. Next to the last letter she had from him, he promised that, and was as sweet and loving as any girl could ask. But he didn't come, and then, next thing the Fullers knew, he sent the letter saying he was sick of it all, and she could go to blazes, or what amounted to that. Now, you may not call that mean treatment of a girl, Miss Bartlett, but I do. Again he waited for her to speak, but when she did, it was far more to herself than to him. I don't believe it, she murmured. Oh, of course I don't believe it. He was angry. All right, he snapped. If you don't believe me, go and ask Sarepta. Yes, or Myra. I rather think they'd tell you, but I'd have you understand that I'm speaking the truth. Yes, I know you think you are. I am sure of that. I beg your pardon, Mr. Hammond. It was only that it didn't seem possible. Mr. Homer has always seemed so honest and straightforward and true that... Sure, it was pretty hard work for me to believe it myself, but I got it straight from headquarters, so I had to believe. Of course, Myra won't talk about it. She's mighty proud, and when I asked her, she flew at me like a wildcat and vowed and declared 'twas she who had given Cal his walking papers, and not him her at all. She couldn't say hard enough things about him, how she got tired to death of him, had realized her mistake long ago, and had sent him packing. If she hadn't been so darned spiteful against him, I might have believed her side of the story, but she called him too many names. No, Sarepta's yarn is the true one. I don't think there's any doubt about that. She was thinking. Myra Fuller, she said slowly. Myra Fuller. I used to know a girl of that name. She was at the Bridgewater Academy when I was there, but it couldn't be that girl. I shouldn't wonder if it was. Myra went to Bridgewater. She studied to be a teacher up there. Kind of a big, fine-looking girl, with sort of reddish hair and a way of looking at you with her eyes that, well, if you're a man, it kind of gets you. They're nice eyes, and she can make 'em say a whole lot. Yes, and she knows it, with a chuckle. That girl? And he was engaged to her? Oh, yes, he was engaged to her all right. That much I do know for sure. They drove on for some minutes without further conversation. It seemed to him that having substantiated his accusation against Homer, so far as the latter's being capable of a mean trick was concerned, he had said enough, but she apparently was not finished with the subject. Was she very much in love with him? She asked. Who, Myra? Why, yes, I guess so. More than she's ever been with anybody else, I'd say. She's always been a great hand with the boys, and some of her beaux wasn't exactly what you'd call boys either. She did like Calvin a lot, though, according to Sarepta. You see, he's a fine-looking young fellow, Cal is, and Myra don't mind good looks a bit. He paused to chuckle again, and then added, I wouldn't say her heart was broke altogether. Not so's the pieces can't be stuck together anyhow. There's an old rooster named Blodgett. Why, you saw him at the dinner table this noon. He takes his meals along with us. He's willing to help with a repair job, I judge, if she'll give him the chance. The story is that he's beginning to call on her fairly regular. He's pretty well off, and she did not appear to be interested in Mr. Blodgett. Mr. Hammond, she broke in, you hinted that you were beginning to believe Mr. Homer might have done what that horrid Wally Oakes said he did, work against my father and plan to get himself made keeper of the station. Do you really believe that? Have you any reasons, more than you have already told me, for believing it? He shook his head. No, he protested. I haven't, and I don't say it either. I can't think Cal would do a thing like that. As I told you, I'd have sworn he was straight as a T-square if I hadn't found out how he treated Myra. That shook my confidence in him, same as 'twould anybody's. Don't you think so, Miss Bartlett? She drew a long breath. Yes, she said. Mm-hmm. But so far as this contriving and scheming against your father behind his back goes, I won't believe it. Not yet. That would be too low-down mean. Of course, Sarepta says that's what he's been doing, and so does Wally, but they're both chock full of spite, and their testimony needs considerable salt before I'd swallow it. He went on talking, but if she heard, she had no comment to make. She did not speak again during the drive to Setuckit Station. End of Chapter 15. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 16 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Homer happened to be in the tower when the Hammond horse and buggy appeared among the dunes. Through the glass he saw Norma on the seat beside the driver. He was, in a way, prepared to see her. She had telegraphed that she should come soon, and when he first sighted the approaching vehicle, he felt almost sure that she was there. Now, as he watched her through the telescope, his pulse quickened at the thought of seeing her again. So much had happened since they parted. The care and worry and responsibility had been wearing indeed. He had longed for her. There was so much to tell her, so much to explain. He had needed her help and understanding sympathy so greatly. Now she was here. He darted to the door and ran down the stairs. At the closed door of the skipper's room, he paused. He knew that Bartlett was in that room. Benoni had spent practically all his time there since the day of his crew's rebellion. He came out when called to meals, but at the table he said scarcely a word, and of those words not one was addressed to Calvin. He ignored the latter altogether and refused to answer if Homer spoke to him. Calvin, after several attempts, had given it up. It was evident that Bartlett did not care to have anything to do with him. So he kept out of the way of the deposed keeper, and, although when they met at breakfast he always bade him a respectful good morning, he tried to avoid troubling him by sound or sight. But now, at the door, he paused, wondering whether or not he should tell him of his daughter's arrival. As he stood there, the door opened, but it was Seleucus Gammon, not Benoni Bartlett, who came out of the little room. Homer was surprised. So far as he knew, no one save Kellogg had visited Bartlett in that room since the day of Wally Oakes's leaving. Gammon saw him standing there and raised a warning finger. He closed the door carefully behind him. "What is it, Cal?" he asked. "What's up?" Calvin explained. Norma Bartlett was coming, would arrive in a few minutes, and he had thought of telling her father the good news. Seleucus shook his head. "I wouldn't if I was you," he said. "The old man is having one of his bad spells, seems so. He opened that door a little spell ago and sung out to me to come in. Said he wanted to talk to me. It was about the first word he'd said to me for 3 days, and I couldn't guess what he wanted, but I went in. He's in a state, I tell you. Seems he's been trying to write Norma a letter, telling her what he calls the truth about everything that's happened, and there were sheets of scribbled-on paper all over the table and on the bed and the land knows where. He wanted me to hear what he'd wrote. He read some of it to me out loud. Such a mixed-up mess you never heard, all full of talk about the Lord and his duty as a follower of the way and the light, and about being tempted by the old Harry, and how devil's agents had worked against him, and I can't tell you what. I judge you and Captain Kellogg are the head agents, Cal. He's down on you especial, and when I tried to put in a word on your side, he jumped on me with both feet. Fact is, he got so kind of wild in his talk that I shut up. Thought 'twas good judgment, you understand. No, if I was you, I wouldn't go nigh him now. You're the last man 'twould do him any good to see." Calvin was greatly troubled. Bartlett had been morose and gloomy since the break with the men, but he had shown no signs of violent aberration. This was most unfortunate. He dreaded the shock to Norma. "He asked me 1 or 2 questions that kind of scared me," went on Seleucus. "Wanted to know if I'd noticed anything special in the noise the surf on the outer beach was making. Said it seemed to him to be calling to him, singing out, 'Benoni Bartlett, come here, come here.' Said there was times when he felt as if he just had to go. Yes, sir, that's what he said. That meant drowning himself, as I figured it. Of course, I told him the surf wasn't saying nothing but boo, same as it always says. I tried to soothe him down best I could, but 'twas considerable of a job. I calculate 'twas writing Norma that riled up his brains so. It's a mighty good thing she's here. Maybe she can handle him. Anyhow, the rest of us couldn't, least of all you, Cal. You steer clear of 'em, that's my advice. Hello, here comes the team now, ain't it?" The buggy was nearing the station. The crew gathered outside the door to meet it. Homer and Finney hastened forward to help Norma alight, but it was Josh's hand she took. She looked, so Calvin thought, white and careworn. His eager welcome she met by a look so peculiar that he stepped back, aghast. "Norma," he cried, forgetting that none of the others knew of their intimate relation. She turned to him, but only to ask a question. "Where is father?" she asked. "He is in his room. Shall I?" "I am going there. No, thank you, Mr. Rogers. You needn't tell him. I'll go right in." That was all she said, not a word of inquiry or greeting, not a smile nor a glance implying that she was glad to be with him again. And her tone was formal, almost coldly so. He stared after her in hurt amazement as she hurried into the station. When he entered the mess room, the skipper's door was shut. She and her father were together. She was in that room all the remainder of the afternoon. They called her and Bartlett to supper, but neither heeded the call. When Calvin knocked, she told him that they were not hungry, and that, if they should be later on, she would prepare the food herself. Her tone and manner then were just as coolly impersonal, and she offered no explanation nor excuse. Hammond had driven back to Orem immediately after leaving his passenger. Homer tried to talk with him, thinking that perhaps she might have told him something concerning herself, might have offered some reason, ill health or anxiety, anything which might help to account for her strange behavior. But the hotel proprietor's manner also was odd. Ordinarily a cheerful, garrulous man, he was now almost taciturn. He seemed eager to get away, and did so at the first opportunity. It was, for Calvin Homer, a wretched afternoon and evening. All his joyful relief at seeing her had gone, and the disappointment and gloom which succeeded were crushing. Also, with them came a heavy sense of impending trouble. He had had care and anxiety sufficient of late, but these he could face, and had. Through them he had clung to the thought of her faith in him, of their love and its wonderful happiness. Her coming had been a burst of sunlight breaking through the clouds. Now the clouds were thicker than ever. Something had happened. Something was wrong. Something, whatever it might be, had come between them. Her first thought would be for her father. Yes, he could well understand that, but why was she so cold toward him? Why had she refused his hand and turned to take Finney's? Why had she looked at him, Calvin, so strangely? There had been little of trust or love in that look. He tried to think of possible explanations. She could not believe that he had been a traitor to her father. He had written her the plain, unornamented truth about that. She must believe his story, and therefore believe in his honesty and loyalty. She would, she was so honest herself. Could it be that she had not received his letter? He had sent it early enough. She should have received it days before. But perhaps she had not. She might think he had neglected her, and that would explain her attitude. Partially explain it, at least. Yes, that must be the explanation. It must be. His conscience was clear in that respect, but in another it was not. He had not told her of his affair with Myra. The letter in which he had begun his confession still remained unfinished in his chest in the sleeping quarters. He would have finished it had it not been for her telegram saying she was coming to Setuckit. To tell her rather than to write seemed so much more satisfactory. He had planned to tell her the moment that he and she were alone. His determination to do so was unshaken, but her strange behavior toward him made the telling appear more difficult than ever. Nevertheless, he must do it, and would. That she could have heard the story already from another did not enter his mind. At 10, the men, the patrolman on duty excepted, went aloft to turn in. Bartlett, who had given up his own room to his daughter, had already gone to his bunk in the spare quarters. Homer lingered in the mess room, still hopeful of seeing Norma. Apparently she, too, had been waiting for that opportunity, for a few moments later she came out and joined him. He rose to meet her and stepped forward, his hands outstretched. But she did not respond to his greeting, and his eager utterance of her name she met only with a steady look of grave scrutiny. "Norma!" he exclaimed. "Norma, what is it?" He would have taken her in his arms, but she eluded him and, moving to the other side of the table, stood there, still regarding him, unsmiling and aloof. "Norma!" he cried again. She motioned to a chair. "Please sit down," she said. "I want to talk with you. I have been waiting to do it." He took the chair she indicated. She took another, but on the opposite side of the table. Then, with her chin upon her hands, she looked at him fixedly. "Norma," he pleaded, "what is the matter? Why do you treat me like this? What?" She interrupted. "Don't," she said hastily. "I'm going to ask you some questions. Will you answer them plainly and honestly?" "Of course. Why do you say that? Did you think I would answer them in any other way?" She did not reply, nor did she appear to heed the surprised resentment in his tone. "First of all," she went on, "I want you to tell me the exact truth about what has happened here since I went away. Oh, yes, Father has told me, and so have others, but I want to hear it from you." "But you did hear it from me. I wrote you all about it in my letter." This statement did have an effect. She raised her head. "When did you write me?" she asked slowly. "The day after we got back from the flyaway. I wrote you a long letter telling everything just as it happened, and I sent the letter to the office by way of the Orem station. Do you mean that you didn't get that letter?" She shook her head. "I have not heard a word from you since it happened," she said. So his surmise was correct. Those careless idiots at the Orem station were responsible. This was the reason for her coldness. She believed he had neglected her. "That is too bad," he declared angrily. "Confound those fellows. I sent word that the letter must go right away. It is a shame, Norma dear. I'm awfully sorry. No wonder you thought—" Again she interrupted. "Never mind," she said. "Tell me the story now." He had expected this and was ready. He told her everything as briefly as he could, omitting nothing of importance, offering no excuses for his own action in disobeying Bartlett's orders, but giving the reasons which had seemed imperative at the time. "I hated to do it, Norma," he declared. "I can't tell you how I hated to, but it was that, or letting the schooner drift on the shoals and drown every man on board. Your father wasn't well. You see how he is now. He was worse then. What else could I do?" She seemed to ponder. "And you wrote me all this?" she asked. "You are sure?" "Sure? Why, I told you I did. Don't you believe—" "Hush, please. I don't know what I believe now, but I must know. Are you keeper here at Setuckit?" He hesitated. "I am a sort of keeper, I suppose," he admitted. "Superintendent Kellogg put me in charge temporarily. He came down here to investigate. That is his duty, you know. And—" Yes, I know all that, but Father says that he, the superintendent, offered him the choice of resigning or being discharged. Is that true?" Again he hesitated, but she had demanded the truth, and he must tell it. "Why, yes," he admitted. "I'm afraid it is. Captain Kellogg told me that was what he had done." "And has he offered you the appointment as keeper?" "Yes. Of course, it doesn't rest altogether with him. The matter would have to be referred to Washington, and perhaps—" "Oh, don't beat about the bush. You accepted the appointment." "No, I didn't." "You did not? Why?" "You ought to know why." Her sharp, almost contemptuous tone and manner were having their effect, and he was finding it hard to be patient. "You ought to know why, Norma," he repeated. "Is it likely I could see your father lose his place and then take it myself? Your father! I told Kellogg I wouldn't consider the appointment for a minute." Her manner changed then. The look in her eyes softened just a little. He pressed his advantage. "I said I would take charge here until a regular keeper was appointed," he went on. "Captain Kellogg asked me to, and the men seemed to want me. I didn't like to do it. I would a lot rather have resigned myself. But someone had to do it, someone that had experience. And your father isn't—well, I'm afraid he isn't sane altogether. He certainly wasn't sane that day. I hate to say it. You must know how I hate to say it to you, of all people, but it is true. And I wrote you all this, all except my being put in charge here for the time. That I didn't know then." The scornful contempt was no longer in evidence. Her eyes had lost their hardness. Now they filled with tears. "Poor father," she sighed. I don't know what to say or think about him. He was in a dreadful condition when I came. He had been trying to write me, and oh, the way he spoke and acted frightened me. I must get him away from here. That is certain, no matter what else may be. I must take him somewhere where I can be with him and look out for him. He is better now and quieter. He has told me the story himself. And he says, yes, he insists that you were the leader against him. If it hadn't been for you, he declares, the men would have obeyed his orders. But suppose they had. We saved that schooner with all hands. If we had obeyed Captain Bartlett's orders, the vessel and her crew would have gone to the bottom. And your father, Norma, did he tell you why he wouldn't order out the boat? Did he tell you about God's coming to his room there and talking to him and all the rest of it? She nodded. He told me that, she admitted. I'm afraid he isn't right. Oh, it is dreadful. But except for that, except for his religious mania, that is what it is, he talks quite rationally. And he says he knows now that you have been working against him all the time, that you were only waiting for the chance to get him into trouble so that you might have his place. And so, he says, when that chance came, you took it. He stared at her. You don't believe that, he cried. Norma, do you believe that of me? She shook her head. I don't want to believe it, she said. No, I don't believe it. It would be too contemptible, but I have heard it from others. What others? Well, I received a letter written from this station the very day when you say yours was written. It seems odd that that letter reached me and yours did not, then nor since. The doubt, or the hint of doubt, had come back to her voice. Calvin noticed it. What letter was that, he demanded. Who wrote it? Not your father. No, father has been in no condition to write, I am afraid. Then who did write, huh? Good Lord, was it Wally Oakes? She colored slightly and was confused. Why, yes, it was, she admitted. But of course, Wally Oakes, you didn't believe that, Pop. Of course I didn't, but his letter came. He wrote me. And I wrote you. I told you so. I'm not lying. Oh, Norma, dear, how can you speak like this to me? What has changed you so? She was looking at him again, looking him through and through. Have you been absolutely truthful to me? She asked slowly. Have you been loyal in every way to my father? Yes, indeed I have. And to me, you have told me everything? Everything? Yes. Always? Certainly. Then why have you never told me about Myra Fuller? He did not answer. He tried to do so, but he could not. The words he wanted were not at his command then. The suddenness of her question, the knowledge that she had learned the secret from other lips than his, the overwhelming realization of what her learning it in that way might mean, all this confounded him, made speech impossible at the moment. He reddened, stammered, and stared at her aghast. In her eyes it was a picture of guilt discovered. He knew that he must be, and the thought merely rendered more acute the general paralysis of his faculties. She was watching him intently, waiting for his reply. It did not come. Well, she said, after a moment. He caught his breath. He knew that he must say something, must explain, or attempt an explanation. It was now or never. Norma, he stammered, I don't know what to say to you about that. I didn't know you knew. She broke in. I can well imagine that, she observed crisply. But I do know a little, and I think you had better tell me the rest. Is it true that you were engaged to marry that girl? He nodded, overwhelmed. Yes, he confessed, I was. But, oh, Norma. Wait, when did you and she become engaged? A good while ago, months ago, but I never really meant to be. I don't know how it happened. I didn't really care for her at all. It just happened. Oh, I know that sounds foolish. Of course you wouldn't believe it or understand, but it is the truth. I was sorry the minute afterward. I would have given anything to have been out of it. Oh, but what is the use? What can I say to make you understand? She shook her head. "I don't know," she said. "I don't understand, I confess." "Of course you don't, but it is true. I never did love her, really. She... He broke off, the hopelessness of his attempt at justification heavy upon him. In the letter he had begun, but never finished, yes, and 100 times before and since, he had rehearsed the plea he meant to make to her. But now, when she sat there opposite him, looking at him, searching him through and through with that look, demanding the explanation which it was her right to demand, now the confession of the whole truth, plain, absolute, and without excuse, the confession which he had determined to make, seemed as hopelessly impossible of belief as the most transparent lie. How could a girl like Norma Bartlett ever believe that he, Calvin Homer, could have been attracted, even temporarily and lightly, by a girl like Myra Fuller? Nevertheless, in his desperation, he tried again. "Norma," he pleaded, "please try to believe me. I never did care for her, really at all. I didn't. I never cared for anyone but you. It wasn't until I saw you that I began to understand what it meant to really care. I had read about it in stories and all that, but I thought it was all book nonsense. I never believed anyone could love anyone as I love you. You see, she broke in again. "Did you say these things to Miss Fuller?" she inquired. The chilling sarcasm of the question was like a plunge into ice water, but the plunge had the effect of restoring a little of his self-control. "Of course I didn't," he retorted. "I tell you I didn't care for her, never did, and when I saw you I realized it." "Yet you were engaged to her." "I was, yes, but I had made up my mind to break it off, and I have done it." "When did you do it?" "A little while ago, about a week ago, I think it was. I wrote her a letter telling her I couldn't marry her, that I had found I didn't care for her in that way, and that the whole thing had been a mistake." "That was only a week ago. And when—" she paused an instant, then, with a lift of her head, continued, "and when you spoke to me there on the beach, when you told me what you did tell me, then, at that very time, you were engaged to another girl. Then, when you said those things to me." He sighed. "Yes," he admitted, "I was. And I didn't intend to say them to you, Norma. I didn't. That is the truth. I had intended to write Myra, telling her just what I did tell her in the letter I wrote afterward. And then perhaps, if I was ever brave enough to do it, I meant to ask you. It didn't seem possible you could care for me, but I knew I must find out whether you did or not. I had to." "But you did say them to me then." "Yes, when I saw you there in the channel and was afraid that you were drowning or hurt, I said them, but I hardly knew I did. The words just came of themselves. They did." "I see. They just happened, I supposed, as your engagement to Myra Fuller just happened. You seem to have had a number of such happenings." "Norma," indignantly, "how can you say that? How can you—" "Oh, don't. Why didn't you tell me then about her? If you had, perhaps But never mind, you didn't." "I couldn't. Seleucus came, and you and I didn't have a word in private together before you went back to Fairborough." Yes, that is true, but you have written me since. I received a letter from you, not the one you say you wrote, and which I didn't receive, but another. There was no word of your other love affair, or one of those affairs, in that letter. Why wasn't there?" He shook his head. The hopelessness of the tangle in which fate had wound him was always more and more apparent. "There wasn't," he said, "because I didn't feel that I ought to write you until I had written her or seen her. At first I meant to go and see her and tell her. It seemed to me the squarer thing to do, to tell her how I felt instead of writing it. But your father kept putting me off when I asked for liberty, and so at last I did write. Then came the flyaway business and the trouble here at the station, and I was so busy that you could not write me anything as important as that. Or possibly you thought your being engaged to another girl while you were making love to me was a mere trifle in which I wouldn't be interested. I should have been, I assure you. I am not as experienced and blasé in such affairs as you seem to be. Norma! Tell me this, then. In this second letter, the one which I never got, did you tell me of this Myra Fuller in that? No, I didn't. You had telegraphed me you were coming here, and I thought I would wait until you came and then tell you. I meant to do it, would have done it before now if you had let me speak to you alone, if you had given me a chance. But I did begin a letter to you, telling you the whole story. I began it the afternoon before the big storm. The storm came, and all the rest of the trouble here, and afterwards you telegraphed, so the letter wasn't finished. It is upstairs now in my trunk. May I get it and show it to you? She shook her head. No, she said slowly. It is rather late now, it seems to me. That is all you have to say? Why, yes, except that I am very sorry you found this out before I could tell you myself. I should have told you in my first letter, perhaps. I wish now I had. But waiting to break off with her before I told you seemed the square, honest thing to do. And she sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze. Oh, don't, she cried. Don't speak of honor any more. Your ideas of honor and loyalty don't seem to be mine at all, Mr. Homer. And I may as well say this. I am beginning to doubt your loyalty to Father. The stories I have heard about your pretending to be loyal to him and working against him behind his back don't seem as impossible to me as they did. I am by no means sure they aren't true. He had risen also. His face was white. Those stories are lies, he said firmly, and you know they are lies, or will know it when you think them over by and by. Perhaps, and you consider that you have been loyal to me? Yes, I'm sorry I didn't write you right off after you left, but I explained why I didn't. I thought I ought to see Myra and tell her first. And do you think that you were loyal to her? Yes, I tried to be. Then, as I said, your ideas of loyalty and honor are very different from mine. Good night. She turned toward the door of the skipper's room, hers, as always, during her stay. He spoke her name. Norma, he said quietly, I suppose this means the end of everything between you and me, doesn't it? She did not reply, but entered the little room and closed the door. He turned wearily away. He had had his answer. 2 days later, she and her father left Setuckit. Hammond, who had been telephoned for, came for them with a 2-horse vehicle and drove them to Orem. Meanwhile, Superintendent Kellogg had made another visit, and the Bartlett's departure was the result of it. The district superintendent's errand was to receive from Bartlett the resignation asked for, or, failing the receipt of that, to notify him of his discharge to take effect at once. The Washington authorities had not deemed it necessary to make further investigation. The testimony forwarded by Kellogg seemed conclusive, and they had left the matter in his hands. The superintendent and Homer had only a brief interview. Its brevity was entirely due to Calvin's disinclination to talk. Kellogg told him that Bartlett flatly refused to resign, even though his daughter begged him to do so, and railed against the treason of the crew, his number one man in particular. The tirade was interspersed with quotations from Scripture, appeals to heaven, and rambling prophecies as to the vengeance of the Almighty, which was to descend upon the heads of those responsible for his downfall and disgrace. If there was ever any doubt about the man's being crazy, declared Kellogg, there isn't any now. He's clean off, and even Norma had to admit as much to me. Of course, she thinks that his craziness is all due to the way he's been treated since he came here, and though I tried to tell her that wasn't so, I don't think she believed me. Natural enough, she shouldn't, I suppose. He's her father. But I declare I'm sorry for her. She's a mighty fine girl, and she's got an awful proposition on her hands. The old man keeps vowing and declaring he won't go. Says the Lord ordered him to stay here and put this whole section of coast in his charge, or words to that effect. How he'll act when he has to go, I don't know. She don't say much, but anybody can see she realizes what she's in for. I told her I'd like to do all I could to help her through her trouble, but she wouldn't take my help. She's down on me, and I don't blame her, although the land knows I'm not to blame. If I'd had my way, you'd have been keeper here at Setuckit in the first place, Cal, and all this would never have happened. I'd like to hang 6 politicians out here at the end of the point as a warning to the rest of 'em to keep hands off what ain't any of their business. He again asked Homer to take the appointment as keeper, but once more the offer was declined. The refusal was so curt that Kellogg was surprised. However, he still vowed not to accept it as final. I'm going to wait a little spell longer, Cal, he said, and let you think it over. The service needs you here, and, by holy, I need you. You'll be doing me a tremendous favor by taking the job. I've been, and am yet, a pretty good friend of yours. You can think that over, too, if you have a mind to. The most Calvin would concede was that he would not leave at once, even though the time set, March 1st, had arrived. He would remain another week, possibly 2, but no longer. He would not have done that were it not for Kellogg's personal plea of friendship, with its accompanying hint of obligation owed. He had no idea of staying on at Setuckit as captain. He wanted to get away from there, as far away as he could. He saw almost nothing of Norma during the 2 days of her stay. He made it a point to keep out of her way because he felt that his presence, even the sight of him, would annoy her. She and her father ate in the latter's room, for she left him scarcely at all. He slept in the spare room upstairs, and she in the room below, but she tiptoed up to peep in at him very often during the night, and her own sleep must have been fitful and scanty. Seleucus Gammon was the only one to whom she vouchsafed the slightest intimacy or confidence. Just why Seleucus was chosen, nobody seemed to know. Josh Finney offered the surmise that it might be because he looked so everlasting dumb that she didn't mind having him around any more than she would a dog. Come to think of it, observed Josh, Seleucus does look like a dog. When he stares at you with them pop eyes of his and wobbles that straw mustache up and down, he puts you in mind of one of them big poodles, the kind with whiskers. You sort of expect him to set up on his hind legs and say, bow wow, for a bone or something. Probably she used to own a dog once that looked like him. If she did, I presume likely somebody shot the critter for being so homely. Seleucus, who was, of course, within hearing when this remark was made, bristled and blew out the big mustache. If they killed folks for being homely, he declared, you'd have been drownded right after you was born, Josh. It's a wonder to me they ever let you live anyway. Probably thought they could make money if they saved you and showed you off in a dime show along with the rest of the outrages they have in them places. Norma takes to me because she knows I've got sense. Maybe I ain't got much, but even the least little mite is so scarce round here that it sticks up like Bunker Hill Monument. To Calvin, he confided his fears concerning Benoni Bartlett's condition. He's in an awful state, Cal, he said. Norma called me in there to ask if she could possibly have a little soup or something for his dinner. Said he wouldn't eat much of anything at all, and she wanted to try and tempt him. I didn't know but I might kill that old brindle hen that's been here since Kingdom Come. The critter's too old to lay, and I'm darn sure she ain't no good for ornament. If I killed her now and boiled her all night, I might get half a pint of soup out of the ruins, don't you think? Then you could maybe use what was left of her for something. Make a rubber ball out of it, maybe. I calculate 'twould bounce first rate. She's tough enough to bounce, I bet you. I'd get Jemima to make that soup, he added, only she's so prejudiced that if I told her 'twas the Bartlett girl that wanted it, she'd probably flavor it up with rat poison. She gets worse and worse that way, Jemima does, seems so, and I swear I ain't never given her no cause, plaintively. I don't care about women, Cal, never did, and I care about 'em less every day, by Crimus. I've got reason. He expressed his belief that Bartlett was a pretty sick man. I dread the time when he has to start from here, he said. The land knows what he'll do or how he'll behave. Lay right flat down and have to be dragged out by main force, maybe. That would be tough on her, wouldn't it? Homer spoke without looking at him. If anything like that should happen, Seleucus, he said, do everything you can for her, won't you? And make it plain to her that she and her father needn't go until they're ready. There is no hurry at all. Just tell her that they can stay here as long as they want to, that it won't trouble us a bit. Tell her that, will you? Seleucus nodded. I'll tell her you said so, Cal, he said. Then he added doubtfully, I wish you'd say it to her yourself, but I don't suppose you'd hardly want to. Maybe 'twouldn't be best if you did. She won't talk about you at all, and she won't let me neither. I've tried over and over again to show her that what happened that day of the flyaway business wa'n't your fault, that you couldn't do nothing else, and that the rest of us was in it just as much as you was. But she won't listen, don't seem to even want to hear you named, she don't. That's women's prejudice. Jemima's like that, only tuned up considerable more. You can't argue with 'em. All you have a chance to do is sit and listen to them arguing. Norma, she's an awful nice girl, but she's prejudiced against you, I'm afraid. Don't seem to be much doubt of it. Calvin walked away. Do everything you can to help her, Seleucus, he said. And if there's anything I could do, without her knowing it, of course, call on me. Be sure you do that. He was in the tower, looking down through the window where he could see without being seen, when Norma and her father came out to board the Hammond two-seater. Benoni was quiet and docile enough. Gammon's fears of violence and insane obstinacy had not been justified. He seemed to be in a sort of daze and to realize little of the circumstances attending his departure. Norma was outwardly calm, but she was pale and looked very tired. She shook hands with each of the men in turn, and Hammond helped her up to the back seat of the carriage. It was a rather cold, disagreeable day, and the curtains of the vehicle were buttoned down. Just before she closed the door, she glanced up at the tower. Calvin had, without realizing it, moved close to the window, and she saw him. Their eyes met. She made no sign, nor did he. Hammond picked up the reins and spoke to the horses. A moment later, and the carriage moved away. She had gone, and to Calvin it seemed that everything which made life desirable, even endurable, had gone with her. His feelings, since their final interview there in the mess room, had changed. Then he had been resentful, even angry. She had misjudged him, had refused to accept his explanations, would not believe even that he spoke the truth. But afterward, as he thought it over, and he had thought of nothing else, his reason told him that she had acted as any self-respecting girl would have done. If he had been in her place, if she had treated him as she was convinced he had treated her, would he have believed and forgiven? He was forced to doubt it. She thought he had been a traitor to Myra, had played a double game with her, had been from the first dishonorable and, to say the least, cowardly. He could not blame her for thinking so. Appearances were against him. His excuses must have sounded feeble indeed. He had tried to do right, had meant to be honest and fair. He could think now of 100 things he might and should have done if he had insisted upon seeing her again that very day when the confession of his love had been forced from him, if he had told her then, even if he had finished the letter he had begun. But what was the use of ifs now? It was too late. Fate, or ill luck, had been too much for him. They had beaten him. He was down and out. He did not even speculate concerning the manner in which she had learned of his engagement to Myra Fuller. He did not care. He tried to lose himself in the responsibilities of the station routine, but these were but ordinary just now. The weather continued fair and clear, and there were no wrecks or calls to action. Each day was like the day before, a dull, monotonous round of drill and minor duties. There was no excitement, nothing to help him forget, even temporarily. Peleg Mirick came to Setuckit with reports which the lifesavers found interesting. Benoni Bartlett had collapsed entirely during the drive to Orem. He had had to be helped from the carriage into a room at the Ocean House, and he was there now, his daughter with him. There were rumors that he flatly refused to go with her to Fairborough, that he insisted the Almighty had commanded him to remain in charge of the coast, and any hint that those orders should be disobeyed threw him into a frenzy which endangered his reason, even his life, and caused the doctor to counsel pretended agreement and longer delay. In fact, Peleg heard that Norma had resigned her position as librarian and was contemplating taking rooms or even a small house in Orem and living there with her father. "You see," confided Mirick, "the yarn is that the old man is quiet and peaceable as anybody'd ask for so long as he's let stay down here. Frank Hammond says he's pretty nigh sensible so long as they don't drop no hints about carrying him off. The doctor thinks that his health, yes, and his mind, too, is liable to stay fairly good if they let him have his way. But if they don't, if they start any mutiny against the Lord Almighty's orders, then he's apt to fly out to windward and flap himself to pieces like a loose jib. So Norma's going to give up all her own plans and stick by him so long as he holds together. That's what they say, and the story is that she's been looking over that little 5-room house of Obed Ryder's down on the hill at the lower end of the village, the first one you sight on your port bow when you're driving up overland from the point here. Oh, and say, I forgot to tell you, there's a whole lot of talk about Ezra Blodgett's keeping steady company nowadays with Myra Fuller. Of course, Myra's had so many beaus that all hands are a little mite doubtful. You remember there was one spell when folks calculated she had a line over the side for Cal Homer. But now it does look as if 'twas old Ezra that had swallowed the hook. Well, if she lands him, she'll get money, but not much else except skin and bones and a red necktie. You remember the yarns they used to tell about Ez? Why, one time there was much more, as there always was when the Mirick tongue, as Josh Finney described it, got under way with a gale astern. The rumors, of course, reached Homer's ears, but he asked no questions concerning them. Those dealing with Miss Fuller and Mr. Blodgett interested him not in the least. The others did, far too much for his peace of mind. During the night following Peleg's visit, he again made up his mind to resign from the service and go somewhere, anywhere, where forgetting was more of a possibility than he was finding it at Setuckit. But the day after that came a southeast rain accompanied by high winds, and that night a call to a coal barge which had broken from its tow line and grounded on the Hogsback. There were 3 men aboard, and getting to them in time to save their lives was an adventure and a risk which came as a blessed distraction to Calvin. His reckless daring that night caused even the old-timers like Gammon and Finney to grin and shake their heads. They admired and liked him for it, but Seleucus expressed the general opinion when he said, "Of course, doing your best is what you're here for, Cal, and taking risks is part of the trade. But there's some risks that's foolish. You done everything tonight but walk on the water, and even St. Peter couldn't get away with that, they tell me. You acted as if you thought 'twas up to you to get them coal heavers off all by yourself, even if you drowned doing it. It wasn't. There was a whole boatload of us there to help you, and besides, they wasn't worth drowning for. 2 of 'em was drunk, and the other would have been if the whiskey had held out. Take it a little easy, Cal. We've had one crazy skipper here, and that's a plenty." Homer laughed. He was tired, actually so tired that he believed he could sleep a little. Sleep with no dreams, and a few hours from the torture of bitter self-disgust and unavailing regrets were worth all the fatigue they had cost. From the time the boat was launched until it had landed on the beach, he had been too busy to think of Norma Bartlett. There were some compensations, other than the extra $10 a month pay, in the keeper's job at Setuckit Station. And when Kellogg came down the next forenoon and again urged him to accept that position as a permanency, he hesitated. After all, why not? He liked the work, had always liked it. He liked the crew, and they liked him. Norma would, of course, consider her judgment justified, would feel sure that he had been disloyal to her father and was now reaping the reward of successful treason. But she could not think worse of him than she did already. She had said she believed him a liar and a traitor. What did it matter? What did anything matter now? He drew a long breath. "All right, Captain Kellogg," he said. "I'll take the job." End of Chapter 16. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 17 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The district superintendent brought with him the news of the enlistment of 2 new men to fill the ranks of the Setuckit crew, short-handed since the departure of Oakes and Bartlett. Both of these were veterans in the service, and one, James Poundberry, was a South Aura man whom Homer had known since boyhood. The other, Baxter Cahoon, was a transfer from the Wellmouth Hollow station. Both were certain to prove valuable additions to the Setuckit group, and their selection was pleasing to Calvin. They reported for duty the next day, and Philander Jarvis went back to his preparation for the spring fishing, a work which his partner, Alvin Crocker, had carried on at the shanty up the beach. The weather was good. The March winds were in evidence, and the blown sand made patrol duty rather uncomfortable, but the sky was clear, and traffic over the shoals and past the rips uninterrupted. Homer, striving to keep busy, found himself almost wishing that another storm might come. So long as he had plenty to do, his mind was occupied. But the days were long, and, although he tried to keep his thoughts from dwelling upon the wreck of his hopes and their cause, he could not do so. He dreaded the idle monotony of the summer to come. July was certain to be a long, miserable month for him. The other men were already looking forward to it and planning what they should do during their 4 weeks' furlough, but he, as keeper, would be obliged to remain there at Setuckit, with no one to talk to except the occasional boatloads of summer visitors, and they would expect him to talk far too much. Well, he had yielded to Kellogg's urging and was keeper now. He could not go back on his word, but already he was sorry that he had not obeyed his first impulse and gone away, perhaps to Boston or New York. Yet he knew perfectly well that, wherever he might be, forgetfulness would not go with him. Norma's face was in his dreams. Her eyes looked at him from the darkness when he blew out his lamp at night. Every corner of the skipper's room, his own room now, was redolent of her. He realized that all this was quite unavailing, that he must forget and face the future as if the past had never been. Work, hard work, was his only cure, and he tried to find it. Every detail of routine was strictly looked out for under his regime. Drills were performed exactly on time and with no toleration of slackness. The few calls to active duty were answered the instant they came, and from the moment the men were ordered to their posts until the boat was back again in the station, he drove his crew like the old-time master of a tea-clipper. They didn't mind. There was no grumbling. They liked it. If he did not spare them, he certainly spared himself less, but they noticed that his appetite was poor, that he was growing thin. Seleucus spoke to him about it. "Cal," he said, "you're making yourself sick. There's no sense in it. That 3-master we went to yesterday didn't need us no more than Peleg Merrick's cat needs an extra set of claws. All ailed her skipper was that he got lost in the fog and sung out like a young one for Mother to come and lead him home by the hand. You know that, but you went after him as if you was his mother and he was your only kid. And then, when we got back here at 1 o'clock in the morning, you sat up till 4 making out your report. What's the good of it? Reports'll keep. You won't if you don't sleep once in a while. Why don't you take a Liberty Day yourself? You ain't had one since afore Christmas, and have a cruise up to town and enjoy yourself. Play a game of pool or go to a dance or something reckless. Say, Hez tells me there's an Uncle Tom show coming to the town hall Tuesday night. One of them big ones with 2 Topsies and 3 or 4 bloodhounds and a live jackass, and I don't know what all. Why don't you go to that? It will do you good to see that Lawyer Marks and, what's his name? Gumption Cute, and the rest of 'em cut up. I've seen 'em myself so often, I know every blessed thing they'll do and say next, but I enjoy it just the same. I'd go quick enough if I had the chance. Calvin smiled. Well, why don't you go, he suggested. We can spare you all right. Seleucus sighed. I don't go, he retorted, for the same reason a hen don't do much flying, 'cause what I get out of it ain't worth all the fuss. If I hint at such a thing, my wife begins heaving out talk about my not taking any liberty in 1,000 years when she was up to the village, but since she got here, she says I'm always hankering to take it. Uh-huh. But, say, Cal, you ain't married. You can do what you want to. Go and have a change. See the girls and have a good time. Only see a lot of 'em to once. There ain't any risk in that. Calvin laughed, or tried to, but he did not accept the suggestion. Shore liberty in Orem was the least appealing of all things to him. The other men took their allowance of liberty, however, and they brought back all the village news. The rumor that Norma Bartlett had hired the Ryder cottage, furnished, and was living there with her father, was confirmed. There had been a consultation of doctors, so the story went, and they had recommended Benoni Bartlett's being committed to some sanitarium or institution. But at the slightest hint of leaving the Cape, or even Orem, the patient's mental condition became so alarming that Norma refused to consider the idea. Taking the Ryder cottage was the alternative, and that she had done. She was there alone with her father during the days, and at night Elsie May, Joshua Finney's oldest girl, came in to stay with her. It was from Josh that this authentic bit of news was learned. He had more to tell. Elsie May says, declared Josh, that Baloney's real quiet and sensible most of the time. He ain't well. Fact is, he's getting kind of feeble. The doctors say his general health's breaking up, whatever that means. Calculate maybe they don't know themselves. Elsie May says he don't give no trouble at all, night or day, so long as the weather's good. But when there's a gale or a storm, even a little one, same as we had t'other night, it seems to sort of froth up his brains, and he's all for starting out and doing all sorts of things. Seems to calculate he must order out the lifeboat and go to save something or somebody. He's still got that loony notion that God's put him in command of all along shore in these latitudes, and he must get right on the job. T'other night, Elsie says, he tiptoed past her and was all but outdoor afore she noticed him. She was setting up, too, and on the lookout while Norma tried to get a little sleep. Yes, sirree, he'd have been out in that pouring down rainstorm with nothing on but his nightshirt and a sou'wester if she hadn't grabbed him and hollered for Norma. Pretty tough on his daughter, ain't it? She had a nice, well-paying job at Fairborough, they tell me, and she had to write him and give it up. Well, I guess the old feller won't live very long, and that's a good thing when you think about it sensible. Say, Ed, how's Cal been while I was off? He don't look first rate. More peaked and thin than ever, seems to me. What do you calculate ails him, anyhow? There were many things ailing Calvin just then. The mental and physical strain under which he had been since the day of the meeting, and the shock and agony attending and following the wreck of his love affair had brought the reaction which might have been expected. The harder he worked to forget, the greater the strain upon his nerves. He was in what Cape Codders call a run-down condition, and therefore the wet and exposure to which he had been subjected when leading his crew to a three-master in the fog had given him a slight cold, which he, so far, had not been able to throw off. In fact, it grew daily worse, and one thick, threatening morning he awoke from a troubled sleep to find himself shaking with a chill. The chill was followed by fever fits, not severe, but uncomfortable. Seleucus, now number one man by official appointment, tried hard to keep his superior in bed, but Calvin refused to heed his advice. He insisted upon getting up, and he remained up all day, trying to attend to his work, and succeeding after a fashion. By night, however, he was worse, and at last he was obliged to admit that, if he wished to avoid real illness, he must turn in and stay there for a while at least. The wind had risen, and it was then blowing steadily, sweeping before it a fine wet drizzle, which Seleucus called a cow storm, a combination of fog and rain, which made it hard to see for any distance. The barometer, however, was reassuring, nor had the bulletins of the Weather Bureau indicated any protracted or alarming disturbance. He slept heavily, a sleep filled with dreams, in which he and Norma were again together, and she refused to listen while he explained and explained, over and over, each explanation more weird and futile than the one preceding. He awoke to find Gammon standing by the bed. Seleucus was wearing oilskins, rubber boots, and sou'wester. The dim light of a wet early April dawn shone faintly through the window. The panes of that window were streaming with water. Calvin started and attempted to rise, but Seleucus's big hand held him down. "Steady, Cal, steady," ordered Gammon. "No, you ain't going to get up. You're going to be sensible and stay right where you be. Listen to what I'm saying. There's a two-master off back of the sand hill signaling us to come to her. Poundberry sighted her 15 minutes ago when the drizzle blowed clear a little mite. She ain't in no danger, nigh as we can make out. In deep water off in the channel, and getting along all right, seems so. Probably there's somebody sick aboard, or the skipper's lost his bearings or something. Anyhow, they're signaling for us, and we're going off to her. No, you ain't going. There's no need of it at all. The wind ain't much more than moderate, and a 10-year-old kid could handle the job. It's wet and raw, and no kind of weather for a sick man to take chances in. You stay right where you be, and leave the rest to me and the boys. If I can't take care of it with a crew of old-timers like this one to help, then I'm going to quit life-saving and take to crocheting pillow shams. You go to sleep again. We'll be back in a couple of hours. Lay down and sleep, I tell you." Homer, of course, refused to lie down. He insisted upon getting up, climbing to the tower, and inspecting the schooner through the telescope. She, as Gammon had said, appeared to be in no danger whatever, yet the call for help was flying. He looked out at the soaking miserableness cloaking sea and land and sky, and another chill set his teeth chattering. Seleucus noticed his condition and pulled him toward the stairs. "You come down and turn in again," he commanded. "You're sick now, and if you go off yonder, you'll be dead. A dead skipper ain't no good to anybody but the undertaker. Come on, Cal, come on. Don't worry. It's a kid's job, and I'm the spryest young one this morning ever you see. You turn in and leave it to me. There's no use arguing, because you ain't going. The boys are all agreed on that. They'll tie you in bed afore they let you. Use your sense, Cal. You don't want another mutiny here at Setuckit, do you?" The chill had been succeeded by a flash of fever. Calvin gave it up. He would be no help aboard the lifeboat, and it was likely to be an easy job. "All right," he muttered reluctantly. "Go ahead, then, but take all hands with you. You may need them, and I certainly don't need anyone here with me." "You sure? It's Finney's cook week, and he's got the right to stay ashore, you know." "Right or not, he's got to go if I don't, and I guess it's as you say, Seleucus. I should hinder more than I helped. Hurry now, get her out. Good luck to you." "Don't you calculate I'd better telephone for the doctor?" "Don't be foolish. Clear out and hurry." He waited there in the tower until he saw the lifeboat leave the shore and swing off over the lines of surf. Then he stumbled down the stairs and, partially dressed as he was, for he had donned some of his clothes before leaving the room, tumbled into bed once more. This time he did not sleep, but lay there, watching the dim light brighten the window and worrying about the safety of the schooner and his own men. It seemed as if he should have gone, but how could he? The telephone bell rang. It rang again. He crawled from the bed and, going into the mess room, took down the receiver. It was Nelson, keeper of the Orem station, who was calling. He had news. "Who is it?" he asked. "Oh, is that you, Cal? Why ain't you off with the crew? I saw the boat leave a spell ago, and, of course—" "Oh, yes, I see. Sorry to hear it. This ain't any day for a sick man to be out in, that's a fact. And I don't calculate there's much the matter with that schooner. Captain's got the toothache or has run out of chewing tobacco or something. Yes, I was going to tell you. We've just had word from Orem that Benoni Bartlett's run off somewheres in the night." "Huh?" "Yes, run off is what I said. You've heard how the least little mite of wind or rough weather kind of goes to his head and makes him wild?" "Uh-huh. Well, seems he began to act funny last evening when it commenced to breeze on and rain. Norma, that's his daughter, she was worried, and she stayed up with him till 2 o'clock or so, and then, as he turned in and seemed to be sound asleep, she took a little nap herself in her own room, you understand. She left the Finney girl, that one of Josh's, to set up and keep watch in the settin' room. Well, seems the young one dozed off, and when she woke, Benoni'd gone." "Eh? No, they don't know where. He'd put on his oilskins and boots and sou'westers, so they figure he might have got the notion of cruising down the beach here somewheres, to Setuckit maybe. You know he still hangs to the idea that the Lord's ordered him to look after everything up and down the shore or in the channel. They phoned for us to watch out for him and notify you folks. You ain't seen anything of him, 'tain't likely, have you, Cal?" Homer had quite forgotten his chills and fever flashes. The aches in his head and limbs had gone. The thought of Norma, her frightful anxiety and dread and fear, she alone there while her crazed and sick father was wandering in the cold and rain, no one knew where, and upon no one knew what insane errand. These thoughts had driven all others from his mind, and all pains and discomfort from his body. He poured question after question into the telephone. Nelson did his best to answer. "No, they ain't found a trace of him so far," he declared. "He don't seem to be anywheres around his part of the town. He's either tramping the beach, they think, down this way, or back towards Trummett, or else he may be out in a boat." "Yes, boat's what I said. There's a chance he's done that. There's half a dozen catboats and a dozen dories down there by the wharf, and crazy as he is, he may have took one of them. No telling what a loony will take it into his head to do, that's a fact. Cooper, he went up to the tower when he come in for patrol to see how you folks was getting along with that schooner, and he see a sailboat off in the bay, headed down, with what looked to be one man aboard. He couldn't see plain, but he took it for granted 'twas Philander or Alvin Crocker getting an early start. It thickened up right off, and since then it's been so thick you can't see nothing on the bay side from here. You better take a look yourself. You ought to be able to see better from where you are. Anyhow, I'd keep my eye peeled. Let me know if you do see anything look suspicious." "Yes, sure, I'll keep you posted." Homer waited to hear no more. He dropped the receiver into its socket and hastened to the tower. The hurry of his ascent caused his head to swim giddily, but he clung to the door jamb until the dizziness became less acute, and then, whirling the telescope toward the windows facing the bay, opened one of those windows and peered through the glass. Rain, fine, thick, and driving at a steady slant, with gray water showing dimly through it, this was all he saw at first. He swung the outer end of the glass as far as possible to the west, and then moved it slowly back, searching the bay, or the little he could see of it, for a boat. The rain was so heavy and close that looking through it, especially at that early hour, was as unsatisfactory as trying to look through a succession of gauze curtains. The beach and cove showed plainly enough, but out, beyond them, the dimness increased with every rod. There was nothing to the west or southwest, so far as he could see. Nothing afloat on the rips at the end of the point. Yet if Bartlett had left Orem as early as 2 or even 3, he should, with that wind, have been well out into the bay by now. If it was Setuckit he was making for, he should be almost at his destination. Of course, it was possible, even most probable, that he had not taken a boat at all. Calvin devoutly hoped he had not. He moved the end of the glass in its half circle until, through it, he glimpsed the blotch of white water which indicated the outer edge of the Scallop Flat, the shoal a mile or so out in the bay to the northwest of Peleg Shanty, and perhaps 3 miles in a direct line from the Setuckit station. At low tide, the Scallop Flat was dry, but at high water, the larger part of it was navigable for the average sailboat, and the waves, breaking along the outer boundary, marked the danger line. It was just past high water now. The tide was beginning to ebb. And in the midst of that white and troubled water, he did see a boat. A catboat she looked to be, and aground on the edge of the flat. Her reefed sail was swung off to leeward, apparently at the end of a loose sheet, and she was heeled down against the high bar at the edge of the shoal. He could not make out whether or not there was anyone aboard. If there was, he was not moving, was not making any apparent effort to get his craft afloat. Calvin gazed intently. Then a squall drove a thicker curtain of rain across the view, and he could see her no longer. Nor did he wait to see. He had little doubt that the stranded boat was the one in which Benoni Bartlett had left Orem. She was in no great danger as she lay, and if she was as firmly aground as she appeared to be, the ebbing tide would soon leave her high and dry. But there was a possibility that the increasing strength of that tide, with the wind to back it, might swing her off again into deep water. There she would be in real danger. She might careen and sink. Bartlett, if he was aboard her, was certainly doing nothing to help himself or to ensure the boat's safety. In all probability, if he was there, his exertions had already been too much for him, and he was prostrated. A sick man, an insane man, helpless in that drenching rain, and that man was Norma Bartlett's father. Calvin, his own brain spinning in giddy circles, ran down the stairs to his room. There were certain obvious things to be done, and, had he been his normal self, he would have done them. He would have telephoned the Orem station, told Nelson what he had seen, and the squad from that station would have started immediately to the rescue. He might have gone to the Jarvis shanty and enlisted Philander's aid. But Homer, just then, was far from normal. The fever was blazing in his veins, and thinking and acting clearly and sensibly were beyond his capabilities. Norma's father was out there in that boat, alone, helpless, and in danger. These were the essential facts, and the only ones he seemed able to grasp. He donned his wet weather rig. He had sufficient common sense for that. But even this was done automatically, and afterward he could not remember doing it. He ran out of the station and down to the shore of the cove, where, hauled up on the beach, were 2 or 3 dories, Philander Jarvis's among them. Launching that dory was an amazingly hard struggle. There was no reason why it should be, for the beach had an easy slope and the tide was high, but it seemed to him that he would never get her afloat, that she fought against him with the obstinacy of a living thing and spun around and round, always around and around, instead of going ahead. But she was afloat at last, and he scrambled or fell aboard, took up the oars, and began to row. He headed down the beach, keeping close to land. The wind was offshore, and the shoal water was scarcely rippled. At first, the exertion of rowing seemed to clear his brain, and he began to realize more clearly what he was doing and what must be done. The first mile he covered at a good clip, rowing the short, deep strokes always used by one accustomed to the idiosyncrasies of that touchy but dependable craft, the fisherman's dory. Then the rowing became harder. His shoulders were shot with pain. There was a pain in his chest. Each breath hurt, and his brain again became a sort of merry-go-round. He set his teeth and pulled and pulled and pulled. He saw just ahead of him the lines of tumbling water which indicated the inshore edge of the Scallop Flat. At this stage of the tide, however, there was more than depth enough to float the dory, so he kept on over what, a few hours later, would be stretches of white sand. Then he turned and rowed out toward the bay. Another quarter of a mile, and the growl and surge of the breakers on the bar sounded near at hand, and, peering through the rain ahead, he saw the stranded catboat. She was there, just where he had seen her through the glass. She had not gone adrift. As he drew near to her on the windward side, he shouted. There was no answer, and as shouting caused the pain in his chest to become more acute, he gave it up. He gave a final stroke, then drew in the oars, and, as the dory shot alongside the upturned rail of the catboat, he seized the rail and held fast. He shouted again, but no one answered. He picked up the rope, which, coiled in the dory's bow, was attached to her anchor, and with the loop of rope in his hand, scrambled over the rail into the catboat. He pulled the anchor aboard after him. The dory, of course, swung away at the end of the line, but the anchor in the larger craft held her fast. She could not get away. There was a man lying on the floor of the catboat's cockpit. His feet were toward the wheel, and his body stretched between the centerboard box and the thwart on the starboard side. That side was lower than the other, and she had shipped some water. The man was lying in a pool. The rain was driving down upon him. He was dressed in oilskins, and the strap of a black sou'wester was buttoned beneath his chin. Calvin, bracing himself by the centerboard, stooped over the figure and pulled back the brim of the sou'wester. The man lying there, his beard in the water, was Benoni Bartlett. Calvin was not surprised. He had been practically certain of it from the first. He grasped his former skipper by the arm and dragged him a little way out of the puddle of salt water. Then he tried to shake him into consciousness. "Captain Bartlett," he shouted. "Captain Bartlett." For at least a minute his shouts and shakings had no effect. Then Bartlett stirred and groaned. Homer gasped in relief. There was life there. The man was not dead. "Captain," shouted Calvin. "Captain Bartlett, here! Get up! You must get up!" Bartlett's eyes opened. He rolled over on his back, leaning against Calvin's knee. "Aye, aye, sir," he muttered. "Comin'. On deck in a minute." Calvin put his hands under the other's armpits and, exerting all his strength, dragged him from behind the centerboard box until his shoulders rested against the closed lower half of the cabin hatch. Then, holding him steady, he strove to awaken him to full consciousness. "Captain Bartlett," he urged, wake up and listen to me. You're all right now, aren't you? You aren't hurt?" Benoni moved again, tried to rise. "Who said I was hurt?" he demanded feebly. "I'm all right. What are you standing here for? Turn out the crew. Get out the boat. Don't you hear me? Get her out." Homer, his own brain almost as queerly muddled as that of his companion, still had sufficient comprehension of the situation to try and humor him. "All right, Skipper," he said cheerfully. "The crew are getting her out all right. Now you want to hurry or you'll keep 'em waiting. Can you stand up? Sure you aren't hurt?" Bartlett could not have stood alone, but with Homer's arm about him and clinging to the rail, he managed to do so. His wanderings took a new turn. "Got all hands off her, boy?" he queried. "Saved all of 'em, have you? That's good, that's good. That's according to the Lord's orders. He says to me, 'Benoni,' he says. That's how he calls me by my first name. That shows how I stand along of him. 'Benoni,' says he to me, 'here's another call for you. You saved that bark,' he says. 'Turn out and go off to her.' I did it, too. I didn't let Norma know. She don't know I started, but... Where is Norma? Ain't she to the station?" Yes, of course she is. You've saved everybody, Captain. Now you sit down on that thwart a minute, and then we'll get aboard the lifeboat. That's it. Sit down and wait. Just a minute." He forced Bartlett down upon the bench bordering the upper edge of the tilted cockpit. It required little force. A hand upon his shoulder, and the rescued man's knees gave way, and he sank in a huddled heap by the rail, his chin upon his breast, muttering disjointedly. Calvin crawled forward, loosened the halyards, and let the sail go by the run. It fell into the water, but he did not heed that. Somehow he felt an extraordinary responsibility for that catboat. He must make sure of her safety before he left her. That catboat. But was she a catboat? Captain Bartlett had said she was a bark. Well, it did not make any difference. He must make sure she did not get adrift again. He found the anchor, cast it loose, and threw it overboard. She would hold, and now he must get Bartlett ashore. He drew the dory alongside and held it there. Then followed a long, tangled argument. Which side of that argument was the more insane, it would have been hard to say. Benoni was babbling about the bark and the bark's crew, of his responsibility to the Almighty, and his doubt concerning Norma's whereabouts. Homer answered all his questions, and agreed with him whenever possible. The one point upon which he insisted was that they must get aboard the lifeboat, that is, the dory. And, at last, his insistence prevailed. Bartlett climbed over the rail, Calvin holding him tightly by the arm, and sank down in the dory's stern. His rescuer, the anchor of the smaller craft in his hand, followed him. Then he took up the oars and rowed toward the beach. The tide had ebbed somewhat, of course, but there was still water enough on the flat. The row in was a long one, but to Calvin it seemed to last forever. He swung back and forth automatically, the pains in his chest and shoulders causing him agony, and wondering why they had not been seen from the Orme station before this and help sent. Had he been able to think clearly, he would have understood. The rain, Gammon's cow storm, had ceased to fall, and had left in its place a fog so thick that objects 100 yards off were invisible. Nelson and his men had been watching from the tower, but they could not see even the bay shore, to say nothing of the Scallop Flat. Calvin tugged at the oars. He had lost all ideas of time and place, and was conscious only that he must row and keep on rowing. Consequently, the dory's bow struck the beach with such force as to throw him backwards, off the thwart, and into the bottom of the dory. Bartlett, too, had been upset, but he did not seem to be aware of it. He lay where he had fallen, muttering and singing a verse of a hymn. Homer got to his feet, climbed wearily over the boat's side, and pulled her as far up the shore as his depleted strength would allow. Then, after a struggle and more argument, he managed to get his passenger out of the dory. Benoni could walk, but scarcely that. Calvin's arm supported him, and his weight leaned heavily upon the latter's shoulders. It was obvious, even to Homer's cloudy brain, that to attempt the long, circuitous tramp over the dunes and through the sand to Setuckit was out of the question. Bartlett could not walk so far, nor could Calvin carry him, for the support amounted to that. The Orme station was, perhaps, a little nearer, but it also was too far. Calvin, desperately trying to consider possibilities, remembered Peleg Myrick's hut. That was a long mile down the beach, but 1 mile was better than 2 or 4. And Peleg would look out for them if he was at home. If he was not, the shanty was certain to be unlocked, and they could get in and find rest and warmth. So down the beach toward the hermit's shanty the pair started. Bartlett leaned more and more heavily as they walked, and appeared to be oblivious of what was going on. At first he had muttered or shouted orders to the crew he evidently imagined himself leading, but soon he ceased to do even that. Calvin, alarmed by his silence and his labored breathing, spoke to him occasionally, but received no reply. The hermit's shanty loomed through the gray fog, a spark of yellow lamplight in its window. Evidently Peleg was up and stirring. Calvin pantingly staggered up the slope of the beach, his companion's head bumping against his shoulder. He turned the corner of the little building and, seizing the latch of the weather-beaten door, shook it. "Peleg," he gasped. "Peleg." Inside the shanty, a chair was pushed back. An instant later, the door was opened. Mr. Myrick, in a state of extremely careless negligee, his scanty hair tumbled, blinked at them. "For thunder mighty sake!" exclaimed Peleg. "What?" Homer interrupted. "Help me with him, quick," he ordered. "Get him in there. I can't hold him up much longer." Between them, Benoni Bartlett was assisted into the shanty. They put him in a chair, removed his boots and hat and oilskins. Then they carried him into the adjoining and only other room and laid him on the bed. He made no objection. His eyes were closed, and he did not speak. If it had not been for his stertorous breathing, Merrick declared he would have thought him dead. "But where'd he come from, Cal?" Peleg demanded. "How'd you get a hold of him? What's it all about?" Calvin's explanation was as brief as it could possibly be. A cup of the hermit's horrible coffee, already prepared for breakfast, had in a measure warmed his chilled interior and cleared his swimming brain. The pains in his chest and shoulders and limbs were as severe as ever. "Don't ask me any more questions," he ordered irritably. "Give him some of that hot coffee, if you can make him swallow it, and cover him up warm. Then you hustle across to the Orem station and tell Nelson you've picked him up and that he's here and needs to be looked after. Tell them to get word to Norma right off. Now, don't talk any more. Go." "But what you calculate to do, Cal? Say, you look mighty well beat out yourself. Hadn't you better turn in too? I could fix up a shakedown for you on the floor and a—" No. I've got to get back to my own station. The boat's out, and I ought to be there this minute. I'm going now, but you do as I tell you. Be sure they get word to Norma." "I'll see to that. But, Cal—" "Be still, can't you? You tell them that, but don't you let them tell her anything about me. No, and don't you tell them either. There is no need of it. Tell them you saw that catboat. It's Taylor Gould's, I guess, by the look of it. Tell them you were the one who sighted her off on the flat and went off and picked Captain Bartlett up. Tell them you did it, and don't mention my name at all. That's what I want you to do. Understand?" "But I never picked him up, Cal. You done it. What should I tell all that pack of lies for?" "Because I tell you to. I want you to. See here, Peleg, you leave me out of this. You've got to. I don't want anybody but you to know I was mixed up with Benoni Bartlett. There's been enough talk about me already. Too much. But he'll tell him himself, won't he?" "I'm afraid he'll never tell anyone much of anything after this. And if he should, no one would pay any attention. He is out of his head. You say you found him and brought him here, Peleg. You've got to promise me you'll tell everybody that. Do you hear?" There, Cal, don't fly up this way. You look half crazy yourself. I declare if you don't. Of course, I'll tell them if you say so, but I don't see why. 'Tain't nothing to be ashamed of, as I see it. More the other way around. And as for talk about you and Benoni, why—" "Shut up." Oh, why did this idiot persist in opposing his every suggestion? "Don't you see?" he demanded. "I've left my station all alone. I don't want anyone to know I did it. That's it. That's the reason. Now you get it, don't you? Be a good fellow, Peleg, and don't say a word about me." Peleg nodded. "Oh, now I calculate I do get you, Cal," he said. "I don't believe anybody'd find much fault on account of your leaving, considering what made you leave. But there, don't fly up again. I'll tell all the lies you want, if it suits you better. I'm a pretty fair average liar when I set my mind to it. But have you got to go right now? Won't you have some more coffee? Won't you?" But Homer had gone. He was already plowing through the sand on his way back to Setuckit. When he entered the hermit's shanty, he had had no idea of forbidding its owner to tell of his part in the rescue of Benoni Bartlett. The conviction had come upon him suddenly out of the whirl of queer thoughts in his fever-stricken brain. It was a brilliant thought, too. He was certain of that and proud of it. And the real reason prompting it had nothing whatever to do with his leaving the station unguarded. That was a trifle of no importance. The important thing, yes, that was it, the important thing, was to prevent Norma from hearing his own name. She must not again be troubled with any thought of him. He had troubled her enough. She was trying to forget him, probably had forgotten him already, and must not be reminded. He was a traitor and disloyal, and it was hard to remember what he was, hard to remember anything at that moment, even the way to Setuckit, and he must remember that. He did remember it somehow and staggered into the mess room to the accompaniment of a tinkling of bells. It was queer that they should ring the dinner bell so early in the morning, and queerer still considering that there was no dinner bell in the station. But the bell continued to ring, and after a while he decided it must be the telephone bell. It was, and Nelson was speaking from the Orem station. "Hello, Cal," hailed Nelson. "That you finally? Asleep, I presume, likely. Sorry I turned you out. Hope you're feeling better. I just thought you'd like to know the news. Peleg Merrick's been here, and he's got Benoni Bartlett over to his shanty. The old feller was aground in somebody's catboat on the Scallop Flat, and Peleg sighted him and went off in the dory and fetched him in. We've telephoned, and they'll get word to Norma. Some of the men have gone across to Peleg's already, and I'm going in a minute. Benoni's in pretty bad shape, so Merrick says, but it's a mercy he isn't at the bottom of the bay. Good thing old Peleg was awake and had his eyes open." Yes, I told you we'd send word to his daughter. I'll let you know how things go with him. Take care of yourself and—" Calvin had hung up the receiver. He scarcely knew that he did it. The door to his room looked a long way off, but he reached it and threw it open. When, an hour later, the crew returned from an entirely unnecessary trip to the two-masted schooner, Gammon found his skipper lying upon the bed in that room, dressed in dripping oilskins and boots, groaning with pain and delirious. End of Chapter 17. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 18 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Rheumatic fever, that is what the old-fashioned doctors used to call it, is not a cheerful disease. They give it another name nowadays, but the change does not make it less painful. Calvin Homer was a sick man, and a sick man he remained for weeks. Seleucus, Finney, and Hez Rogers held a consultation that morning, and, as a result of it, Dr. Palmer, the Orem physician, was telephoned for, and he drove to Setuckit that afternoon. Calvin was not dangerously ill, so the doctor declared. That is, there was no immediate danger to be apprehended, but he must be kept in bed and should have constant attention and care. His removal to Orem was out of the question. "He ought to have someone with him all the time, night and day," declared the doctor. "And who that somebody will be, I'm sure I don't know. There's a good deal of sickness up in the village, and about every available woman who goes out nursing is busy. I might get a nurse from Boston, but it will take some coaxing to find one who will come down and stay at a place like this." "Couldn't you get a man that would do?" inquired Finney. Dr. Palmer shook his head. "I can't think of one," he said. "Can you? Old Henry Pepper is the only one who does that sort of work, and he is sick himself. Besides, the last patient of mine that Pepper took care of swore he had rather be alone. It was Captain Tom Doane. Henry is deaf, you know, and Captain Tom vowed that the exertion of yelling every time he wanted anything made him sicker than going without that thing. And, so the captain said, Pepper had a habit of dropping asleep on watch, and once asleep, no amount of yelling would wake him. Then Captain Tom had to climb out of bed and go and shake him and howl into his ear what it was he needed. 'He makes me so darned mad, Doc,' says the captain, 'that if I wasn't so weak, I'd have killed him afore now. Then you'd have been called into court to swear 'twas justifiable suicide.' He meant homicide, of course. He's a dry old chap, Doane is. But I had to admit that Pepper, as a nurse, was a little worse than nobody. And even if he was good for anything, he is out of the question now. Isn't there someone down here you could get?" Rogers suggested Peleg Merrick. Seleucus expressed doubt. "I don't believe Peleg would take the job," he observed. "He's independent as an eel in a grass channel, and he'll do what he calculates to do and nothing else. Besides, the season for clamming and quahogging is just opening up, and that's when he makes what little money he needs. Oh, yes, I know he could make maybe as much by nursing Cal, but that wouldn't be any argument with Peleg. He'd say no to begin with, and after that he'd stick to it, just out of stubbornness, same as he sticks to his weather prophesying. He'll come down here with the sun shining and swear it's a howling snowstorm, only we ain't got sense enough to find it out." Finney grinned. "Yes," he agreed, "and if he did come, he'd want to fetch that fiddle of his and his old sou'west cat, and then there'd be old Harry to pay. His cat wouldn't get along with our cats, and between cat fights and that fiddle squeaking, poor Cal would wish he was dead, even if he lived through it. No, my vote goes in against Peleg, hard." "Well, think it over, Doctor," said Rogers. "And while we're thinking, we'll take turns looking out for Cal. It's coming spring, so he ain't likely to be very busy." Dr. Palmer said he would come again next day and would telephone that evening. He left medicine and directions for the care of the patient. He must hurry now, he declared, to the Orme Station and Benoni Bartlett. He had stopped there on the way down. Asked concerning Bartlett's condition, he looked grave. "He is in bad shape," he admitted. "Doesn't seem to know much of what is going on, and I am inclined to think he may have had a slight shock. His daughter came down with me. We are going to try and take her father back with us when we go. That is, if he is in a condition to stand the trip." After the doctor's departure, the entire crew discussed the situation. No one had a satisfactory suggestion to make as to a possible nurse for Homer, but when Seleucus next went over to the Jarvis shanty, his wife offered one very much to the point. "What's the matter with me?" she asked tartly. "I don't set up to be any trained nurse, as I know of, but I guess likely I could do as well as old Henry Pepper. If I couldn't, I'd sell out cheap." Her husband, much surprised, pulled at his mustache. Why, I never thought of you, Jemima," he admitted. "No, 'tain't likely you would. I'm the last one you think of. If I was Olive Merrick or that Norma Bartlett, if I was anybody else but your own married wife, you'd think of me. I know that." "Now, Jemima, don't talk foolish. You're always thinking I'm thinking about other women. That's silly, that is. Look at me. Cry musty. Look at me. What do you calculate a woman's liable to see in me?" "I don't know, I'm sure. I must have seen something in you, or I wouldn't have married you. That was a long spell ago, though, and my eyesight was always poor. But I can take care of Calvin Homer, and whatever the pay for doing is, I can find ways to use it. Besides, I'd just as soon spend my time over in that station as not. There must be something terrible attractive about it, or you'd leave it oftener than you do. I have to use main strength afore you'll come home long enough to split me a mess of kindling wood. Yes, and while you're straining your brains, thinking up reasons why I shouldn't take the nursing job, you can be splitting some right now." Mr. Gammon, obediently chopping, did venture one or two possible objections. They were not weighty. The weighty ones were so intimately personal that he kept them to himself. He wished to know who would look after Philander's cooking and housework if she took up residence at the station. Jemima soon disposed of that. Her brother, she declared, would be at the Weir shanty most of the time. "And besides," she added, "Philander is used to looking out for himself. He ain't so helpless as some folks. He can get along without a woman to wait on him, yes, or one to tag around after, either." Seleucus, badgered into silence at home, reluctantly carried the news of his wife's offer to Finney and the others. They accepted it with enthusiasm. Fine! First rate! Why had they not thought of it themselves? "Good stuff!" exclaimed Josh. "A woman is the only kind of a nurse that's good for much, and Jemima's right here on deck. Besides," with a wink over his shoulder, "it'll be such a nice thing for you, Seleucus, to have her with you every minute of the time. All the comforts of home, as you might say." So that very evening Mrs. Gammon came to the station and took charge of the sick man. Hers were no light duties. Calvin's pain was incessant and agonizing. His fever made him delirious, and he groaned and muttered. When, in his delirium, he attempted to turn in bed, he shrieked with pain. Several times that night Seleucus was called by his wife to come and help her with the patient. His own temper was severely frayed by each successive summons, but Jemima's was so much worse that he swallowed his wrath and meekly obeyed orders. "Kind of hard work, ain't it, Jemima?" he said with a sigh. Mrs. Gammon sniffed. "Hard," she repeated. "'Twouldn't be so hard if you was like some husbands and was willing to set up and do a little of it yourself, but all you want to do is sleep." "But I never got to sleep till after 12. I was out on patrol." "Yes, and if I'd set up as late as that, I'd just as soon stay up the rest of the night. I'd be used to it by then." "Well, you was up, wasn't you? I heard you up when I come in." "Oh, don't talk so foolish. Course I was up. I've been up all night, ain't I?" I suppose you have, but you said something about being up till 12, making you used to it, seems to me." "Oh, mercy on us, do go to bed again. I don't know what they'll pay me for doing this, but whatever 'tis, I'll learn it." She was a faithful nurse, and never neglectful of her duties, although the exacting nature of those duties rendered her a difficult problem for the lifesavers to contend with. One or the other of the men relieved her during the hours in the middle of the day when she went back to the Jarvis shanty for a scanty measure of rest and sleep. Dr. Palmer came regularly, rain or shine. The journey down and back was a hard one, but a country general practitioner in those pre-automobile days was accustomed to hard journeys. The doctor pronounced Homer's condition satisfactory. There was little to do except ease his pain as much as possible, keep careful watch, and let the disease take its course. Calvin was young and strong, and, barring accidents, that is, provided his heart was not affected, he was, so Palmer said, almost sure to come out all right. The days and nights passed with their round of fever, pain, and delirium. Superintendent Kellogg visited Setuckit, inquired solicitously concerning Homer, and placed Seleucus in temporary charge of things at the station until the regular keeper should again be fit. These visitors, and Peleg Merrick, when he came, brought news from Orem. Benoni Bartlett was still alive, but little more than that. The doctor's surmise that he had suffered a slight paralytic stroke was confirmed. They had taken him back to the little Ryder cottage, where he now lay, attended by Norma, the Finney girl, and occasional volunteers among the kindly neighbors. He was conscious only at rare intervals, and then only partially so. "He may slip off any minute," Dr. Palmer confided to Seleucus. "That is the truth, and for his own sake, not to mention Norma's, the sooner he does, the better. His mind is gone, and he's paralyzed. Who could want him to live in that condition? That girl of his is a wonder. She shows what she has been through, but she doesn't complain and won't talk about herself. She's spunky, by George, she is." This statement was made at the door of the sick room, just as the doctor was leaving. Jemima, in the room with Calvin, heard it. She tiptoed forward and asked a question. "Have you told her about," with a motion of her hand toward the bed, "about him being so sick?" she asked eagerly. Something in her tone caused her husband to glance at her in surprise. Dr. Palmer, however, noticed nothing unusual. "Oh, yes, I told her that first day when we took Captain Bartlett back to town," he replied. "I see. Kind of interested, was she?" "Yes, of course she was, as much as anyone in her position just then was likely to be. Her father was almost dead, and most of her thoughts were taken up with him. But she was interested, I guess. She asked a good many questions about Homer." "Asked some since, has she?" "Yes, I always tell her how he is getting on when I go there, but everybody is interested. The whole business is keeping Orem talking nowadays. By the way, has anybody found out what Calvin was doing after you fellows left him here at the station that morning? Where he went, and why he went? You left here, you say, Seleucus, and when you came back, he had evidently been out in the rain, for he was wet through. Have you any idea what got him up and out of doors, a sick man in such weather?" Seleucus shook his head. Those were questions over which he and his fellow surfmen had puzzled and speculated much. "Nope," he admitted. "Captain Nelson, down to the Orem station, says that soon as they got word to him that Baloney, Captain Bartlett, I mean, had got loose and might be tramping the beach or adrift in the bay. He telephoned here. He says Cal answered the phone. Cal told Nelson he was sick, and Weed had to go to the schooner without him, and seemed to be dreadful interested about Bartlett. After Peleg had fetched Baloney ashore to his shanty and had left there and hustled over to the Orem station, Nelson telephoned again. Cal answered that time, too, but Nelson said he couldn't get much out of him or make much sense of what he said. When we found Cal, he had his oilskins and boots on, and the water from him had run all over the floor. We sort of figure, we fellers here, that he might have been down to the shore maybe, trying to see if he could catch sight of Baloney or a loose boat or something. That sounds the most reasonable of anything we can think of. Of course, we ain't asked him about it. He's out of his head a lot of the time, and when he ain't, he's too weak to bother with questions. Ain't said nothing to you about it, has he, Jemima? Mrs. Gammon's answer was prompt. No, she declared. He says enough, land knows. He's jabbering away half the time, but it's mostly about, well, 'tain't about that. Palmer smiled. Peleg Merrick has made a hit without knowing it, he observed. His sighting the Gould boat and getting off to it right away were the saving of Bartlett's life, for the time, anyhow. The man would have died from exposure in a little while. There is no doubt about that. Old Peleg is quite a hero. Did you read the piece in this week's item about him? And there was a story in one of the Boston papers, too. The hermit business will be good this summer, I imagine, and Peleg will grow fat on it. He dearly loves to show off before the summer people. Sir Lucas laughed. I bet you, he agreed. Crimus, how he will strut and lie. The yarns he'll tell will grow and spread like the green hay tree in the Bible. By the end of next August, he'll have saved half of Cape Cod, and only just missed saving the other half. Funny thing, he won't talk to us about it. He's down here every other day to ask how Cal's getting along. He took a terrible shine to Cal, seems so. We've asked him a lot of questions about how 'twas he come to be up and sight the boat, but he shies every time. Preach his head off about his fool weather prophesying, and name over every bone and joint he's got aboard himself, but he won't talk about pulling Baloney out of the drink. Saving that up for the city folks, I guess, likely. After the doctor had gone, Sir Lucas asked his wife what she meant by asking if Norma had seemed interested in Homer's condition. She smiled, a knowing smile it seemed to him, but refused to give him any satisfaction. Maybe I didn't mean anything, she said, and then again, maybe I did. Anyhow, it ain't any of your affairs as I know of. But you did mean something, Jemima. I could tell you did. I've lived along with you enough to tell when you've got something up your sleeve. Mrs. Gammon sniffed. Most of the time you've been living with me, she observed. You've been doing your best to keep away from me. Just now you want to hang around. You trot off and attend to some of that work you're forever telling me about. I don't need you. I ain't Olive Merrick, nor the Bartlett girl, nor any of the rest of 'em. I'm just your wife, and I'm used to doing without you. So Sir Lucas went, but as he went, he thought, and although he did not mention his thoughts to anyone, he continued to think. His provoking better half certainly had some reason for her coupling of Calvin Homer's name with that of Benoni Bartlett's daughter. As he told her, he had lived with her a long time, and that air of sly triumph and smug satisfaction meant something. She had learned something which he and the others did not know, and it must be something concerning Calvin and Norma. Mr. Gammon had heard, as had all Orem and its neighborhood, the rumors of Homer's keeping company with Myra Fuller. He did not approve of the match, for although every Setuckit life-saver, married or single, was willing to agree that Myra was some girl and a pippin, her name was usually mentioned with a grin and a wink. If Calvin was calculating to marry her, they opined, he was in for a lively and watchful future. They hoped, for his sake, that she might not get him. And now it appeared that she had given up any idea of getting him. Ezra Blodgett was reported to be the latest candidate for Miss Fuller's favor, and a successful one. In fact, Cooper of the Orem station had told Ed Bloomer that his wife heard from someone else, who had learned it from another someone, that Ezra and Myra were engaged. But Seleucus had never seriously dreamed of the possibility of a love affair between Calvin and Norma. Those two had known each other but a little while, and that only during her visits to Setuckit. She had at first seemed to like him, but for that matter, everyone, Oakes and Bartlett excepted, liked him. She had asked questions about him. She had talked with Seleucus about him, or rather, had led Seleucus to talk. And that foggy afternoon, when Bartlett had sent the letter out in search of his daughter, and he had come upon the pair at the edge of the cut-through, for just a moment his suspicions had been aroused. They had seemed a little embarrassed or confused. Calvin especially. Yes, then, and for a short time thereafter, Mr. Gammon had wondered and speculated, although he had kept his speculations to himself. But the idea that Calvin Homer and Norma Bartlett might be keeping company, Seleucus never, even in his thoughts, designated the relation in any other way, did not last long. Norma's behavior on the occasion of her final visit to Setuckit settled that, he believed, conclusively. She was very cool to Calvin. She had kept out of his way, had not talked with him, nor would she permit Seleucus to talk about him. As he told Homer, she seemed prejudiced against him, and, greatly as Seleucus regretted the prejudice, nothing he could say changed her attitude. He had been forced to believe she shared her father's mistaken conviction that Calvin was at least partially responsible for Bartlett's disgrace and the loss of his position. Therefore, any surmise of attachment between those two seemed ridiculous and impossible. But it was the only explanation he could think of to account for his wife's peculiar questions and manner. She must know something, but if she did, he would be the last one she would take into confidence. But the very next day he learned the secret himself. Jemima had gone to the Jarvis shanty for her midday allowance of sleep, and Seleucus took her place as watcher in the skipper's room by Calvin's bedside. Of late, and as a usual thing, Calvin's days were comparatively quiet. Anyone who has endured the long torment of the disease from which he was suffering knows that the daylight hours are, for the patient, the comparatively easy ones. The sunshine and the movement in the room, the sense of safety and watchful care which they bring, tend to lull the tortured nerves and quiet the fevered fancies. Calvin dozed much during the day, and, when awake, was very weak, but usually rational. It was at night that he moaned and muttered and talked aloud in his delirium. This day, however, it was different. He had passed a more comfortable night and was awake when Mrs. Gammon left him. Then he dozed again, and from the doze awoke to call a name and to carry on a long conversation with someone whom he fancied to be present. He was making a plea, an earnest, agitated plea for forgiveness for some wrong he had done. He made it over and over again in a half-dozen different ways, and Seleucus, listening, began to comprehend. He had found the answer to the riddle. He was learning what he was sure his wife had learned already. He turned to find Jemima standing in the doorway. She nodded, a grim smile on her thin face. She sniffed. So you're getting it too, be you? Well, it's a wonder to me you or some of the rest of 'em haven't picked it up long afore this. If you'd been here with him nights, same as I have, you'd have got it long ago. This is the way he's been about every night since I come with him, talking about her all the time, ain't he? Her husband nodded. Yes, he answered. He was sleeping quiet as you'd ask for, and I guess likely I was half asleep myself. All to once he sung out, "Norma, Norma," and I jumped as if a crab had nabbed hold of me. "Shut that door, Jemima, won't you? We don't want anybody else to hear. He wouldn't want him to, that's certain." Mrs. Gammon, obedient for once, closed the door. She crossed to the bed and proceeded to give the patient a dose of the quieting medicine left by the doctor. It's the aches and pains that starts him going, she declared. They come on to him by spasms. I don't know what this doctor stuff is, but it generally soothes him down and gets him to sleep again. Some kind of morphine or such dratted trash, I presume likely. Well, 'tain't none of my business, but I tell you this. If 'twas you, I wouldn't give it to you. I don't believe in doping sick folks. No, sir, you'd have to groan it out. Seleucus shuddered. I'm darn glad it ain't me, he answered fervently. You sure that door's shut tight? I wouldn't want none of the boys to hear the kind of talk he's been firing off. Say, you don't calculate any of them have heard it, do you? His wife tossed her head. It's a wonder they ain't, she said, but I guess they haven't. If they had, they'd be talking about it. They're like you and about every other man I ever run across. You can't any one of you keep a thing to yourself. It takes a woman to keep her mouth shut and her ears open. I've been sitting here listening and learning, and if folks in Orem knew what I know, there'd be tongues a-wagging. Now I tell you. But what do you know, Jemima? I know that he's plumb crazy about that Bartlett girl, and that there's been things going on between 'em that nobody ever suspected. As nigh as I can find out, she was as gone on him as he was on her, for a spell anyhow, and then they had a rumpus, and she gave him his walking papers. Just why, I ain't sure, but I am almost. 'Twas something to do with Myra Fuller. Myra Fuller? What on earth could she have to do with it? How you talk, Jemima. Huh, you ought to hear him talk when he gets going. There's been nights here, when he was the worst, that he just chattered, till I thought the top of my head would come off. I guess 'twould if I hadn't been so interested. Nigh's I can get at the truth from his crazy jabber he and Myra Fuller was going around together and was engaged to be married. Jemima, how you talk! Mercy honest, do stop telling me that. I know how I talk and what I'm talking about. He and Myra was engaged, or what amounted to that, and I judged that when this Norma come along, he forgot all about Myra and took up with her. But he didn't tell her about Myra. There was where the trouble come in, and somehow or other she, the Norma one, found it out from somebody else. That settled Mr. Calvin, and no wonder, trying to keep two strings to his bow. That sort of trick is always found out sooner or later, and generally sooner. But Jemima, did Cal tell you all this? He didn't know he was telling it, of course, and he didn't tell it right straight along. I had to pick it up a little bit here and there and piece it together, same as a body might string rags for a mat. She won't have nothing to do with him, not as I can figure out, but he is as gone on her as he ever was. Keeps begging her to forgive him and listen to what he's trying to tell, how it happened he never told her about Myra afore, and the like of that. Such a lot of mushy, soft, soapy talk I never heard. I declare there's been times when I've been glad I was blessed with a strong stomach. All that sugar and syrup is enough to upset anybody's appetite for their meals. And over a stuck-up, highfalutin chit like that Norma Bartlett, too. My soul! Why now, Jemima, Norma ain't stuck up. She's a real nice, everyday kind of girl. Everybody thinks so. Oh, I know you think so. She ain't your wife, so of course she's lovely. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'm ashamed for you. Now, don't you tell a soul I've told you this. If you do, I don't know what I'll do to you. Why, of course I won't tell. 'Tain't likely I would, is it? Crimus, it makes me kind of ashamed to think I let you tell it to me. 'Tain't a thing I ought to have heard. Nope, nor you either. I most wish you hadn't heard it, Jemima. What? You do, eh? I want to know. Well, I'm glad I heard it. It's kept me from dying of the fidgets those long, lonesome nights. I have heard it, and I mean to hear more. There is more. Something about a letter he started to write her, telling her the whole yarn, and never finished. There's spells when he gets going about that letter, and goes on and goes on. He must finish it. He's got to finish it. That's what he keeps saying. He's got that letter somewheres, I'll bet you. I wish I knew where it was. If I could read that letter, then I would know what was what for sure. Seleucus jumped from his chair. Jemima Gammon, he cried, aghast. You wouldn't read that letter, would you? Course you wouldn't. You're fooling. Foolin'? Why? Why shouldn't I read it? I'd read it quick enough if I got the chance. 'Twould be mighty interesting, I guess, and he'd never know I read it. I'd take care of that. For the first time, her husband showed signs of rebellion, active, open rebellion. Don't you read that letter, he commanded. Don't you dast to read it. That letter ain't any of your business. How'd you like to have anybody else read your letters? Huh. If it was one of your letters to me, it wouldn't take long to read. And the letters you write me are so scarce that a person wouldn't be able to find more than one or two in a lifetime. Don't you talk to me like that either, telling me what I dast to do. The idea! You get right out of here now, and if you whisper a single word about what I've just told you, you'll see what I'll do. You go right along. The rebellion was crushed in its infancy. Mr. Gammon sighed. I didn't mean to order you around, Jemima, he explained with unconscious humor. I'm sorry I spoke so. But when you told me you was calculating to read a letter that Cal here wrote to his girl, well, of course I know you don't mean it. Never you mind what I mean. I'm sorry I told you as much as I did. And, triumphantly, I haven't told you the whole either. There's something else, something about that night when Benoni Bartlett got adrift in the bay. You'd give your head, if it was worth anything and anybody'd take it, to know what I'm finding out about that, too. Nope, I shan't tell you a word. You get out of this room. You, a married man, telling your poor wife she don't dast to do this or that. Ain't you ashamed of yourself? Seleucus, as usual, obeyed orders. He left the skipper's room under fire, but during the weeks which followed, his newly acquired habit of thinking grew upon him. What he had heard from his wife explained much. He was tremendously fond of Calvin Homer. He liked him, admired him, and was grateful to him for his own advance in the service. These feelings had grown and deepened during their comradeship at the station, and he liked Norma Bartlett. If a marriage was a necessary, although disagreeable, part of life, and it did appear to be, then Norma was the sort of girl a man like Calvin ought to marry. And Myra Fuller, whom he had never liked, she had a superior way of patronizing and poking fun which he resented, was not the right sort at all. It troubled him to think that Myra had come between his two friends. He devoutly wished there might be some way in which he could help them, but he could not think of any. He tried several times to learn more particulars from his wife, to find out if she had learned more, but she would not vouchsafe another word on the subject. She seemed to regret having told him anything. April went, and May came. Good weather almost every day, and few calls from the sea for the help of the Setuckit Life-Saving crew. These few were of little consequence. The season for severe storms and serious disasters was passing, had practically passed already. Calvin began to improve and to regain strength. His fever left him, and he began to sit up and develop an appetite. Dr. Palmer told Finney that his recovery would be much more rapid if his spirits were better. He doesn't seem to take much interest in anything, confided the doctor, not even in getting well. He used to be good-natured and cheerful enough, but now he doesn't seem to care whether school keeps or not. What has happened to put him so far in the dumps? Does anybody know? Seleucus knew, but he could not tell. Jemima knew, but she merely looked wise, and there was an air of malicious triumph about her, which her husband noticed and distrusted. That letter of Calvin's, had she found and read it? He could scarcely believe she would do such a thing, but experience had taught him that if there was one thing in the world which his wife loved, it was to burrow into the intimate details of other people's affairs. She did not gossip more, nor perhaps as much, as some of her Orham acquaintances. She seemed to find the keenest satisfaction in knowing things which others did not know, hiding them in her thin bosom, and gloating over them like a crow over a hoard of glittering odds and ends. By the middle of May, Calvin was strong enough to get out of doors and sit in the sunshine for short periods on pleasant days. An important item of news had come to Setuckit, an item which the men, at Gammon's suggestion, did not impart to their commander. Benoni Bartlett was dead. He had never recovered from the night of exposure and the paralysis which followed. He grew gradually weaker, spoke scarcely at all, and never naturally, and at last died, quietly and without suffering. He was buried in the Trummet Cemetery beside his wife. Norma, after the burial, came back to Orham, but she was not going to remain there. Her former position in the Fairborough Library had been offered to her, and, after a week of rest, for she was very tired, she would, so people said, close the Ryder cottage and go away for good. One morning, 2 days after the Bartlett funeral, Seleucus and Peleg Myrick had an interview which developed consequences. Peleg had been up to town early, and taking advantage of a good breeze, sailed down to Setuckit in the Wild Duck. He was freighted with the Orham gossip, the rumors concerning Norma, the village guesses as to the amount of Benoni's life insurance, and the news that Wally Oakes and his wife had had a violent disagreement, and that she had gone over to her mother's at Denborough. People said never to return. "Nobody blames her much," declared Mr. Myrick. "Wally ain't done a real lick of work since he quit Life-Saving, and I guess likely she got tired of taking in washing so's he could eat 3 square meals a day and sleep and talk between times. Him and Captain Kellogg run afoul of each other at the post office, and the superintendent told him a few things about himself that made all hands happy. All hands but Wally, I mean. Obed Halleck says he never heard anybody get such a going over as Wally got from the captain. Says 'twas more fun than the Uncle Tom show, and the whole post office crowd was invited free. Dear, dear, I wish I'd been there." His wish was shared by the station men. Peleg delivered his usual consignment of prognostications concerning the weather, but he seemed to have something even more important on his mind. He inquired particularly about Mr. Gammon. "Where's Seleucus?" he wished to know. "I want to see him a minute." Seleucus, as it happened just then, was over at the Jarvis shanty. He and his wife were concluding an argument based upon the question of his going to Orham. There were certain station errands to be done in the village, and Homer, not yet strong enough for the trip, had suggested his number 1 man's making it in his stead. Seleucus was willing, but Jemima was not. Her patient was now able to get on without her care during the day, although she still spent her nights at the station. "No, you ain't going," she told her husband. "Let Josh Finney or Hez Rogers or some of the rest of 'em go, if somebody's got to. You stay right here where you belong. When I was up there, you could find excuses enough to keep from coming to see me, but now you're crazy to get away. What for? That's what I want to know. What for?" "I told you what for, Jemima," pleaded Seleucus. "Cal asked me to go, and he's my boss, ain't he?" "He ain't my boss, and I say you shan't. You're altogether too anxious. Want to cruise around and see how your precious Norma's getting along, I presume likely. That's one place you was going, wasn't it?" Seleucus tried hard not to appear confused, but the attempt was a failure. He stammered and hesitated. "Why, I was calculating to stop there just a minute," he admitted. "The boys wanted me to. Her father's dead, and she's going away, and it did seem as if some one of us had ought to say goodbye and tell her how sorry for her we all was, or something." "Yes," sarcastically, "I knew that was it. You can't fool me, Seleucus Gammon. You'll stay right here, that's what you'll do." "But what'll I tell Captain Cal?" "Tell him, well, you needn't tell him anything." "Say," suspiciously, "he hasn't given you any message to take to that Bartlett girl, has he?" "No, course he ain't." "Hasn't finished that precious letter he started to write so long ago?" "I don't know whether he has or not. Why should I?" Mrs. Gammon chuckled. "I know he hasn't," she observed. "Not that one, anyhow. Tell me," she added quickly, "has he said anything to you about missing anything? Anything out of his trunk or anywheres?" Seleucus stared at her. "Missing anything?" he repeated. "What do you mean? What would he be likely to miss?" "Oh, nothing at all. If there's anything missing, he'll find it again pretty soon, I shouldn't wonder. Now, don't stand there with your mouth open like a codfish. Clear out. I'm busy." But her husband still continued to stand and stare. "Jemima," he said slowly, "what is it you're talking about? You don't mean to tell me that you took anything out of Cal Homer's trunk? Jemima, you didn't take—" He was interrupted by a strident hail from without the shanty. It was Peleg Merrick who shouted his name. Mrs. Gammon seized the opportunity to end the interview. She opened the door. "There, there," she called to the hermit. "Don't holler any more. He's here." Then, turning to her husband, she ordered, "Go out and see what he wants, why don't you?" Seleucus went. Mr. Merrick greeted him with an air of relief, but also with a certain air of embarrassment and secrecy. "Seleucus," he whispered, "are you busy just now? I've got to be starting home right off. Got to make another trip to Orem I have, and I wanted to talk with you a little spell afore I went." Gammon sniffed. Whatever Peleg had to talk about was not likely to be important, and he was in a troubled state of mind. "All right, here I be," he said rather impatiently. "Go ahead, get it off your mind." But Merrick still hesitated. It's kind of what you might call a secret," he whispered. "I wouldn't want nobody else to hear it. I ain't sure as I'd ought to tell even you, but seems as if I'd got to tell somebody. It's about Cap'n Cal, and I know you're about the best friend he's got down here. Can't we, walk across the beach a little ways while I tell it to you?" Seleucus's interest was aroused. He took the hermit by the arm. "Come on," he ordered. "We'll walk over towards the outer beach, and you can talk while we're doing it. What about Cap'n Cal?" Peleg glanced over his right shoulder, then over his left. "I snum I don't know's I ought to tell you," he confided. "He made me swear I'd never tell anybody. I ain't so far." Gammon's patience had been much tried that morning. "And it don't look as if you was liable to tell me in this lifetime," he observed tartly. Come on, if you're going to tell. What is it all about, anyway?" His companion breathed heavily. "It's about my going off to Taylor Gould's catboat that morning and fetching Benoni Bartlett up to my shanty," he said. You see, Seleucus, I never done that." Seleucus stopped short and gazed down into the leathery face at his shoulder. "You never done it?" he repeated. "Then who did?" "Cal Homer done it. Yes, he did. 'Twas him that took Philander's dory and rowed off to the Scallop Flat and got Benoni. The first I knew of the whole mess was when Cal pounded on my shanty door, and I went there and see him holding Bartlett up. I calculate Benoni'd have fall down flat if Cal hadn't been holding him by main strength. They was both of 'em all in. I could see that, but afterwards, when Cal made me promise I'd never tell 'twas him done it, I didn't realize he was sick and kind of out of his head. Since then I've thought of it and—" Gammon stopped the flow of words with a shake. "Never mind what you thought," he commanded. "Begin at the beginning and tell me the whole yarn, the whole of it. Crimus! Cry musty! This makes it plain where Cal had been that morning. Nobody knew, and we ain't dared mention it to him. Well, heave ahead, go on." Merrick told his story, rambling and commenting and protesting, but dragged back to essentials by Seleucus's shakes and orders to hurry up. "So I kept my word to Cal," concluded Peleg, "and ain't told anybody. When all hands was praising me up for being so smart and finding Benoni when nobody else could, I felt considerable mean and foolish, but I never said a word. But yesterday afternoon Norma Bartlett, she run across me up on the main road, and she commenced to praise me up and tell me how thankful she was to me for saving her poor pa from dying off there in the cold and wet. I declare, Seleucus, I felt as if I'd been caught stealing hen's eggs. I did so, and she was in mourning, you know, and looked so sort of white and sorry that, well, by Godfrey's, the more I thought of it, the meaner I felt. Thinks I, when I go to Setuckit tomorrow, I'll tell the whole yarn to Seleucus and see what he says. Of course, I could have kept it to myself. 'Twas kind of nice when they printed them things about me in the newspapers and all, but, he paused, and then added ingenuously, I realized that some day they might find out I never done it, and then 'twouldn't be so nice, you see. That's how 'twas, Seleucus. Of course I promised Cap'n Cal, and—" But Seleucus had heard enough, quite enough. "Shh!" he ordered. "Hush! Be still. Let me think, can't you? You saying Norma don't know a thing about this? She thinks 'twas you saved her father that time?" "Why, 'course she does. Why wouldn't she?" "She don't know that 'twas Cal, and she's going away to stay, believing that? By Crimus, she's got to know. She has, somehow. Say, Peleg, are you starting right back to Orem?" "Just soon's I can get to the Wild Duck." "All right, you get aboard, but don't you start till you hear from me. Get sail onto her if you want to, but don't you haul anchor till I give the word. Understand that?" "Hey, sartin I understand. What you going to do? Where you going?" Seleucus was not exactly sure what he was going to do, but he intended to do something. And at that moment he was on his way to find Calvin Homer. What he should say to the latter when he did find him was another matter. He had not thought as far as that. He strode across the eighth of a mile of sand which he and Merrick had traversed in their walk, and hurried in at the side door of the station. Calvin was, at that moment, strolling along the edge of the outer beach, faithfully carrying out the doctor's orders concerning daily exercise. This Seleucus did not know. He hastened through the mess room and, without knocking, opened the door of the skipper's room and entered. Homer was not there, but someone else was. Mrs. Gammon was there. She was kneeling on the floor before the trunk or chest, which belonged to Calvin, and in which he kept his spare clothes and personal property. Jemima was kneeling before that trunk and fitting a key into the lock. Beside her, on the floor, lay several sheets of notepaper with writing upon them. When her husband made his hurried entry, she started violently, sprang to her feet, and leaned against the wall in the corner behind the trunk. She was pale, and during their long and tempestuous married life, Seleucus had never seen her as taken aback or at a loss for words. He exclaimed, "What are you doing in here all alone? What makes you look like that? What ails you?" Jemima did not answer. A look of relief came to her face. Evidently, she had not expected to see her husband, but had expected and feared to see someone else. She was still pale and agitated, however. A thief, caught in the act, could not have looked more guilty. She did not speak, and Seleucus suddenly transferred his stare from her countenance to the trunk and then to the sheets of paper beside it. Upon the upper sheet, it had never been folded, he could read from where he stood the words, "My own dearest Norma," and he recognized the handwriting. An inkling of the truth flashed to his brain. "Crimus!" he cried. "My Crimusti! That letter of Calvin's! You was taking it out of his chest!" The color came back to Jemima's face, came with a rush. Her voice returned also. "I was not," she retorted shrilly. "I wasn't. I was putting it back. Don't you tell him I took it. Don't you tell him I ever saw it. Don't you dare. Get right out of here." She made a dive for the letter, but her husband dived in the same direction. Her hand seized the letter first, but Seleucus's huge paw clutched her wrist and held it tight. "Let go of me," she cried, twisting and struggling. You let go of me." But he did not let go. Instead, holding her wrist with his right hand, he bent her fingers back with his left and took the letter from them. Then, clutching it, he turned to the door. Frantic, she sprang after him and caught him by the arm. "You give me that! You give me that!" she shrieked. Seleucus swung about and picked her up in his arms. It was the first time he had ever dared to assert himself in his dealings with his wife, and, so far as is known, he never so dared again. But the assertion, although short and temporary, was complete. He bore her, struggling and kicking, across the room, and deposited her forcibly upon the bed. "You stay where you be," he ordered. Then he ran from the room. The mess room was untenanted at the time, for the men were all down at the shore, amusing themselves by teasing Peleg. Rogers and Cahoon had pulled his dory up on the beach during his absence, and the crowd was enjoying itself watching his struggles to get it afloat unaided. He had at last succeeded, however, and now, with oars in place, paused a stroke or two from the shore to express his candid opinion of his tormentors. The first hint of disturbance at the station was brought to the group by Seleucus himself, who came plunging toward them like a charging rhinoceros. They demanded to know what was the matter, but he neither stopped nor answered. He was wearing, not rubber boots, but a thin pair of canvas shoes of the variety called sneakers. In spite of this, he dashed into the cold water, waded above his knees to the dory, and clambered, heedless of Merrick's frantic pleadings to look out, over her side. "Lay to it," he panted. "Row!" Peleg began rowing toward his anchored catboat. Then, from the doorway of the life-saving station, came a series of shrieks in a shrill and angry female voice. The man heard them and turned to look. Peleg heard them too, and might have ceased rowing if his passenger had permitted. "Go on," roared Seleucus. "Go on, or I'll heave you overboard. Faster, lay to it." The wild duck was reached and boarded. Merrick sprang to the halyards, Gammon to the anchor rope. The sail rose, so did the anchor. From the beach came a shout. "Hi, Seleucus, Seleucus," bellowed Bloomer. "Your wife wants you. She says for you to come back." And then Mr. Gammon gave utterance to an answer which was destined to be added, one of the choicest gems in the collection, to the history and traditions of Setuckit Station. "She can go to hell," roared Seleucus. Then he went to Orem. End of Chapter 18. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 19 of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Seleucus returned late that evening. Merrick brought him down as far as his, the hermit's, hut on the beach, and he had walked the rest of the way. The members of the crew were already in bed when he entered the station. Calvin was in his room and asleep. Mrs. Gammon, for the first time, was not sitting in that room, nor, as she had since his convalescence, in the mess room, awaiting a possible call from him. Her attendance was no longer really necessary, and, even if it had been, he would have been obliged to do without it that night. Jemima, after her husband's hurried departure, went straight to her brother's shanty, and there she stayed. The men, after watching a wild duck sail away, found the lady gone when they came up to the station. They were loaded with curiosity and dying to ask questions, but she was not there to hear or answer them. They talked about her, however. Her husband's amazing performance and his final order, the shouted suggestion that she might journey to a distant and tropical port, were topics which prevented that evening from dragging. The exclamations of delight and the roars of laughter must have been heard at the Jarvis dwelling, but if they were, the occupant of that dwelling made no sign. Philander was away, down at the Weir shanty, but a lamp burned in his sister's room and was still burning when the Setuckit crew went aloft to turn in. "She's setting up for him," announced Finney, peering out at the light. "She's there waiting for him. Oh, my, and when he does come home, whew!" Bloomer, looking over Josh's shoulder, hummed a verse of a sentimental ballad. "There's a light in the window burns brightly for me," he sang. "Huh, do you suppose he'll ever come home? I wouldn't if I was him, no sir. If it was me that told Jemima Gammon to go to Tophet, I'd go there myself afore I'd come back where she was. 'Twouldn't be any hotter one place than the other, and I'd rather face the old Harry than that woman. What did he do it for? Was he drunk? Was he crazy? Has he caught the fever, now Cal's got rid of it and gone off his head?" Calvin himself had offered a reason for Seleucus's going with Merrick to Orem. He had asked him to go there because there were certain errands to be done. This might explain the going, but it did not explain the manner of Mr. Gammon's departure, nor his public defiance of his wife. Nothing explained that. "If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it," declared Hez Rogers. "Nope, and I don't believe it yet. I've been dreaming. Pinch me, somebody, so's I'll wake up. Ow, consarn you, Josh. You needn't pinch so hard." Finney paused at the skipper's door on his way to the stairs. He opened the door and peeped cautiously in. Homer heard him and stirred. Josh was conscience-stricken. "There now," he exclaimed remorsefully. "We've been making so much noise you couldn't sleep, Captain. I'm sorry. We ought to have had more sense. But since the Lucas blew up and went loony, I calculate it sort of touched the rest of us in the head. I'm sorry enough. You all right? Anything we can get you?" Calvin declared he was perfectly all right and would probably fall asleep soon. He asked questions about the weather, told Finney to call him if anything happened, and bade the latter good night. He was all right so far as his bodily health was concerned. Although still weak, he was quite free from pain and was traveling back to normal at a satisfactory rate. But as for sleeping, that was not easy. The doctor had told him that he must, that sleep was the finest tonic in the world, and he did try to obtain that tonic. But while trying, he invariably fell to thinking, and his thoughts were dreary and pessimistic. He must do his best to get well, completely well. He supposed it was his duty to do so. But facing the situation, there alone with his thoughts, he realized that he cared little what happened to him. He was still awake when Mr. Gammon tiptoed into the mess room. Seleucus meant to be very careful, but in his nervousness he bumped against a chair, and Calvin heard him and called. Seleucus opened the door and fearfully thrust in his head. "Huh?" he queried. "That you, Captain Cal?" "Oh," with a sigh, apparently of relief. "You're all alone, ain't you? Jemima, I mean, she ain't here?" Homer informed him that his wife had not been there since his departure. "I think she is over at the shanty," he added. "You'll go over, I suppose? You aren't on duty tonight." No, I ain't. Unless, hopefully, there's somebody that ain't feeling well or something. Then I could go on patrol for him. I just as soon as not." "No, all hands are first rate. You go and see your wife. She must be expecting you. I hear you left in a hurry." Yes, I did. You see, Peleg was going up to the village, and I thought maybe I'd better go along with him. Didn't know when I'd get another chance, you see." "I see. Well, what did you do up there?" "Oh, I done the errands all right. I don't think I forgot nothing. The stuff from the store'll be down tomorrow or the next day. Peleg's got some of it aboard his boat right now, and he'll fetch it tomorrow. I mean, this afternoon. It's after 12, ain't it? There was a little mail, and I've got that in my pocket. Nothing for you, Cal. Well, I guess that's all. I presume likely I might's well go up aloft and turn in, eh?" "Wait a minute. Did you hear any news up there?" "News? Why, no, I guess not. I'll be getting on now. Good night." "Wait. Who did you see up there? Where did you go?" Mr. Gammon uneasily shifted his feet. He was thankful that the room was dark. "Oh, I just went around," he said vaguely. "Just kind of round and around. I see the fellers at the store and the post office, of course." "Didn't you go anywhere else?" "Who, me? Why, where was there to go? There ain't anything stirring up to the village, no town hall time nor nothing. Well, I guess I'll go aloft. That is, unless, you being sick, you'd like to have me stay here and keep watch." "I'm not sick, and it's a fine, clear night. You'd better go over to the shanty and see your wife. She'll be expecting you. Tell her all the Orem news." "There ain't no news. That is, none she don't know already." "Well, go and see her anyway." Seleucus shifted his feet again. "It seems too bad to disturb her, don't it?" he stammered. She don't like to be waked up, you know." "She probably is awake now. She'll be glad to know you're back. Go and see her." "Well," doubtfully, "if you think I better, I suppose. Say, sure you don't need me to set up along with you? Give you your medicine or something?" "Of course not. I'm not taking any medicine to speak of, and if I do, I don't need anyone to give it to me. Go on. I must get some sleep." The door slowly closed. Seleucus, alone in the mess room, sighed. Then he pulled at his mustache, looked at the clock, and sighed again. Sighing did not help matters. He walked to the window and looked out. The lamp in the Jarvis shanty burned brightly. Mr. Gammon's next sigh was accompanied by a shiver. He tightened his belt, groaned aloud, and went out into the night. A minute later, he entered the Jarvis living room. Jemima was there, waiting for him. The patrolman, Baxter Cahoon, returning after midnight, saw the Jarvis window still illumined. From behind the drawn shade, the sound of a voice, a shrill, animated voice, drifted across the stillness. It was Mrs. Gammon's voice. Cahoon, lingering at the corner of the station to listen, could not hear what she was saying. Her husband, apparently, was saying nothing. And yet Seleucus did say something which came to him in the nature of an inspiration, and which, like a life-preserver thrown to a man who had fallen overboard, was destined to keep him afloat for many days to come in the stormy seas of his life as Jemima Gammon's husband. Whenever those seas threatened to go over his head and drown him, he took a firm grip on that life-preserver, and the fury of Jemima's wrath was thwarted for the time. He had listened silently and hopelessly to the tirade with which she greeted his appearance in the Jarvis living room. He bore her reproaches meekly, acknowledged that maybe he had been a little mite rough when he threw her down upon the bed in Homer's room at the station. He was dreadful sorry for that, he confessed, and for the consigning her to perdition when aboard the Wild Duck at the moment of departure. "I guess likely I hadn't ought to said that, Jemima," he admitted abjectly. "But, you see, I was all sort of het up. Peleg had just told me something that upset me, and then when I see you with Cal's letter, it just—" She interrupted. "Where is that letter?" she demanded. "You give me that letter this minute." Why, Jemima, you see—" "Give it to me. Hand it over right now, do you hear?" Seleucus groaned. "I can't," he confessed. "I ain't got it. I give it to somebody else." She sprang from her chair. You give it to somebody else," she repeated. "You give it to what?" "Seleucus Gammon, did you give that letter to her?" Mr. Gammon nodded. "That's what I done, Jemima," he said, in complete surrender. "You see, 'twas her letter. Cal was writing it to her, and being as she was going away so soon, for good, I went right up to where she lives soon as I got ashore and give it to her. Whether 'twas the thing to do or not don't make any difference now. We can't change it. Norma's got the letter." His wife's face had been crimson. Now it turned white. Did you tell her how you got it?" she cried. "Did you tell her about me?" Seleucus shook his head. "I never mentioned your name, Jemima," he declared. "Course I didn't. She don't know you ever see it. She thinks I found it on the floor in Cal's room. That's what she thinks." Jemima caught her breath. She better think so," she declared with savage emphasis. "If you ever let her think anything else, if you ever tell one soul that I took that letter out of Cal Homer's trunk, if you ever do." And it was here that inspiration came to Seleucus. He raised his head. There was a new note in his voice. "I shan't, Jemima," he said slowly. "I shan't tell, never, unless what?" "Why, unless you make me desperate, same as you done over there this morn. If you keep on pitching into me and laying me out, same as you're doing now, if you get me all worked up and reckless, why, you can't tell what I might do. You couldn't tell what any man might do if he was drove half crazy. So long as you treat me kind of decent and reasonable, I'll never tell a soul. You can bet on it. But if I get where I can't stand it any longer, I, with earnest solemnity, I might blow up and tell all hands. I wouldn't swear, I wouldn't. A desperate man ain't responsible for what he does or says in them cases. You'll have to be considerate of me, Jemima." Mrs. Gammon's face was crimson again, and now, as she struggled with her emotions, it became purple. She choked, panted, and stared at her husband. Seleucus remained silent, but there was determination in his look and attitude. Jemima's clutching fingers slowly straightened. "Oh, go to bed," she gasped. "Go to bed." Mr. Gammon gratefully obeyed the order, but he hugged the life-preserver to his breast. It could be used again, even, perhaps, again and again. A weary and silent Seleucus Gammon appeared in the mess room at breakfast time. He was warmly greeted. His comrades were very glad to see him back, they said so. They said many things, but Seleucus was non-communicative. He would not talk, but apparently would have been quite willing to fight. In fact, his manner became so truculent and his few remarks so personal that the men, acting upon a hint from the keeper, let him alone. "He's had trouble enough, boys," said Homer, "and he is a good fellow. Don't nag him into punching somebody. We've had all the trouble down here we need. I have, at any rate. Let him alone." So, for the time, they did let him alone, but the surcease was but temporary. As long as he remained in the service, he was destined to be favored with casual reminders of his one assumption of power as head of his household. Now, Seleucus," one man or another would protest, "don't get up on your high horse. Don't try to bully the rest of us around the way you do that poor little wife of yours. We can't stand it. We're scared of you. Be easy on us as you can. Save your bully-ragging and cussing for Jemima." Seleucus pretended to ignore these jocularities and bore them with fortitude. There were times when, in spite of the life-preserver, he almost wished he had been less energetic, certainly less public, in his one outbreak against petticoat tyranny. But there were other moments when the memory of the uprising was pleasant to dwell upon. It had been wonderfully comforting while it lasted. Spring, real and genuine, came to Setuckit a few days later. One morning the sun rose in a sky unsmirched by the smallest cloud. The wind, blowing lazily from the south, was almost warm. The great seagulls, their wings glistening in the light, dipped and sailed and circled above their fishing grounds along the edge of the point rip. Where the long sand flat thrust a yellow fringe out into the cove, the terns, mackerel gulls, or kayaks, the lifesavers called them, were clustered in bunches that, from a distance, looked like banks of snow. The roofs and steeples of Orem rose in clean-cut outline above the eastward horizon. The entire crescent of the sea, from Broad Rip back to the Crow Ledge, was dotted with white sails or black tugs and scows. "She's come, boys," declared Ellis Badger, stretching himself luxuriously before the door of the station. "Here she is, regular spring weather and no make-believe. No more nor'easters for a long spell. No more icicles on your eye-winkers when you go for a little cruise off yonder in the channel." "Not till next winter, anyhow," agreed Josh Finney. "Well, it's time we had it fair and smooth. We've earned a rest, we fellows here at Setuckit. We've hauled the old boat through a whole lot of mighty rugged water since last fall." "It's pretty nigh time," went on Badger, "to think about planting garden up home. My wife's calculating to pick considerable many strawberries this season. She done pretty well last year, but the bed'll be better now. Strawberries and cream. How's that notion set on your digestion? Old salt hay mustache?" smiting Mr. Gammon a mighty thump on the back. Calvin went out after dinner that forenoon for a walk along the outer beach. Dr. Palmer had examined him the day before and pronounced him well. "I shan't come again unless you send for me," said the doctor. "All you need now is to keep out of doors in good weather and inside when it is bad. Eat, or try to eat, and don't let the station work fret you. The busy season is over. There won't be any storms to amount to anything, and if a vessel should get into trouble, let Gammon handle the boat. Another month, and you can do it yourself, but what you need now is strength. I've told Captain Kellogg that, and he told me that those were his orders to you. He is coming down to see you pretty soon, and he'll give them to you himself. And one other thing, cheer up. Get hold of your nerves. Grin once in a while. You've got a lot to be thankful for. Don't go around looking as if you'd lost your last friend. You haven't, you know." To Calvin, however, it seemed that he had done just that. The one friend that counted, who had been so much more than friend, had left him, and her leaving was his fault. He wondered what she was doing, how she was getting on with her sick father. The tidings of Bartlett's death and burial had been carefully kept from his ears. "Don't tell him yet awhile," commanded the doctor. "This rumpus down here was, more than anything else, responsible for his getting into the condition where he was ready for any sort of sickness that came along. He worries over it. I think he is afraid people may say he put Bartlett out so as to get the keeper's place. Everybody knows he didn't. Everyone worthwhile, that is. But don't tell him Benoni is dead. Wait until his nerves are stronger." Seleucus, too, was very insistent on that point. "Cal thought considerable of the old man," he declared. "Yes, he did, even if he did stand up against him when he had to. If we tell him Baloney's petered out, he'll figure he helped kill him. We'll break it to him by and by when he is better. Maybe Kellogg'll tell him when he comes. Kellogg or somebody." So Calvin remained in ignorance of this additional blow which had befallen Norma. His memories of the strenuous morning when he rescued his former captain from the stranded catboat on the Scallop Flat were still rather vague, almost as foggy as that morning had been, but they were coming back to him. He remembered forcing Peleg Myrick into promising to keep silent concerning the fact that it was he who had brought Bartlett ashore. As he thought of it now, he wondered why he had been so stubborn in that matter. There was no essential, sensible reason why Norma should not have known that he found and saved her father. Nevertheless, he was glad she did not know. It would only remind her of him, and she would not wish to be reminded. Yes, he had used common sense, even when half crazy. Strange, for he could, even now, remember next to nothing of what had happened after he left the hermit's door. The telephone message by which Captain Nelson informed him that Peleg had reported Benoni's presence at the shanty he had forgotten altogether, and yet he had taken down the receiver and listened to that message. He walked on by the water's edge in the glorious sunshine of that May morning, thinking these thoughts and others until he reached the end of the point. Then he turned up the beach and sat down upon the sand at the foot of a high bank, which, the lightly waving beach grass fringing its top, shut him from view from the station, even from the tower. There was no intention in his mind of getting out of sight. The bank cut off the breeze, that was all, and the sunlight was warmer there. He sat there for some time. If he had not been so lost in his thoughts, none of them too agreeable, he would have heard the rattle of a vehicle approaching over the rutted road leading between the dunes to the station. He did not hear it, and it was only when he chanced to look up and glance down the beach that he became aware someone was walking toward him, following the footprints he had left in the moist sand just below high tide mark. He looked and looked, not believing the evidence of his eyes. Then he sprang to his feet. The person walking toward him, now only a little way off, was the one person whom he had never expected to see again, Norma Bartlett. She saw him too and waved her hand. He stood there, weak and pale and trembling, his newly and partially regained strength scarce proof against the shock. Norma! She was here, at Setuckit. Why had she come? What could her coming mean? And, as she drew nearer, he noticed something strange, something different in her appearance. She was in black, a small black hat, a black shirt, a white shirtwaist, not a touch of color about her anywhere. Why, she must be in mourning. And then the truth came to him. Her father must be dead. Bartlett must have died while he, Homer, was sick, and because he was sick, they had not told him. The realization of this obvious truth and of the grief she must be suffering made him forget even the tremendous surprise at seeing her there. He ceased to wonder why she had come. He stepped toward her, holding out his hands. "Norma," he cried, "Norma! Oh, I'm so sorry for you. It is your father, isn't it? She took his hands. Her acceptance of them was, of itself, something quite different from what he might have expected, would have expected if he had had time to think clearly. He looked into her face, and she into his. "Oh, how white and tired you look," he exclaimed. She smiled bravely, yet as she looked at him, her eyes grew wet. You are so white and thin, she said, and you have been so sick, haven't you? Oh, I'm all right now. Yes, I am all right. But you, it is your father, of course? When? A week. Yes, nearly 10 days ago. But I thought you didn't know. They said no one had told you. No one had, but when I saw you, dressed like this, I guessed. I knew it must be. I am so sorry. You believe that, don't you? I think perhaps I had better sit down again. I'm a little shaky on my pins still, and this seems to... She put her hand upon his arm. Yes, sit down, she urged. Please, sit down. He hesitated. But you won't go? No, I will sit beside you. You are all right now? You're not going to faint or anything? He laughed weakly at the idea. Faint, he repeated. I never did faint, and I never saw anyone do it but once. That was when Ed Bloomer keeled over after we pulled his shoulder into place. No, I shan't faint. I was dizzy, that's all. That confounded rheumatism took it out of me, I suppose, and that is why I'm acting like a kid. But you have been through all that, and I didn't know. Why didn't they tell me? They ought to have told me. He flushed angrily at the thought. She saw his agitation, and sitting beside him, put her hand upon his. I'm very glad they didn't tell you, she said gently. It would only have worried you, and you have had worry and trouble enough on our account, poor father's and mine. Calvin, I came here today to ask your forgiveness. Can you forgive me? He gazed at her. Forgive you, he repeated. I forgive you? Norma, why? Hush, don't look like that. You frighten me. I shall think you are going to be ill again. Listen, please. I've so much to tell you. Yes, I'll listen, of course. But, Norma, why did you come? How did you get here? What? Please be quiet and listen, please. I'll tell you all about it. Captain Kellogg brought me. I rode down with him. Mr. Gammon said you were walking here at the point, and I came as soon as he told me to find you. Captain Kellogg has been very, very kind to me. He has been a wonderful friend when I needed friends so much, and he is your friend, too. So is Mr. Gammon. We both have good friends, Calvin, and oh, how much we owe to them. She had called him Calvin again, and her tone, her look, her manner toward him, why, he seized her hand in both of his. Norma, he cried once more. Hush, remember you promised to listen, and there is so much to tell. Calvin, I have treated you dreadfully. I realized it. I think I began to realize it almost that very day after Father and I went away from here, but I wouldn't admit it, even to myself. You see, I was jealous, I suppose. Yes, I know I was. I couldn't understand how you could ever possibly have cared for that Fuller girl. I never liked her, and, oh, she isn't nice. But there, we won't talk about her, will we? He colored and looked away. I don't wonder you can't understand that, he said. I don't understand it myself now. Well, what I told you was the truth. I never did care for her really, and, oh, I'm ashamed of it all. But there, it was all my fault. You did the right thing in getting rid of me. I have never blamed you in the least. Any decent girl would have given up a fellow who treated her as I did you. And then, when I wasn't man enough to tell you... She leaned toward him. Don't, she pleaded. You mustn't say that. You did tell me. You tried to tell me. Yes, after you found it out from someone else. No, before that, in the letter you wrote me. Calvin, I have read that letter. He turned and stared. Which letter? He asked. Both of them. The letter you wrote to me at Fairborough. They forwarded it to me afterward. But there was nothing about her in that. No, but there were ever so many other things about Father and your reasons for taking out the boat when he told you not to. Everything you told me you had written. I was almost happy when I read that letter, or I should have been if I had not been so ashamed of myself. I had doubted whether you ever wrote it. I had. I don't wonder you did. You had reason enough to doubt my doing anything decent and honest. No, I hadn't. I should have known, for I knew you, but I was jealous and hateful and generally wicked just then. But I thought and grew more sensible, I hope, and when they told me how ill you were, I think I should have come to you even then if it had not been for Father. And then, when I got the other letter... Other letter? What letter? The one you began to write me and never finished. The one in which you told me the whole truth about her. When I got that... But wait. I didn't send you that letter. It was in my trunk. I was writing it the night before before the trouble happened. You couldn't have got that letter. She smiled. Yes, I did, she said. Mr. Gammon brought it to me 3 days ago. He came to the cottage with it. He said he had found it on the floor of your room and saw my name at the beginning of it and brought it to me. But it wasn't on the floor of my room. It couldn't have been. It was locked up in my trunk. How could he have got it? Hush. You mustn't excite yourself so. Never mind how he got it. I think myself there is some mystery about his getting it. He was very much fussed and behaved queerly enough when he was there. But what does it matter? Why should we care about that? I'd read it as soon as he had gone, and I have read it I can't tell you how many times since. And that wasn't all he came to see me about. He told me that it was you, and not Peleg Myrick, who went out in that storm, as sick as you were, and found Father and brought him to the shore. Oh, what is it? Are you feeling badly? Shall I call someone? She would have risen, but he held her hand and prevented her doing so. No, he protested. I'm all right. These things are coming pretty fast, that's all. They make my head swim. Let me get it straight. Seleucus told you that Seleucus told you that? Yes, he told me all about it. But how did he know? No one knew but that Peleg, and Peleg promised me he wouldn't tell. He must have told, though. Confound him, of course he did. Yes, he did. He told Mr. Gammon. Oh, you mustn't blame him. He didn't tell for ever so long. But when, so Seleucus says, I met him on the street in Orem and thanked him for saving Father, he couldn't keep it to himself any longer. His conscience troubled him. Conscience. I guess the real reason was he was afraid someone might find it out and he would get into trouble. Well, he is in trouble now. Wait until I see him, that's all. And Seleucus, too. Hush, you mustn't say that. Can't you understand how grateful I am to both of them? Suppose I had found it out afterwards, long afterwards, after I had gone away. Suppose I never found it out, any of it, but had gone away thinking what I did think. Calvin, why didn't you want me to know? Tell me, please. He did not answer. It was something else she had said which caught his attention. Going away, he said slowly. Where are you going? I'm going back to Fairborough. They've offered me my position, the one I used to have in the library. I must go, you know. I must earn something. Father's sickness and all the rest have taken almost all the money I had saved. I must get back to work at once. He did not speak. She was watching him intently, and she saw his expression change. I shan't try to thank you for doing that for Father, she said. You were ill, and you risked your own life. Don't say you didn't. I know you did. Of course you did. And because you did, you almost lost it. She paused. Then, after a moment, she continued. But why did you make Mr. Myrick promise not to tell? She asked. Calvin, why didn't you want anyone to know? Tell me that, please. He was not looking at her, and he stirred uneasily. Oh, it was just a crazy notion of mine, he muttered. I guess I must have been half crazy that morning anyway. But you had some reason you must have had. What was it? He smiled rather bitterly. Well, he confessed, I suppose I thought you had had trouble enough on my account. You wanted to forget me, and you should, of course. If you heard I was mixed up with finding your father, it would remind you of me again, and only make more trouble for you. You might think you ought to thank me, perhaps, think it was something you had to do. I didn't want you to feel that way. You heard her draw a quick breath. Thank you, she exclaimed. Surely you couldn't believe I wouldn't want to thank you. There is no reason why you should. Looking after people in boats that have gone adrift is part of my job, that's all. That's what they pay me $75 a month for. Don't say any more about it, Norma, and you shouldn't have come way down here for that." She, too, was silent for an instant. Then she said quietly, "But I didn't. That wasn't why I came. I think, yes, I am almost sure I should have come, even if Mr. Gammon had never brought me your letter or told me of your saving father. I think I should have come anyway, or perhaps written you to come to Orem and see me." He looked at her now. The color came to her cheeks as he did so, but her eyes met his, brave and unfaltering. "Why?" he demanded. "Can't you imagine why? I should think it was plain enough." He did not try to imagine. "Why did you come?" he insisted. "I came because I was ashamed of myself, and I wanted you to know it. I don't believe I could have gone away without telling you so. But now he interrupted. He put his arms about her quickly, almost roughly, and drew her to him. "Norma," he cried. "Norma, do you care for me now? Do you? She looked up at him, then down. "I should think that was most apparent," she said. "This looks as if I did, doesn't it?" There was an interval here, a rather long interval. She was the first to speak. Perhaps she would have spoken sooner if she could, if he had permitted it. "Calvin, dear," she said, "don't you think you had better go back to the station now? You have been out here a long while, and you have been sick, you know." "Sick?" He laughed aloud. "I'm better this minute than I've ever been before since I was here," he declared. "And I'm not going yet. Why, I've got a million things to say to you, and that I want you to say to me. Did you really come way down here just to tell me that you were willing to forgive me? Did you?" "No, of course I didn't. I came to tell you how ashamed I was of myself and how proud I was of you, and some other things, perhaps, although I rather hoped you might tell them to me first." He told them then. As a matter of fact, he had been telling them over and over again for 5 minutes or more. She, however, seemed willing to listen to the repetitions. But at last she insisted upon their discussing other, although less important matters. "We have so much to say," she declared, "and such a little time to say it in. You must go back to the station. You must. They will be coming to look for you pretty soon." He looked at his watch. "Yes," he admitted reluctantly, "I suppose I must. It is almost drill time, and Kellogg is there, isn't he? But we've got a few minutes yet. Norma, you believe I never really cared at all for Myra Fuller, don't you?" She put her hand to his lips. "Hush," she said. "You and I are not going to mention that person's name again. Ever. Are we?" "You bet we aren't," he declared, and meant it. "No, and now we must be very sensible and talk about ourselves and our plans. I'm going to Fairborough day after tomorrow." "Oh, yes, I must. And you must stay here and do your work, of course. We will write each other every day and perhaps see each other once in a while. And we must work very hard and save all we can because, well, you know why, don't you, dear?" He nodded. "I'll work, you may be sure of that," he declared. "But I'm not going to be satisfied with this kind of work long. I'm going ahead now. I've got something to work for. Life-saving is the best fun on earth, for me anyhow, but I'll get fun enough out of something with a better future and that pays better. I shall stick here until Kellogg can find another keeper. I hope he'll give the chance to Seleucus. He is a good fellow and an able man, although his reports might be hard to read. I shall stay at Setuckit as long as the superintendent feels he can't do without me. I owe him that much. But while I'm here, I shall be putting over my lines for something worthwhile. Why, he told me himself, Captain Kellogg did, that if I really wanted it, he guessed he could place me with one of the Boston and Savannah steamship lines. It might not be so much of a job to start with, but I'll make it more in a hurry. You watch me, Norma, with you to work for. If I don't earn money and get ahead, then—" She laughed happily. "Hush, hush," she said. "Goodness, how excited you are. Of course you will get ahead. There isn't a bit of doubt about that. And as for the money, I shall earn some myself. And, after all, what does all that matter to you and me now? It doesn't seem to me that anything really matters now, except this, and we must go back to the station." He rose to his feet. She too rose and stood beside him. He drew a long breath. She was right, absolutely right. With her beside him, he could and would get on in the world. He was young, and therefore, for him, that world was full of opportunities. The harder the fight, the better he should like it. And it would be for her that he fought. They would be together. That was the essential thing, the only thing that really mattered. He squared his shoulders and, figuratively speaking, snapped his fingers at the future. He, Calvin Homer, 26 years old, and, at present, keeper of the Setuckit Life-Saving Station, at a wage of $75 a month, and found, had that future conquered, or as good as conquered, already. 26, and the girl he loved beside him. Why, it was easy. He pulled his cap down upon his head. "Now watch me handle that boat drill," he announced triumphantly. End of Chapter 19. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. End of Rugged Water by Joseph C. Lincoln.